makes me stronger.
DNF 화이팅! 오늘 이기자! DRX 화이팅! DNF 화이팅! DRX 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. It is time for the final day of the week, and we have saved 2 of the matches until last. I'm Atlas, this is Orcs, and we're ready to get into it. Starting off with some rising stars here, Orcs.
Yep. I mean, this is an important match. I think
Really
there's
is.
no other way to sell it because this is a match that one team I feel like really needs if they want to keep their hopes alive. And also, when we look at the outcomes for the Rise group, bottom 2 teams don't get to go to play-ins. So I think both of these teams really, more than any other teams in the Rise group, any other teams in the LCK are fighting to escape that auto sort of knockout situation where they don't get to make it in play-ins. DRX wanting to escape that bottom 2, and DNF just trying to escape whatever fate they've been left with currently at 1-18.
It is really rough. If they make it to 19 losses, there is no way that they'll be able to make it to first place in the group. That will be destroyed here today with a DRX victory. I was really thinking they'd be able to bounce back.
I feel like that probably wasn't on their mind. They probably weren't thinking, if only we can make it to first.
Well, maybe that's why they're sitting in last place. Maybe they need to have, you know, the possible upsides on the front of their mind, you know?
But I think it's clear that even though making first in the group, very unlikely, they can still make it out of the bottom 2, and I think that is an achievable goal, but they need to start getting wins. We saw the earlier match in this week.
Yep.
They had a good start to it. Yes, they got 2-0'd, but there was moments where they showed the potential. It's just closing out the later stages, and of all the teams in their group, DRX definitely the most beatable based on what we've seen so far this year.
I would agree. I thought that, you know, B&K could be another opportunity here for DNF, and they basically 2-0'd them and lost, is kind of how it looked. And yeah, have a look at this.
How?
Yeah, 25-minute 3K gold lead is really big, and then to do basically exactly the same thing twice in a row was just really brutal.
What's crazy is I was there, you know?
Yeah.
I was casting this, and still I look at the numbers and I'm like, how? Genuinely impressive. You know,
and this was, the compositions were also really odd because they had like these Zeri Jinx comps, and it was the late game that became the problem. Maybe it's getting a little bit of extra peel for Berserker, and maybe it's also putting him on more of these mid-game type carries that lets him actually do.
No, I don't think draft was the problem.
I
Honestly, I don't think it's draft at all, because I think you could have given them any champions in the game and they would have found a way.
Do you know what I remember? I remember a lot of Orcs saying, this isn't Berserker's fault. That's what I remember from that series. Otherwise, I did my very best to push it out of my mind, much like what DNF probably should have done after that one. DRX also managing to pick up a game against the Bros a couple of days ago, but were unable to then close out the series. I think Teddy actually had a decent re-debut, but then we saw a few of the issues creep back in for the remaining games. But honestly, that was a mess. That whole series was an absolute mess. It was one of the most beautiful matches that we've seen here in the LCK, but I don't know whether it's necessarily one that you want to be taking notes about what to emulate when you try to play the best League of Legends possible.
And I think this is why it's an important point. Can you sort of break away from DNF and start to gain some ground? Because I think even though they lost a series against Bro, definitely didn't look like an unlosable situation. And
these stats are really good for both of these players.
I will say, this is round 3, so very small sample size so far.
That's my kind of sample size.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 games though, one of them a loss, still impressive stats.
Yeah.
Right?
But I think kind of the fact that we're having stats like these, I think it kind of goes to show that both the series we saw prior from these teams, from these mid laners, definitely winnable.
Yep.
And I think individually we've had good performances. I think it's just teamwork is a little bit absent at times. Particularly, I think the late game decision making plaguing both of these teams at times.
I think when it comes to predictions, I imagine all of us and everyone playing at home would probably have the same amount of luck as a coin in the Rise group.
Sometimes less than a coin.
Yeah,
sometimes I actually, you know,
yeah, there are biases
I get asked
that can
my
really
predictions
hurt.
at the start of the week, and I see a coin lying there, and I'm like,
I should have done it this week. I'm like sitting at like 3 out of 10 or something like that.
The coin would have done better, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe I judged the coin too harshly.
The coin is pretty good. They're normally pretty good at getting half of them right.
Yeah.
Statistically.
Plus, you know, a coin can high roll as well. A coin can just have a great streak. You know, maybe that's what Degon did this week.
Sometimes it pays off, and sometimes your Atlas is how the predictions go here in round 3. But I'm looking forward to seeing whether we are going to have a bit of a resurgence, because both of these teams are ready for it. But I think the amount DRX can get out of this is going to be very, very high with the fact that Teddy has made his way back, right? There is like a very clear change-up here in the roster. DNF as well need anything. The last time they won was a day after Faker's birthday on the 11th of May.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a long 77 days according to the little sheet that I've got here.
Yeah, that's a long time.
It's quite a time.
And again, you know, the team who are closest to them is DRX, not just in terms of performance, but in terms of, you know, if they want to start catching up, it's not just the fact that they need to overtake DRX, they also need to overtake either Bro or BNK DRX, who are on 7 wins, escape that bottom 2. They need wins now, but if they lose to DRX, pushes them up to 6 wins, that gap just gets bigger and bigger, and it becomes more and more unrealistic, because we always talk about this mathematically. DNF can still obviously very easily climb up the standing mathematically.
Yeah.
But in terms of what we've seen, they've struggled to get wins. So, you know, losing to a team like DRX, I think really hurts the chances, and they want to be claiming wins like these if they can. We know this team has the capability to go get into a strong start in each individual match. It's just closing those games out has really caused some big issues.
You know, I really struggled to listen because I just realized that the support staff for Song on DRX, their names read out like a bounty hunter board.
What was that? I wasn't looking.
A live frozen catch. It's instructions.
Yeah.
Actually fantastic.
Like in Star Wars for Han Solo.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Just get him in the carbonite, okay? You have to make sure you catch him. We need him alive. Okay.
Now all the conditions.
I don't know why that came into my brain. Okay, here we are into the draft for game number 1. Aurora and the Wukong taken away. Wukong really has skyrocketed to priority 1 as far as the junglers are concerned, when I guess Pantheon is banned away every single game. See what the DRX second ban is going to be. One of the good things here for DNF is the fact that they do have the blue side. It might give them a little bit of control.
Yep, do see the Vi coming in as a ban, so a lot of jungle focus already. Often it's been a lot of like, I mean, Pantheon's been like a hardcore ban on the red side, just kind of fixed there. Varus also very often banned. We'll see if that gets that through. Sometimes has been. The Talia and Azir sometimes traded, sometimes one of them banned, sometimes both banned. But we see the Gwen taken away by the DM Freaks away from Rich.
And it probably should be the PVV that we were talking about before, you know, the Pantheon Vi Varus. It's generally what we see. I think giving the Varus away would be silly, so they are just going to take it. So Azir, Taliyah, all of these sorts of things up and available, but the Rumble is the consideration, and we'll be locked in.
Yep, priority pick for Dudu. You know, often does well into the Gwen, but especially with the Aurora taking off the card. There is the Galio as an option who does well into it, but otherwise I feel like pretty happy to take that matchup. We've seen a lot of impact from Rumble so far.
Yep.
Even on this patch, it does give Yahoo choice of what he wants in the mid lane matchup, and we've often seen Taliyah favored into the Azir, so that will be picked up. Xin Zhao coming through as well, which I think with the 3 junglers taking off the cards, he is definitely in a good spot. Makes me think the DM Freaks just take, I was going to say take...
We're doing it again!
Roll, but it looks like we might just go for that
Nocturne Orianna.
Nocturne, and...
If at first you don't succeed, just try it again.
I mean, I'm going to be real. They were really good at this.
Actually, yeah, no, if at first you do succeed, but accidentally get an L, try it again.
Yeah, until they win, they were really good at this. Now, something I will say is that ensuring Teddy has a safe pick is going to be important. But they're opting instead to prioritize a pick for Rich here.
I actually like this. I think Rich had a really tough time in their first match.
My only concern with taking an Ornn in this situation is that a lot of the scenarios we saw into the Nocturne Orianna was you immediately delete a carry. And now going with the Ornn as well, you're limiting how many carries you have. You're going to have the Taliyah, you're going to have, you know, presumably Teddy's going to be on a carry, and you're allowing them to ban away what Teddy is on. It's like if you start a fight, and let's say Teddy's pick gets deleted, you now have your Taliyah has to do so much work because the Ornn isn't really going to have the damage to carry through. So I'm a little bit concerned about them opting to prioritize Rich's pick instead, and unsurprisingly, DM Freaks immediately removed the Xayah. They did this last time they picked the Nocturne Orianna, so limiting Teddy's defensive tools here. We do see the Nico taken away, which I think Nocturne Nico is a hellish combo to play against, so it makes complete sense there.
Yep. I think maybe getting rid of the Jhin might be the next option.
I think Rakan syncs so well with the Nocturne. I think just these engage supports who can follow up.
No, I was talking on DNF's side, just like things that Teddy can play, but you're exactly right. The Rakan's certainly a brilliant option.
Yeah, I mean...
Even into Taliyah, which is hilarious.
They end up getting rid of the Alistar. Obviously pretty good at once Nocturne arrives, you can knock him away, stop him from getting the fear. Doesn't really stop the combo, though. I do think it's not the most fun, but you can play Senna, and you can pop the Shroud when Nocturne ults, and then he can't actually target you.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And play at a distance, but it is a little risky because you are still in a mobile pick. Lucian does have the ability, is quite short range though. And if the combo is timed correctly, you shouldn't be able to outplay it.
Oh my god. I thought they were just going to do it again. Yunara is not going to be available, as you can see, banned in the center of the screen. Berserker just messing with us a little bit.
Yeah, looking like we might get a return to traditional picks in the bot lane, you know, with the...
Oh my god, it's the same thing. So last time around it was Gwen instead of the Rumble, but otherwise this is their exact same Game 1 draft from their last match. And they got up to a 3,000 gold lead at 25 minutes, guys, and then cut the video. That exact same thing happened the following game, and then they lost.
Do we just get a Nami coming out here?
I hope not. I think it's probably... Is it not Braum? I guess Braum into this comp probably doesn't feel great.
Yeah, the Nautilus feels... I mean, it gives you an option into the Zeri, but I don't think this is a great response from DRX into what DM Freaks have prepared, you know? You have 2 shorter range carries, and once one of those... So assuming DM Freaks do the combo correctly, which we know they are very capable of doing.
Yes.
You should eliminate either Lucian or the Taliyah pretty effectively. And then you're kind of limping through the rest of the team fight with one of those carries gone. You have a tank support, you have a tank top laner, you have a Xin Zhao, and you have 1 carry left, and you're playing against a Zeri, Lulu, and you know the rest of the composition for Team Freaks. I feel like team fights, like if DRX don't get a massive lead, I feel like team fights are going to be really hard.
That's if DN Freaks manage to get all their ducks in a row, right? Because if you start bleeding members, this is a very combo-based composition, right? And so without one of those tools and someone protecting the Zeri, maybe they just die. Which is kind of what we saw when the game got turned around on them.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. What I will say is that very much this is DM Freaks, like, you can never count them out.
Yeah.
No matter, like...
Yeah. They can always lose a game.
Yeah, they can always
no matter
lose
what.
a game.
Never give up on them, guys.
I think they've given themselves the tools. We know they can play this combination as comp, right?
Yep.
We know they're good in the early mid game, and if they get ahead in the early mid game, they should be great. But it is DNF, so I am still a little bit worried.
I am too, but I'm ready to have a really good time. Let's get under the rift for game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on the rift for game number 1. You can see already we have a little bit of a roaming Nautilus situation and a bot lane on, which I'm not sure about. But I am kind of intrigued and excited about.
Yep. I do like them looking for an early advantage. I will say the area where DRX has an edge is pre-6 when Pioshik is obviously on a Nocturne. He's not going to be able to do very much.
Yep.
You do have the Lucian Nautilus with Ignite in the bot lane. You have a Talia as well, who can sometimes get some melee momentum and move around, although Orianna is good at achieving prio. But if they get something going before level 6, I think that's where DRX can maybe get this game going in their favor. So looking for an angle to maybe invade on the bot side or just catch out someone who's in a bad position, I think that's a good play, but they don't really find anything yet. And I think for DNF, getting information on Sponge early, just tracking within Zhao, the onus isn't on them. They don't really need to make anything happen before Nocturne has that ultimate available.
Yeah, it feels like just information is kind of all they really want.
Yep.
Avoid any catastrophes, stop the disasters. And I think Sponge is going to have a big task on his shoulders. His hook is going to come on forward here from Andil, up against his former teammates, which is kind of cute, as did spend a long time on the Quandong Freaks before they did change to DNF. So we'll see whether he can use some of that inside information, even though the coaching staff has changed to their benefit. But so far, it's just the shove being collected here, level 2 gained by Teddy and Andal. Hook going to connect on the Berserker. Actually, a fair bit of damage here, even after... Oh my god! Yeah, the barrier was necessary, because otherwise he was dead.
I think Life and Berserker honestly misplayed that level 1 and put a bit too much focus on harassing Teddy and Andal, well, particularly Andal, and let Teddy and Andal take the push. You know, Andal saved the stacks on his support item and was able to execute some minions. But I think if they'd focused on the minions themselves, they should have been able to actually get the level 2 in time. And as a result, they end up falling behind a little bit. Berserker doesn't get level 2. They have to back off on the wave. Heavy trade comes in. And it's a good advantage gain for DRX there.
That's huge. Losing 3 melees and a caster minion at least of experience, probably 2 casters. That is not great news here. Staying even on levels would have been pretty nice. As Andal's going to make his way in, look for a bit of an opportunity towards Bulldog. And he is getting around the map here. Andal really wanting to pick up a first victory here for DRX as well. Pretty unhappy with how things went against the Bros a couple of days ago.
Yep, good start as well. Finding an opportunity to move in here. And also, you know, he picked up some XP from mid, so he doesn't actually need to go down to bot immediately. He can let Teddy catch some experience himself and hit level 3. And then if they're both level 3 and Berserker's level 2, they're in a great spot.
A little shove here onto Bulldog, but the damage numbers for Talia at this stage of the game, not exactly massive, but his CS numbers, my god, actually huge. As Dudu just having a good time in the laning phase. Sponge is going to find Life here, audaciously charges, picks up the knock-up. Life is going to be able to make it underneath the turret. Still, DRX have so much control. Look at this wave.
Yes, in such a bad spot.
Oh, this is doomed.
And it's good from Life to hold the flash there, but still, you're banning another combat summoner in this situation. Ignite is coming up from Andal pretty soon. Wave's in a bad spot. Feeling a lot of pressure. They do at least have the vision. He got the ward down in the brush, so they do feel a bit more comfortable pushing the wave in this situation, but it's still scary, and Andal's threatening.
He is looking for that hook angle, as we can see. There's no zins out this time as he gets the flash out of Life. He's collecting summoner spells here on this bottom side. Does have to trade his own for it, but look at that. Look at that Hex flash. That'll be back up a whole bunch sooner than the regular slow flash.
Yeah, Ignite up very soon as well. So he's positioning here with the Hex flash. If he finds an angle, the Hex flash over that wall and threaten, they can just look for an all-in.
See whether they can actually go for it here as Life still pushing forward. They do want to be able to get this crash. Likely that Teddy and Andal can hold this if they'd like to, but they do not decide to go for it as Yahoo down to very low mana, but Bulldog has even less. They're just autoing one another at this stage of the game. Dragon going to spawn. Going to be a Hex deck to start things up as Rich having to get out of the way of Dudu. Not too much to report there as far as the top side, outside of the fact that the Rumble is winning in lane.
Yeah, has a bit of a CS advantage. Not too much of a surprise. Ultimately, I think how Dudu wants the lane to go. But I think, you know, it's been an okay start for DRX on the bot side. We saw Andal doing a good job, but the thing is, barrier's back up now for Berserker. The CS lead we saw Teddy have has kind of been closed.
Yeah.
He did manage to get that call in, so he's stacking that up. But I think ultimately things have kind of stabilized a decent amount, and Pioshik's not too far away from his ult. That being said, if Sponge finds this gank, this could really break the game open. But you see, he's trying to sweep the vision out, and this is going to give away his position.
Yeah, you can see Pioshik also down here. And the Ornhorn is actually going to ring out here as there's the flash out from Dudu. And Rich says that'll do. Collects the flash, moves on. Equalizer is still there for Dudu though. And Hook going to connect here at max range against Life. A lot of damage. Piercing Light does come down, but not going to be killing the Lulu just yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, Dudu had the flash in that situation because he knew the enemy jungle was down bot. He had vision of Yehu in mid. And Rich had no mana, so I actually don't think he would have died there, even if the ult did connect. I think he had enough HP to just walk it off, but goes for the safe play and flashes out of that one. Doesn't want to die in this situation. Now, Rich is low, but is it diveable? Pioshik's so close to having his ult, it's not quite there.
Yeah, he really does want level 6, and then he can just come on over and press R, and then maybe Rich dies, especially without that ultimate available.
Look at the timing. Teddy and Andal are coming on up, so I think the window has passed.
Yeah, and maybe that's something that Pioshik was aware of, realized he didn't have time, so opportunistically came up to see whether maybe he could try and cheat one even before level 6. It wasn't actually the case, and it is kind of funny thinking about Nocturne trying to gank before level 6. When it does work, it feels like you're cheating.
He just dropped the ignite on him.
The mana ignite?
Yeah. Not going to slow him down too much, and Dudu just have teleport and just use the bot, so he can match that to pick up the wave.
Oh, it's actually going to be a weird game as well, because no one's taken Spellbook. So all the summoner spells actually have real cooldowns and stuff.
Yeah.
Not used to that. It's normally at least 4 of them per game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in here, not sure. I think it's just one of the things with the champions being played. We did see it get a little bit of a nerf on this patch to the smite, but it's not really made that much of a difference. Still seeing it played a ton.
Yeah.
But does make it easier for the casters when we're setting up for big objectives.
Exactly.
Don't have to worry about those extra smites coming in.
It's very handy. Although it is funny when Rakan gets a smite. Although I have seen Rakan steal Baron with a Gleaming Quill before.
Yep.
That happened in pro play. That was a thing that existed. It's all right. There's the combo. Flash does come out, but it's not going to really do anything here, and that is a very dead Talia. First blood goes over to Pioshik. Man, the combo doing exactly what it says on the tin. DNF off to a great start as Sponge trying to taxi out with these grubs. Should be able to do so as Life's coming over. Andal there as well. Teddy throws out the culling just to say no, 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 no. No aggression from you guys. And Pioshik will be able to secure the first grub. We'll see how many more of them he can get, but control of the topside wave is there for Teddy and Andal, so it should be that DRX can grab this.
Yeah, good setup though from Bulldog and Pioshik. First ult, first kill, you get the ultimate hunter stack. And again, showing they know exactly how to pull off this combo. The fact that Yahoo flashes and still goes down just shows how limited counterplay you have into that combo when it is executed well and you don't have that option. Yep. Obviously, Zhonya's later on will give you that safety net, but for now, Yahoo is just going to suffer.
And we've seen this before, you know, Talia's just getting kind of bullied, and it is happening once again here. It's going to be even easier next time with that flash, like you say, was burnt. Bulldog holds on to his. Pioshik never needed to use his, and so Yahoo's just going to be a sitting duck in that mid lane. Well, going to connect once again, and Life going to stand his ground this time around. Looks like not too much more going to occur, as another horn has been blown here as the equalizer goes down. Yahoo's just going to drive into this bottom lane and try and feel a little bit better about the state of the game by killing the Rumble. Almost dies himself, but will be successfully able to do that. No teleport available, will lose a plate here in mid lane, but on the board, a DRX.
Yeah, good setup there. This time has the backup of his jungle and mid, although Sponge wasn't really in range. But Yahoo comes over the wall. Easy setup. Does show how scary this Rumble is, though, even this early on.
Yeah.
Nearly able to take out the Talia. And you see here, yeah, even with the flash, combo still ends up connecting. Talia still goes down. And just an easy pickup there. Dudu in this situation. Didn't have that flash from earlier. And actually did see an all-in spot. Still an ult available for Andal. Culling was burned, traded for the wild growth. There is still a heal available for life, but they are going to back away. Yeah. Trading. I will say now, Pureshik's ult is back available. He now has a Hex Plate. He has that one Ultimate Hunter stack. We saw that in the last game, where the cooldown is just reduced by so much off this spike, where you can just start spamming it, really. And, you know, we talk a lot about how this build isn't one we're a big fan of, because in pro play, how often are you, like, spamming the ult? You know, it's the Rise Group build, right?
Absolutely.
It works. You just pop it constantly. And I really want to see that from Pureshik in this game. We'll see what happened. Yeah, it's just a dredge line into the ult. Yeah. And honestly, considering Life only used the wild growth, I think that went pretty well.
Well, it's not too bad, although he was sort of forced out of lane. Same thing to be said for Berserker here, as the Untars are now completed. He's going to be heading towards the mid lane as we approach the mid game.
I think honestly, state of the game though, DNF pretty happy. Little bit of a lead. They are down in terms of dragons. There's that second one coming up for 50 seconds, but you know, with how I feel about their compositions going into team fights, I think if DNF are even, or in this case slightly ahead, they're golden.
Well, right now, Sponge is hanging out, seeing whether he can take this dragon or not. Looks like it is something that they're likely to be able to get, as DNF don't look too interested in it. Teddy going to be roaming on over to help take down this crab, and they will at least secure that for now. Sponge not going to be starting it just yet, though. Ward in the back of the pit available here for DNF.
Yeah, it's good vision setup in the area, which is important for DRX. I think just limiting ways for DNF to get in. And also, Yahoo's flash isn't quite available yet, so I feel like if DNF have target access on him, they will just try and explode him. And if they can stop that easy access from coming in, it's important. But honestly though, if you look at item spikes coming through, you know, first items complete for Bulldog, not done for Sponge and Yahoo right now, so I don't even feel like DRX are in that strong of a position right now necessarily to take this fight.
Not feeling too good about it. Sponge is now looking for a little bit of a back. We'll see whether he does get that Sundered Sky, and he does.
It's such a big spike, so I think them waiting for that to be finished before starting this up is a good call, but it sacrifices so much control over the area, and that is the cost of waiting for the item.
There's a lot of vision down here now for DNF, but there's one little ward in the front door. And of course, the Rift Scuttler is going to be unclearable. Now it's going to be a bit of a team fight as the orb is over here. Teleport to come in as Berserker already takes a full culling to the face. Knockup comes on through there though from the depth charge, and down goes the Orianna. Equalizer comes in as well. They're walking down the red carpet, but I think this is just because they're famous, as DRX are getting another knockup onto life. He's going to go down. It's a triple for Teddy, and that was a disaster for DNF.
DRX so decisive with starting the fight, able to catch on a Bulldog. And this is kind of what we saw in the last match DNF played this composition. It happened way later. But when they're not the ones starting the fight, when it's the other side kicking things off, that Orianna Nocturne combo doesn't feel as inspiring. You see how it kicks off here. Andal is the one leading the charge, finds his dredge line onto Bulldog.
But look at Berserker, he takes a full culling to the face.
Takes so much damage here, and Bulldog just gets focused down. They don't really get to make use of the combo. Lucian's so strong at this point. Berserker's never really in the fight, and it's just cleanup time for DRX. Sponge with a Sundered Sky feels so confident. And now 2 dragons in favor of DRX and a sizable lead. They're feeling great.
They are.
By their current position.
It's a Cloud Soul as well, and so that's always going to make you feel good, especially when you want to be repositioning, making sure that you can stick to your targets. Xin Zhao feeling very happy about something like that. Dudu and Rich facing off, and look at this, like, yeah, Rich is feeling a whole lot better here in this lane. He's got his Rooker done, no worries at all. DNF gonna need to find another one of these combos, something else that can help things out, or maybe this is part of the strategy, Ox. Because what happened last time at around 25 minutes? They had, what, a 3,000 gold lead with this composition? Seems like a gold lead is a problem. And they've solved that because they do not have a gold lead anymore.
They definitely don't have that. So, you know, we can't have the exact same trajectory as the last time they played this comp. But yeah, I'm not sure it's the greatest strat.
Yeah. That's my some napkin math.
Teddy now as well finished Navori off that last fight, got a huge influx of gold.
Oh my god, it's one entire item ahead.
Yeah, he is really dangerous.
Okay, well they're not going to be fighting for this Herald. I just don't think that's going to happen. Sponge going to be able to poke Shelly in the eye. They will be able to lock this one down. Information is given over. That information, there's nothing that they can really do about it. Dude are going to be down here towards the bottom side of the map. Might spell a fight here as DRX are all grouped up. And DNF will just back away. And not going to be able to grab this turret.
I think now you're in such a scary position because if you go for the engage and you don't kill Teddy, he's just going to decimate your team.
Yeah, he's so scary.
He's just going to clean up. And you kind of want to go for an engage so you can force like his flash so that the next time there's a big fight, like in 2 minutes or not 2.5 minutes, there's that Cloud Soul point. You would love to burn Teddy's flash before that, but I'm just very cautious about the fact that if you ult in, how are you supposed to burn his flash without taking such a massive blow in return?
That's a really good point. I'll tell you what though, I'm just getting distracted because it's just nice seeing Teddy playing well.
Yep.
He had a rough time when he was back here like, what, 90 days ago or something like that. It was a really long time since we have seen Teddy. Took a big break and started off the series really well against Bro, and here in this game on the Lucian, looking fantastic as well. We'll see whether that does continue, as of course they did lose the remaining 2 games of that Bro series. Gonna have to keep his mind in it here in this one. And Sponge also having a pretty good game, but it was all just that one team fight really that DRX have leveraged to get this lead. We'll see where Shelly's gonna go down, how DRX can keep up the pressure to make sure that they don't just get comboed to death. Because if they do sort of, you know, lose vigilance in this game, they can just all of a sudden have all of their champions missing and things can go wrong if one of these combos does land well.
Yeah, there's also danger if someone does overstep, if someone's in the wrong position, there is a very quick ability for DNF to punish. Speaking of punish,
yeah, they're going to look for it here as Pyoshik just presses Spell Shield, and I'd also emote like that too.
Yeah.
That's a pretty powerful button.
A little bit of an ambitious one there.
Rich just likes pressing R, is what I've noticed. He's got a lot of value out of it. So does Yehu. And Bulldog doesn't like pressing Flash, but he may have to, and he does. Handle moves over and says, buddy, you're flashing, okay?
Yeah, it looked like he nearly was on the other side of the wall initially, but after you're trapped on that side, you're going to have to flash there. Good Wolf, Yehu will be in the Orianna flash. And remember, at that previous Dragon fight, the first target taken down was that Orianna, so maybe going to look to do that again. Spawning in 30 seconds, and we see DRX once again setting up really good control of vision in the area.
Well, here it is, combo one more time as there is the flash out from Yehu. Does get the shield back though from his Seraphs that just transformed. Don't know whether it was in time though as the flash does go forward. Bulldog, remember, doesn't have his flash as prepared earlier. The culling comes in, Sponge gonna be able to lock that one down. It's Pyoshik doing some alcove gaming, and they do have an equalizer there, but Andal with a massive knock-up onto 3 people. It managed to curve, hits a max range hook at the same time. Sponge was alive for so long, but Berserker is as well. That's another kill coming on through here for Teddy as Rich does go down. Life and Berserker will be able to take control of this one though, and that is a much better fight for DNF.
Yeah, beautiful cleanup coming through. The wild growth I think was so significant there for keeping just the fight going for a little bit longer. Teddy was doing so much damage but not able to find the follow through. And I think here, Yehu, it might just be better to just eat the ult and then flash, because he keeps flashing before the ult hits. You're still going to get hit by it, and then you just end up in a terrible spot. Here, though, Bulldog has no flash. He gets focused down. But the wild growth that comes through buys so much time here. And again, Teddy gets CC'd up, has to flash away, gets polymorphed as well. It means he's not able to cut through Pyoshik so quickly, and Berserker pops the ult, starts to get some good value in. Teddy comes in close, passes back up, and now another fight coming through.
Yep, and Pyoshik managed to get on top of Teddy this time around. That is the priority target. He may go down for it, though, as Yehu getting some good volleys off. Andal will be taken out by the extendo beam of Berserker, though, so a 2-for-1 trade feels real good, and DNF back on the horse.
And this is why this composition is so powerful, this ability to punish. You know, this Fed carry, this Lucian seemed like it'd be such a problem. they're just dealing with it, just ult him. It's that simple. They don't have the jungler though, so they can't really start the dragon, but they have numbers advantage, which will keep DRX away. One timer is going to be coming up soon. I will say though, look at the ult timer on Pyosik. It's already half the cooldown is gone.
Yeah. It's absurd. Well, there's a polymorph. Still managing to get the ram out here is Yahoo. Looking for the angle onto Berserker. Rich trying to get there, and Berserker is just not under any threat at all. Rift Herald does go down. Shelly going to start the party in that mid lane. Wasn't really too many options though as far as follow-up, and Rich just really is obsessed with putting that R button on cooldown.
Yeah. Doesn't mean they get control of the area though. They have to respond to the Rift Herald. Dragon's being started up. The Pyosik, and look at the timers on the Orianna and the Nocturnal.
Yeah.
2 seconds, both of them.
Perfectly synced. They can now press that button again. Let's see when Pyosik decides to go in. There's the shockwave, connects onto one. Knockup is decent as well from the Wild Growth as the culling this time. He's going to cut through them. Teddy's at full health, but I don't know whether the fight has much left in it as the wall comes down. Andil in a little bit of an awkward position. Pyosik is kind of running for the hills. Yahoo just dies to basically the wolves. What was quite going on there? Life is also dead though, which is ironic and sad here for DNF. And that is sole point also. No, is it? Yes. Yes? No. For DRX,
yeah,
it is.
Yeah, it is. I think just a little bit too deep on not the highest priority target. So this was good. You know, Teddy steps up a little bit too far. That combo is just devastating. Ends up going down, especially the fact that he didn't have flash there. And yeah, Pyosik is traded, but Berserker just cleans a Vandal. But here, they commit on a Yahoo. And I think this ends up being a mistake because there's a lot of coverage there with the tanks in the way. And the Taliyah just isn't that much of a threat right now. It means Teddy's completely unchecked. And Berserker and Bulldog are, you know, Berserker's trying to push up here, but then Teddy threatens him later. Now, yeah, out of cancel dodge.
So they just decide that they want to take that, and that is because the Nocturne was dead alongside the Lulu. So they just walk over and take it. DNF, not really much of a way of doing anything, and Dudu didn't have Equalizer or anything like that to try and start a fight. Maybe they're going to start one right now as Dudu is just dead to start this one off. The Ram gets the double knock-up onto Life and Berserker. And there is the Shockwave to connect onto two. They're still going to go for it here as Sponge dives in. The Polymorph is great, though, out of life. And that's going to be able to take him down. Yahoo, the only damage left alive. And DRX didn't quite need to do that, but neither did DNF. And they're the ones that are going to capitalize this time. Rich and Yahoo still trying to stand their ground here, and they're doing a great job. Throwing a bunch of rocks around. There's the Wild Growth to come on through. Another decent polymorph here, and Yahoo does go down. Rich, no more blue stuff left available, and so he is just going to back away. So they lose the Otacon, they lose the Dragon, but they take a turret and they win a fight.
DNF showing the team fighting prowess of the composition, and Berserker starting to get so fed, now has a gold lead over Teddy. This looks like what DRX think is a good fight. They managed to blow up the Rumble pretty quickly. But again, this Nocturne Orianna combo into your short-range Lucian. Teddy steps up, just gets deleted basically. They can't peel the Nocturne in time, he just finishes him off. And then they try and jump onto the Zeri, but there's so much protection coming in. And without that Lucian, you know, this is a composition where you only have 2 carries, you lose one of them, especially the one who's more fed. The Taliyah just can't do enough. You don't have the follow through, and it gives Zeri so much free reign.
Yeah.
And now we have DRX, they have the Atacam buff. They are 1 away from Soul, but the goal leader is in favor of DNF, and the team fighting is so strong, this game feels like it could be anyone's.
Certainly could, and it's the Rise group, baby. That's, I mean, no game is ever decided. As a teleport in from Rich is weird, but it's not really going to result in anything. Baron will be up in 1 minute's time. And the Soul, something to fight for in 1.5. Sponge, starting to get some of these ornaments to come in. So that's 2 ornaments now already put together. The Sundered Universe.
Yeah, gave it to Sponge, interestingly enough.
Yeah, Rich has made some choices in this game.
Yeah, I personally would have given it to Teddy, but that's just me. I mean,
maybe they want to wait for like Infinity +1 edge.
That might be it. You know, might want to specifically wait for the right item to get the best stats. Some items you definitely get better stats than others, even though they've now made it so they're all roughly same gold value. Some items do have better stats than others, so maybe that's the call. Berserker is super close to having the Infinity Edge. That is a massive spike. If they can get that finished before that Dragon in a minute, it would be a massive boon.
Well, Rich has a couple of items now completed for himself. the shortest little searing charge I've seen in my life. The Baron is going to pop up. And let's see whether DRX have a plan for how to navigate these team fights, because it is difficult when this combo is so hard to avoid.
That looks like an Infinity Edge back, if I've ever seen one from Berserker.
And yeah, most of the recipe.
It's so difficult, I feel like, to play against. You know, we have the Hex Drinker for Teddy, but it's not really doing enough at this point. It's kind of just delayed some of his damage, so he's now, you know, he's about even in gold to Berserker, but in terms of the relevant items, he's lacking that Infinity Edge in comparison. And the thing is, even if they don't kill Teddy, even if they don't immediately explode him, if you get him low enough that he can't team fight as a short-range carry, that's enough for Berserker just to run rampant.
Yeah.
And now they're pushing in aggressively, getting control.
Well, the Essence Reaver is what's going to get upgraded here by Rich.
Well, I guess they just what we
did,
said earlier
yeah,
isn't relevant.
Yeah, they just wanted to press the button on whoever. And you know what? It's better than not upgrading anything, as now it's a face-off in the river. Yahoo just checking the angles. Dudu on a flank, looking pretty good. Does land the Harpoon here as Yahoo taking a fair bit of damage. And now the Ornhorn to come in. They do just split them apart. The wall does come down as Sponge gets in here. It is Soul that's on the line as the Shockwave is a drive-by. As Pyosik gets into that back line, it is going to be the Soul secured here by DRX. And the fight is entirely split. This is absolute insanity as Teddy goes into melee range with Dudu, and it kind of works out, I guess, but now he's by himself. On the other side of the fight, it is a catastrophe. And so someone gonna have to try and kill him. They need someone to walk up and actually fight Teddy, which is what they're struggling with right now, as the Polymorph is going to wear off. Teddy now just trying to take the fight to them, and Berserker will be able to do it here. They wait for the barrier, and down he goes. Cleanly played in the end there, as DRX do manage to secure the Soul, but they'll trade that for all of their lives.
Yeah, considering the situation was the combo didn't go up correctly, you know, the ult was too far away, the ult, like, it activated before he could reach Teddy. We'll see what happens. So, Pyosik ends up going for Teddy, but because he's so far away, the ult actually goes off way before he reaches him, like in the middle, as a drive-by, and despite that, they still win the fight because Teddy gets feared. We see Yahoo just gets deleted by Dudu. Everyone gets chunked out and Berserker's running people down. And Teddy, he's trying to 1v1 Pyosik, who just flashes away. Yes, he just killed Dudu, but Dudu's already taken down 2 targets. His job is done. And then there's this awkward moment where he's trying to kill someone, but everyone's just waiting for life to get there. Who has the CC and shielding to make sure this is done safely.
And up until this point, it was actually an even trade of kills, which is kind of crazy. I didn't see that Rich and Sponge just kind of limped their way out and were kind of fine. As here's the combo once again. Equalizer to start it off, but it's just an attempt at a guaranteed turret. Rich looking for a little bit of a turnaround play, though, as Berserker will get knocked up. Sponge goes in, but immediately he has to run out. They get a decent shield. Pyosik in a bit of trouble, but Teddy has to back away immediately. And the redemption keeps DNF healthy. You know, DRX backing away.
We got a natural shockwave there. 3-man from Bulldog. Didn't get the combo. He threw out a big one, which it did a lot of damage, but it also meant Teddy was like, okay, no combo available. I can finally play the game. Tried to step up and immediately lost like 60% of his HP. Starting to really feel not only the gold advantage for DNF, but the limits of playing the short-range Lucian into this composition. DNF managed to get a tower they get what they want, and feeling more and more confident in this game. 5-0-4 on this Zeri, but also the Orianna damage starting to feel really threatening. And this is a short-range composition for DRX. You step up into the Orianna, you're getting chunked so heavily. It's now a level 16. That shockwave is doing so much damage.
No, it's absolutely absurd. You can see it's gold leads across the board, the largest of which being on these combo makers, Pyosik and Bulldog. I'm still feeling like this one isn't over, especially when there's Otacon, there's Dragon Soul.
Yahoo just stepped up mid lane, and I immediately looked at his inventory like, you must have a Seekers to walk up like that. Yeah. Yahoo does. So he's going to try and play the bait. We'll see if DNF have pressed tab. Well, this is the test.
They need to convince Pyosik to still press R on him, because I think as soon as they press R on Teddy, the team fight is kind of over.
Yeah.
Especially with how much extra money Pyosik does have. 2.5 items now completed here for the Nocturne as well. So DRX parking themselves in mid, just looking to play defense. They still haven't taken a turret, which is probably why there's such a large gold lead.
it's just so funny how Yehu's just like walking up, like ult me, ult me, ult me.
Yeah,
and he's
yeah.
like just hiding, like just refusing to show up.
Well, there's a like Hex Flash in, I think, as the Shockwave just going to be used onto Andil alone. The Equalizer goes down. That's going to be enough to take down the Nautilus, as now the paranoia sets in. Crescent Guard to come on through there, and there it is. Pyoshik does decide to go forward, but there's no Shockwave. There's no combo. And yes, they kill Andil, and that is all that is actually going to occur. Felt like it could have been better there for DRX, but DNF still going to make it work.
Considering the deficit in this game, DRX have to be pretty happy. Yes, they lose their support, but they get both summons from Berserker, and DNF aren't in a position to translate this into a Baron. I think all things considered, you know, you keep all your summoner spells, you take some big ones from your opponent. The kill goal from Andil is kind of irrelevant at this point of the game. I think this is it's a very small victory, don't get me wrong, but you'll take it with how delicate the game situation has been. You don't lose anyone major, you don't lose the Baron. Elder's coming up in about a minute and a half.
They also don't lose the arm guard as well. I actually thought that Yehu might be forced to use that even if Pyoshik just goes in without the Shockwave.
You've maintained all these significant cooldowns.
Yeah.
And again, losing the summoners for Berserker is relevant. Baron's up, Elder in a minute. These are things you really have to pay attention to when you're looking towards those major objectives this late in the game. And I think DRX kind of got everything they wanted. They're 4,000 gold down. They're in a rough spot, but you know, little victories like that can make all the difference.
With a Baron as well, DRX will make so much money so quickly.
Yeah.
Every single turret is still left up.
I mean, with how long the death timers are at this point of the game, a big fight win could just be the game. But also, you know, Elder's up, Baron's up. Oh, they are just starting this.
Okay, well, that's going to be spotted immediately. DNF a little bit slow on the rotation, though, as we can see. Sponge is going to be backing off. They're looking for a turn. They do not want to flip the game right now. Yeah, the Redemption's used there for a second bit of vision. You always have to be, I mean, against a Nocturne, it's so hard to willingly commit to that Baron when he can just fly in. Leandri's going to get upgraded there as well. Wait, Elder's not for 10 seconds. They're just going to maybe rush the Baron and hope to get to Elder in time. This is a risky play. This is very risky. Maybe they just hopefully... Well, I mean, they're going to trade Elder for Baron is what DRX are opting into here. But they could just get aced. And they're not going to make it to this Elder at all. And so Elder is going to get secured here by DNF. It's traded for the Baron. And Elder is better in a fight, guys. Yeah, the reason this is really dangerous is because clearly the hope of DRX is that, well, you might have Elder, but without Baron, you can't really push. Yeah. But I think you can honestly just dive. With the power of Elder and the Nocturne Ori combo, if you're stepping up too far, you can just dive with the Elder, and I think you can win the fight off the back of that. And the thing is, DRX can't exactly push themselves. If you step up, you will just die. So I think... You know, I can understand the reason behind the play. You can understand the logic to go for the trade, but I think it's a risky gambit to go for. And we'll just have to see if it pays off. Rich is going to try and step up here, but if anyone squishy does walk up, this could end up backfiring massively. Yeah, Hando going to get a bit of information here as he puts that ward over. It's only going to be working for a limited amount of time.
How far back?
Yeah. He's like, I cannot be on the screen. He cannot see me, otherwise I die. He's got a cute little hammer in his back pocket as well there, as you can see. And the Hex Drink is still there. Refusing to be even vaguely on vision, which is 100% the right play, but it's just very funny to see. It is basically sitting on the fountain at this point. Well, DRX now just going to continue putting Rich here, saying, Rich is the target you're allowed to engage on. Maybe dive him. Dive him, DNF. How do you feel about that? And you know, if it keeps going like this, then it's going to end up working out. Yeah, the Elder is not going to do anything. However, the Baron is also not going to do anything, and then we're going to have to do this again. That's what I'm seeing here, and I don't... Like, you mentioned already that this composition for DNF stays good, right? This is a Zeri. You get 6 items, you just kind of win by yourself. Orianna scales gloriously, and this composition, you throw Pyoshik in, and everyone kind of melts. I will say, though, if you felt like you didn't have an angle to fight, and you are down 4,000 gold, as the game goes on, that 4,000 gold deficit isn't going to be as meaningful. So, yeah, from that perspective, you know, it makes sense. If you buy an extra 5 minutes, 6 minutes, that 4,000 gold lead may be able to close a little bit by picking up some camps, picking up some farm. Maybe you're able to it just means less as the game goes on. Maybe you felt like the power spike Berserk was so relevant you couldn't contest. So
And now they're actually walking up because the Elder's about to end.
You know what's kind of crazy? Like, I know building a Lord Doms would probably be the best thing here for Teddy as far as damage is concerned. But if he didn't have the Phage or the Hex Drinker and just built like GA Bloodthirster instead, I would be very happy.
Yeah, I think a GA would be super valuable.
GA would be a pretty good item. And then being able to, you know, auto-attack to get yourself back into life would be nice.
The Hex Drink is doing basically nothing for you,
yeah,
being real. Because especially with how it goes, is usually the combo comes in, Bulldog does a lot of damage to the portion of your health initially. Like he gets you low, and then it's Kyoshik finishes you off. So you're not actually taking that much magic damage when you're low. So I feel like it's pretty low value. I honestly expect him to sell that pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
Direction.
Oh, got a bit of a hook to connect onto Dudu. Sponge going to follow up there as well. He has an arm guard, but he elects not to use it because he knew he was dead. And Dudu just overstepping here, caught napping on the bottom side of the map. Nothing to fight for right now. 2 minutes on both of these objectives once again. But still, it might be a turret finally going down for DRX. Look at that, making use of them grubs here at 36 minutes.
Yeah, finally getting some value from them. Able to take the tower. That mid tower is pretty low as well. Could maybe look towards that. And getting some value. Closing that gold lead a little bit. And maybe this was the thought process. You know, if we trade those objectives, we extend the game and we just give more opportunities for DNF to potentially throw.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's a safe bet. You know, the longer the game goes, the more chances there are for DNF to eventually make a mistake. And time has proven that often does happen.
Well, now we've got a Void Staff completed here for Yehu. Let's see what the item choice is for Teddy. It's a Black Cleaver. So they're going double Black Cleaver in this game. Used to be a very popular item on Lucian. Hasn't been as much more recently.
I guess maybe the thought process is, you know, it applies well with the culling, and it's difficult for him to get up close and personal.
Yep. You get health with it as well,
yeah.
Which feels, I guess, nice. But I don't know. The build feels weird.
Does give him that ability haste as well. And as you said, the health. But I think selling the Hex Drinker and getting a GA would make a lot of sense later. Do you have Zhonya's picked up for Bulldog now? Zhonya's in both solo laners. Berserker trying to get that final item completed. Hasn't gone for Pen himself. So Rich, I would say would feel tanky, but he's pretty low econ right now in comparison.
Yeah.
Approaching that third item. And Berserker now has that GA, so this is Zeri fully online.
It's really weird because Rich and Dudu are both about as low econ as one another. As you can see, there's 100 gold between them here at 38 minutes in the game. And so there is at least 3 items done for Dudu, but this Rumble is not one of the more fed ones that we've seen.
Yeah. Kind of relying a lot on the base damages. Level 16 ult combined with, you know, Blood Letters and Leandries is
it's Locket of the Silver Solari here as well. Upgraded the metal, I'm pretty sure, as the ornament has been completed. So that's all of them. Just looking for a little bit of an angle here. As DRX this time parking themselves towards the Elder. Vision does come through. There is a hook to connect. Oh my goodness, Dudu this time manages to go golden, but the knockups are going to come through from Rich. He's just standing his ground as Teddy, not even worried. He's flashing forward, and there's the depth charge. DNF falling apart at the seams as Berserker is flashing over, but this time Sponge does not care, and that GA is not going to be guarding anything. And just as the complete opposite of what we saw before, it is only Dudu left alive. It's a flash forward from Yehu, says not even that will stay there. DRX, I think, just won the game.
And it just feels inevitable when it gets to those late game situations. DNF have their struggles, and DRX find the clutch window to close it out. It's a 5-0 in the late game team fight. They managed to get the picks, they managed to get the cleanup. Berserker on this fed, Zeri can't do anything, and it'll be a 1-0 lead for DRX in this series.
Teddy playing it really, really well towards the end there, but I have to say, Rich loves pressing his ulti button. He managed to find a bit of an angle that time around, was frontlining beautifully, and DRX just pushed forward for the win. But man, that was grueling.
Yeah, and it just feels like, is this going to be every DNF game?
So this is the thing that I'm really worried about, because We used to see this from this team all the time, and in fact, it was a thing with CVMAX teams all the time. CVMAX is now on DK. Why are we trying to force this composition over and over again when we could do maybe something else? Just change it up just a little bit. Yes, maybe you practice this one a lot, and it has worked out in scrims. Maybe it's just not the stage comp, you know?
Maybe they think it's the comp that's the issue.
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I mean, I do. I like combo comps like that, but I feel like it's a little bit of a gimmick. And yes, this time Berserker does a whole lot of damage, but there's not a whole lot of peel. There's no like big tank. And look, there's no damage on DRX. They didn't really do much of it. They still won the game pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I think just some decisions towards the end did cost them.
I guess there was a 4,000 gold lead this time.
Yeah, and they kind of face-checked a little bit at the end. Got the ult onto Yahoo instead of onto Teddy.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm an outcome-focused assessor.
Oh, I do love that.
You know? So I see 2 losses in that comps column, and I'm thinking it ain't working. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to tell me what is actually going on, and then we're going to get into game number 2, I hope.
한 라인도 돼야 되잖아. 아니 라인 버려, 그냥 라인 버려. 라인 버려. 라인 버리자. 확실하게 하자. 확실하게 하자. 일로 와, 그냥 일로 와. 일단 일단 같은데 이거 한 명. 야 러브 끌게. 얘 주자. 빨리 해봐. 천천히 빼면서. 야, 봤다. 우선 막았다. 천천히. 아 제리한테 빨리 좀 와. 제리 조심해. 빨리 좀 와. 야 합주야. 오케이. 제리 볼게. 제리 봐줘. 제리. 못 걸었다. 야 미드. 야 게임 끝나면 안 돼.
Hello and welcome to The Space. We are here on a wonderful Sunday evening, and that was a wonderful, slow game, right? You know, just back and forth, a bit of bro and brew without the bro. Both teams really struggling to figure out how to win, and eventually one of them had to. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler and Wadid. How did you guys feel about that game one?
Yeah, DNF and DRX kind of a do not disturb game because they just kind of looked at each other angrily every now and then, but nothing really happened until the final game deciding fight. I think that for DNF, their struggle of getting leads that just don't matter kind of continue, and for DRX, I think they played kind of below the level that we saw them showcase against Bro.
Yeah, I mean, they had Ornn, so they had no pressure to end the game early, and I think that definitely helped in game as well. But on the opposite side, I feel like DNF with this comp, it's still the same script. You know, you have some lead in the early game, but at the late game, you just somehow miss your combination and like lose your old advantage from the early game. So like maybe they should just stop this team competition.
I think knowing what we've seen teams that are already struggling to do this before, this is the only thing that they have success with, this specific combo of Nocturne Orianna, right? And I think that's why they keep going back to it. I do think that if we keep that top half and we go for a different bot side, I think it would have felt a lot better. I think Zeri Lulu, even despite Berserker's best efforts in this era of the game, just doesn't really cut it. I also think it's hard to play out into a lot of the short-range lethality that is there on DNF. Or on the DRX rather. So it really did feel like they keep trying this just because they're not able to find what actually works for them. And I think that for DNF, until they actually win a game, this is going to keep happening, right? It's just such a lack of confidence for this team, and that's not fixed easily until you start winning, but you can't win because you don't have confidence.
Yeah, it's a rough cycle, and it just continues. I was a little bit, unfortunately, you know, I saw the Zeri Lulu with Nautilus available, just blind picked with no support on the other side. I thought that was going to be it, but Berserker played well. We do have a very nice telestration segment here brought to you by Wadid, so he's going to break down this early fight.
Yeah, you can pause here. You can see DNF is controlling the river vision here, but again, I already told you that this is really hard team competition to keep up the vision control, because I mean it's just really hard to just keep up the pressure without any front line. So when Berserker positions like this, everyone can just step up and do whatever they want. If they have some front line or at least Rumble to be here first, then I think they could look for the fight better. But here, Ornn is tipping first as well, and the old positioning from DNF is like, oh wow, I have to help Zeri here, but you can't really help Zeri here because you have no front line. So all team position is just really hard to like what you want to do in the team fight. And for DRX, it's just really easy. Just step up with Nautilus and Xin Zhao and Ornn ult follow up, and you can just roll a clip here. And it's just easy front to back from DRX, and just really easy to clean up. So I feel like their setup was bad. Their team composition is not helping them as well. And also whenever they have the lead, they don't know how to keep up the lead as well. So I'm not sure. Like I think they should help in the draft at least to make it simple. So this team competition is just really hard to pull the trigger, and they just like it's really hard to keep up the pressure as well. So I just want them to have the simple champions that it can pull the trigger way better than this.
It's something we talk about so much, particularly when it's teams that are really struggling. The DRX comp was just so much easier to play, and in a game where neither team clearly is really on the great format, and when it comes to macro, when it comes to what to do in a game, how to kind of find your win angles back, having a comp that just goes Nautilus hooks, Ornn ults, that's it, right? It just makes it so much easier, despite some of the calls from DRX in that game, and some of the fight execution not being up to par. Doesn't matter, because in the end, the comp kind of plays itself.
And that it did. And eventually they just, you know, found an angle here in this highlight where they had supreme vision control, and eventually DNF had to do something about it. But
I mean, just look at it.
We knew!
Who can face check? You know, like I think I can feel that someone has to face check. You have no vision control. The objective's on the map, so you have to walk in. But who is gonna walk up?
And this fight was like suspiciously close. Look actually at how low the health bars are. Like Berserker really tried, just wasn't able to actually make it happen. And it's that front to back that you can always rely on when you have the Ornn, when you have the Nautilus, that ends up being the big difference maker.
And on top of that, they were controlling the objective, so they got the Soul Drake already and Atakan as well. So even though they have some mistakes, the DRX draft is way easier to just pull the trigger and do whatever they want. And in the late game, the Ornn power spark is always there, so you feel better as well, you know, as a team.
yeah, and it was pretty rough. We also had this this thing where the first turret in the game went down at like 36 minutes into the game. I don't even know how that's possible. The last first turret that was the longest time was 18 minutes. And I think it was in a bro game as well. So
I think it was bro
ridiculous.
versus DK. And this, I think, naturally happens when teams, and this is something we did was really commenting on a lot, are just never going for side lane, are just always grouping, always together, and the waves keep getting cleared.
Yeah, I mean, whenever they got the Nashor, it's really hard to break through it. So you have to sync the wave to break the turret. But they never sync the wave. They just push bot and push mid just like a robot, you know? They never like communicate each other's, and like, I don't know, like they should have the better game plan. That's why I say they should help in the draft, so it makes it easier.
Well, it wasn't meant to be for DNF that time around, but maybe game 2 will do it. Let's pass it back to Atlas and Ox to find out.
Thank you very much, Valdost and the gang. Looking forward to seeing whether DNF can get back on the horse. They are going for 4 in a row on blue side. This one, like 4th time is the charm, right? Like it's normally the charm.
Normally it's 3rd time.
3rd time wasn't the charm.
Oh.
But so now it has to be the 4th time. It's just a bit late.
Yeah. Well, if it's not, what if it's not 4th time?
The 5th time's the charm, baby.
Okay. Well, we just keep moving it back. We'll
Yeah.
just keep. Unless we don't have to. Maybe this is the time.
Exactly. 4th time's the charm. I said that.
Okay. We agree.
Charm.
4th time is the charm.
And we'll just have to see what they can't play the same comp again, which, based on what we heard from the space, is a good thing. But I don't know. Like, I think I agree with you with the fact that it's not about the draft. Like, we just need to make sure that we keep things together in the late game and close things out.
Yeah. I think DNF has a lot of struggles. And I think, you know, the space had some points about how face checking is difficult with it.
Yep.
But I think that I think this team would struggle regardless. But we'll see. We'll see what they cook up this time. We'll see if they can change their fate.
Indeed.
They have changed up their bans a good amount.
Maybe they can twist their fate. What do you think?
They could opt to do that. We saw Showmake have a great game on that yesterday. They've opted to ban the Wukong, the Varus, which was banned on red side last time, and then the Jace.
Jace ban is kind of intriguing. I wonder what that means. Vi is left up and available, so they'll ban the Ahri instead.
Yeah, Azir left up and available with the Talia gone, though.
Yeah, so this was one of the fatal errors that was made by Gen G in their second game against T1 earlier in the week. And I hated that as well.
They could go like Vi Aurora, though.
Varora.
That's a pretty strong rotation.
Feels good. We'll see whether that is what they were planning for. With the Ahri ban, you have to imagine that they, like, it's not a misclick, right? Like, Ahri and Azir are pretty close together on the list. You could tell that they knew what was going on. So the Vi is going to be opted in for, and now, what are we picking here for Yehu, or theoretically for Rich if they want to get him a good matchup or something like that?
Well, that's the thing, is Aurora's good as a flex as well.
Yeah.
So they have that option available. If they opt to go towards it,
and there it is.
And it looks like they will. So, pretty strong combo, very dive focused, a lot of potential to punish, and that does mean that I think for DNF Freaks, you're immediately thinking, okay, I think you have the Azir, and the enemy team are like, okay, we want to try and kill your backline. I think Azir is generally, as far as picks go, pretty good at playing a defensive role. How do you build the rest of your composition around that is the question, and Trundle is definitely a great pick at playing that mitigating defensive role, being able to ult targets who go in and make them squishy, being able to drop that pillar. Looking at potentially the Ambessa, which if it is into the Aurora, is not going to be too fun of a time.
That's a Cho'Gath.
Which is actually interesting. If you pick, like, I mean, Cho'Gath aside, if you pick a tank, you have someone who can face check, you pick the Trundle, so you don't have to worry about that.
And so now Rich is thinking about doing the Ambessa thing himself. I believe he tried this in the last series, and it did, I believe, work in game 1, unless I'm hugely mistaken.
I mean, it continues with the theme of very dive-focused, but
yeah.
DNF Freaks have insane frontline. Compared to last game where they had no frontline,
yeah.
They now have all the frontline, and even will steal away your frontline with the Trundle. So very much a front-to-back composition already locked in here. Now, I think probably going to look at banning away picks that can help provide the element of safety. Poppy's gone. Could maybe look at the Xayah as well. I feel like Xayah Rakan would be a good bot lane duo for the DNF Freaks. DNF Freaks going to ban away, yeah, some of these engaging picks. Taking away the Nico. Kai'Sa could be an option that you take away in this situation.
Yep, we're going to look to just dive and destroy is the plan here for DRX. See whether they can actually keep the play up on the front foot.
Yeah.
They probably want a Rakan if it is going to be left available. The Poppy is already banned. That is likely a ban opportunity here for DN Freaks. I feel like Rakan on 4 feels so good.
Also, Alistar's open.
Oh, true.
Yeah, but also Kai'Sa like pairs well with how the comp wants to function. They are just going to go for the Alistar in this situation. Do you take the Rakan? But there are other engaged supports available, so, you know, there's like the Rel is an option. So I don't think you're too tied to it right now, necessarily.
Yeah.
It looks like they are going to prioritize it. Does obviously sync up well with a lot of these engaged picks. And for Berserker, what are you going to be able to play into this that's going to be able to survive? Honestly, it might just be like I mean, Sivir's a good pick, but I was going to think like something like Jinx Tom works. Sivir makes sense. Is Sivir enough by itself? It seems like they're confident she is with the spell shield. I will say one concern with Sivir into specifically Vi is that when you're ulting, you can smite to break the spell shield on the way.
Yeah.
So you think you're safe, and then suddenly Vi, Rakan, and Kai'Sa all pile onto you.
And now you've got the full kill comp coming on in here, as Vi and Kai'Sa together is really, really good. And if you guys remember back to earlier in the year, very early in the year. Teddy had that absolutely extraordinary game on the Kai'Sa as well. This guy has been known to hard carry with this champion. We'll see whether that is what DRX can make happen again, because I'm looking on the other side, and this is a much easier draft for the DN Freaks. They were watching the space. You know, they called, just keep it simple, stupid, place them front to back. There's a lot of DPS between Sivir and Azir if they're just able to sit there and hit their targets, and they got a big old front line to get behind.
My concern is that DRX have the everything in the kitchen sink comp.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 carries on the side of DNF. And you don't even necessarily have to like immediately kill one of the carries, but if you throw everything at them to the point that they're not dealing damage, like eventually they're going to go down. And if they're not dealing damage, you know, who is? Right? You only have one other carry in the composition. Trundle, I mean, I guess he's chomping people. But I just think DRX have this engage. If you're ever not setting up well for objectives and there's like an Aurora on a flank, it's going to cause so many issues. Like, yes, DN Freaks, if they get set up well, if Sivir and Azir are strong, they have this front to back, they have a great front line who can face check. But there's so much engaged threat on the enemy side. If one of your carries gets exploded, your DPS and your composition just gets cut in half.
It's pretty scary. Let's see how it does go as we jump into the Rift for game number 2.
시간사에 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are onto the Rift for the second game of this Rise Group series. Hoping that we can bring this one to another so that DNF can avoid the 1 and 19. 19 will mean they're guaranteed not first place in the Rise Group. Although I don't know how likely that was going to be. It is just going to be mathematically impossible after a loss here.
The dream would truly be dead, you know.
It would.
There's still hope right now.
It's no longer a pipe dream, it's a dead dream.
Yeah.
Or something like that. So that would be unfortunate. And DRX, like you say, it's a very aggressive composition. I feel like it's a little bit more risky. You know, when you have a comp like this that does need to continue going aggressive, it can be hard, as Yehu is wandering around the mid lane. Will lose 50% of his health bar before the wave does crash. Now we'll move on over to see whether he can get some of that harass that Aurora is known for.
I mean, it's very true. We've often seen, like, if think about last game. Last game was pretty slow.
Yeah.
If we end up in a situation where the game slows down to a glacial pace, we are just farming up. Sivir's got a ton of wave clear. Azir's easily capable of just holding a wave by himself. And we just stall out the game. DNF are going to be doing fine in this situation. As long as they don't make major flubs in the team fight. And generally, Berserk has been pretty reliable. And to be honest, like as an Azir, you should be the more safe out of the 2 carries. You should be pretty happy with this one going in the later stages.
I would agree. I think that if it is just a handshake moving until later, as Yehu needs to hit like 1 or 2 of these abilities, I think, as Bulldog shows him that if the Azir does, it hurts a whole bunch. His pick buffed on this patch was still relatively decent on the last one. So understandable that the priority of the Azir has been pretty astronomical, especially here in the LCK.
Yeah. I feel like as well,
He's found a lot of success as well.
In round 1 and 2, we saw Talia often doing really well into the Azir, and we saw it's kind of like, okay, Talia, if Talia's open, you don't feel as comfortable about the Azir, teams were picking it anyway and kind of losing. But now, especially after we had this little break of internationals, teams were picking Azir into Talia and having a lot of success, and it feels like teams just don't care as much about the Talia response.
Yeah.
And especially in a situation like this where there isn't a Talia response, Bulldog is feeling pretty great. We do get a quick back coming out from Yehu to pick up the Dark Seal.
Yeah, he did miss 1 CS. There's a flash forward on the bottom side of the map as Life gets that crash down shield. Heal comes out from Andil as Teddy taken down to 3,500 in the HP department. He will expend a lot, but they do also have to go back home.
Yeah, I think with
stay alive
pressure in lane, Life obviously gets a Hex Flash available. Not too concerned about binning his flash there, but forcing Teddy back. And it's also really hard as a Rakan to peel in that situation because you're playing into a Sivir with Spell Shield. So your Grand Entrance does kind of just get negated if you go for it.
Yeah, didn't quite work out there. Still, back does come on through here for Teddy. Doesn't elect to go for a cull or anything like that. It's going to be a longsword towards this bottom side. As Yehu just looking to try and hit a button or 3. Life just seeing whether he's going to overextend. But Bulldog having a great time in this lane. Yeho just looking like he's a little bit frazzled is what it kind of feels like, and Life is gonna capitalize on that. As Yehu with some weirding, but does need to get out of the way of the horse pants lady. Shattering Strike comes in, but that's a decent little buffer, and he gets himself out of the way.
What a pillar, honestly.
That was a really nice pillar from Pyoshik.
Got some airtime on it, you know? I feel like if you get like the precise placement, it does get that knock up, like the...
And you get the extra satisfaction from the amount of airtime that you get, because like the better it is, the more they get knocked back. Oh yeah. That was a real good one there from Pyoshik. So getting the flash out of Yehu, precisely what they want.
Of a Trundle player, you know? It's the high skill capability on the champion. A champion who just mostly spends his time running around chomping people.
Yeah, and making weird colored circles on the ground.
And then the pillar is the cultured ability where you really show your stuff.
Well, Pyoshik's always been a bit of a Trundle player. Even when he was back on his other teams in the past. One of them being, in fact, this one right here in DRX. So some crossover for a lot of our players. But yeah, just trying to get his wave sorted out. They will go back home. Just feels like DNF have a bit more control in this early stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, both bot and mid done pretty well. And if you get Berserker and Bulldog ahead, that is exactly the win con for this composition. Get them some early momentum. Especially when you get to the point where if they get enough of a lead that they can itemize a little bit defensively. If Bulldog is in a position where he's fed enough that he can afford, you know, a Seekers or a Zhonya's going into bigger fights. If Berserker can potentially get towards, you know, major spikes and then also have like a GA, that's when you're feeling like the game is just automatically won. So even though it's just obviously a small lead now, positive omen for DNF.
Yep. I think I'm going to be waiting for Sponge to get that first ult off, you know, see whether this Vi can really make stuff happen here in this game. That is sort of the coveted pick here for DRX's side. Vi is banned a whole heck of a lot. As Rich with a little hammer moves down towards the bottom side and is going to be facing off against Berserker at this point. As Yehu continues to miss buttons. Emperor's Divide does come down. Remember, he has no flash, but does have an ulti. Gets to the other side of the circle here. Sponge, we're going to push them back. Voltbreaker actually doing a decent job buying some space. And Yehu, he wants to eat honey fruit, but I don't know whether he's really allowed to. Endel and Sponge are going to come on over, and Rich moving up the river does give Yehu that opportunity to have a little bit of afternoon tea.
Just one of the frustrations with Aurora is that even when she's flashless and you find this shuffle opportunity, she's still able to get out. 3-man gang.
She has a lot of buttons that do good things for escaping, doesn't she?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, essentially three tools, three mobility tools, right?
Yeah.
You have the invisibility on the W with the little dash.
The little pop back.
Yeah, and then obviously the ult is just very powerful. The distance you create with that, so... A lot of options, but to be fair, when you're leaning into Azir can't really complain about safety.
Yeah. He just shifts the sands.
Yeah.
Or sweeps everyone away. So that's going to work out as well. Pyoshik going to be eating a blue buff. As top side of the map, it is Dudu just trying his very best to get as much experience and gold as he can in this 1v2 scenario.
There was impact though, because they went for that play, it did drag Sponge away from the dragon he'd started up.
Yep. Also dragged Rich away from the bottom lane as well, which I think gave Berserker a little bit more of an opportunity to get some crashes in, some farm up. And all time that is bought is good news for DNF. As we mentioned before, this comp is pretty scaly.
Yeah. I will say, just sometimes you get these games where like one comp you have a lot of confidence in the late game, but when the teams have very different win cons and team fights, like different goals.
And it's also not at the part that's good for DRX yet. I don't think DNF are even into the woods yet, you know, let alone out of them.
The mid game, like the Triumph Spike for the Kai'Sa is really big, but like even in the late game, if Bulldog or Berserker make a fumble and get caught out by this engage comp, even the later stages, you can still go right. Do you see
play gank?
Yep, and Trundle graded these.
Well, Rich is going to look for a little bit of a public execution angle, as Yehu does find a control ward. 2 of those plates do go down as Dudu and Sponge doing some battle here. That will be the smite utilized. So 3 grubs go over to DRX in exchange for these 2 plates they picked up for mainly Berserker.
Sponge
now looking for a dragon.
Was waiting for smite cooldown there. Didn't want to flip it.
Yeah, it was pretty cute actually.
DNF will just take this dragon as well as those plates, so I think pretty positive trade for them overall. And we saw last game, giving over dragons caused some issues.
It did.
So early priority onto them. It's a good adaptation. Good to see. Don't just give 4 dragons over the enemy team. It can backfire.
Maybe that was the main thing that they learned, as Teddy actually has to use the killer instinct here against Dudu. 1v1, not necessarily looking fantastic here for the Kai'Sa.
It's all for ult, so I don't think he's too pressed.
I guess that's right. I didn't notice the ult to come through there from Dudu. That should be alright. This time, yeah, we're going to be able
like
to hit a button or two.
The amount of times we've seen Sion just flourishing in these lane swap situations where he ends up 1v1 against AD carry and has solo kill potential for some reason.
Yeah. Just some Sion stuff.
Just vibing. I feel like he has such a unique position as a tank because he just has so much more early power than so many other tanks.
His buttons just do so many things as well.
Yeah.
The fact that Roar the Slayer has armor pen is actually kind of silly. That's the thing that kind of bothers me. That's alright, Yahoo looking for a little bit of an angle, but they do not get it. Andel's been pretty quiet this game. I felt like he was pivotal in the previous one on the Nautilus. This time around, a lot of facilitation, not too much of any sort of engages just yet. Sunfire Cape is now done. First item in for Dudu. Don't quite have Eclipse yet for Rich. Such a big, big item for the Ambessa. Trying to have it just yet.
I feel like that spike's such a massive one for that champion.
Oh, yeah.
Just abuse shields. That's the way.
I know, Kit already did it. You may as well get an item that does the same thing. Let's go. But things are just really slow. It is well and truly slowed down, and I think that has benefited DNF, especially Dudu. Look at this lead, man. It's kind of crazy.
He's vibing.
He's up 2 waves against Rich.
And you know what?
Oh.
This is a good time to remind that DNF are the slowest team.
Yes.
They just regularly have the lowest kill games in the league.
Berserker is just going to Spell Shield. Sometimes you got to test the button, and the button was there. Andal discovered it. And Pioshik ready to sunder some Sky. So going for the Sundered Sky build instead of the Trinity Force into Deadman's Plate that we've been seeing a whole lot for the Trundles. A little bit of a different option here for Pioshik.
I think we saw this the other day, the Sundered Sky going first. Maybe they've moved this. I agree with it personally because I think Sundered Sky is broken.
It is a pretty silly item. I do like the idea of Trundle just being able to run under an outer turret and just murder an AD carry if he just has Trinity Force.
Yeah, but I just think just the random healing you get in fights.
It is very silly, you're right. And he also just loves healing anyway, so you're going to be building Spirit Visage, so you're only going to make that healing better.
Yeah, and you just get so much damage. There's always just... I feel like the meta is so often just defined by just unreasonable bruiser items, you know?
Yep.
We've had them so many times. There was Gore Drinker.
I think Atmogs was the first one. That was a good time. As Heal got a little bit of a scuffle towards the bottom side. Grand Entrance going to connect onto Life. But Pioshik, Sponge, Andal, and Life are just all relatively tanky, so not really too much of anything here. Sponge just waiting to see whether he can get a smite off, and he's not going to be able to do so. So Pioshik going to be able to clear that one away.
The first major objective of the game.
There it is!
The blue buff.
Next objective going to be in 1.5 minutes, and that's going to be an Ocean Drake.
So if they have to fight over that one, or if something more trading, although the Herald is in 2.5 minutes, so probably not.
Yeah, well, it's another Bro and Brew scenario.
But Bro aren't here.
They're not, but their essence is always here in the Bro and Brew. And DRX was certainly part of that, as we saw only the other day. They defined it a while back. As Teddy has his Kraken Slayer now, newly buffed on this patch. Kind of cute. I've been seeing a bunch of different first item choices for the Kai'Sa. Don't believe this has been the most recent, but it works.
I mean, we did have that period where everyone was going with the crit Kai'Sa, and that's kind of died out a bit now. We still see it occasionally, but it's a lot more for the on-hit Kai'Sa.
Yep.
I think the Kraken buff definitely helped.
I like Kraken Rageblade. Just feels better, you know?
Yeah.
On hit always just has that dopamine of getting the things stacked up and you attack real fast and it's all good.
Yeah, it also just feels nice getting like the triple upgrades.
Yeah.
If you want to go that route. But also here into this comp, you definitely this sort of build does help you punch through the tanks. I also feel like, you know, especially a pick like Sion, like yes, he does get a lot of help in the late stage of the game, but I feel like mid-game is where he's just so hard to deal with. When he just has an unreal amount of health. His economy is more in line with yours. But it's like in pro games, 80 carries and be full build and you have like 3 items. I think mid-game is really where like Dudu is just unrealistically tanky. But Teddy on 2 items will actually do good damage to him with passive and everything.
See whether he can actually get there. Only at 1-4 now as Sponge will get pillared. Does have the Vault Breaker to get over it.
Oh, we have
put in the kennel just yet.
Dudu's walking over and Richard's resetting the TP, so...
Live does find the Magna Storm on to 3. The quickness comes down though and it's working very well. This Aurora damage is massive, but Pyoshik staying alive for so long. Finally he will go down. That's first blood, but it's answered with 2 immediately as the Kaiser is down. Public execution though for the re-engage as Yehu off to the side. Looks for another salvo as Berserker is just chasing after Sponge. Doesn't quite get the kill. As out goes Yehu, out goes Rich, and out goes DRX. But it's a 1-for-2 and DNF win the fight.
Bulldog didn't even end up ulting there, and they still managed to handily win that fight. DRX kind of gets slapped about due to such a huge presence in the fight. Yehu looking for what?
What? Death. That's what it was.
Well, he found it.
Well, there's the Vault Breakers. Finally, that ultimate is going to be used, and the wall is going to block anyone from following up on to Bulldog. Did have to invest the flash and the wall, and this siege on the outer turret is not really going to work out. Now DNF have to go back, and maybe they lose a dragon out of it. It's kind of weird if they lose a dragon. They do get feats of warfare. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that was a quizzical play from Yehu on the back end. So both top laners will set up this fight. Starts pretty explosively with life going in here. And then Teddy just ends up getting absolutely decimated, dives in, and it's really Dudu, the champion here. Gets that double slam. And look at this Scion, how big the health bar is. He's just charging around the fight, and no one can deal with him. And then here...
he is a menace.
No idea what
I don't know.
Was going. I was like, I'll watch it back, and then I'll know. I'll know what he was going for, and I watched it back, and I don't know what he was going for, so...
I was watching the picture-in-picture, and I watched Sponge take a Rift Herald.
Oh, that was
great.
You probably learned more from that than I did from watching...
I learned that he picked up a Rift Herald.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so that is something. Hey, it's a net positive trade. Is DNF going to look for their second Drake? This Ocean will go over to Pyoshik here, and not going to be too much of a response. Infernal Soul this game.
And look, this point of the game, 2 dragons to DNF, a gold lead in pocket. They're feeling really good at this point.
I'd be worried if I was a DNF fan, though, because we've seen leads like this before. As there's the knock-up on
I feel like they're in a perpetual state of worry.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, yeah, who's going to be walking over a ward? They know exactly what's going on as Andal running on out. Will be able to escape, but had to invest the quickness in it. Back going to be secured here for Yehu. Not going to get pushed away, so he'll be okay. Does have Leandri's now completed. The color scheme of Kraken Slayer and Sundered Sky being exactly the same is kind of weird, isn't it? Never really thought about it, because you never see them on the same champion.
Yeah, it feels like Sundered's a little bit... No, they're pretty much the same. Maybe a little bit darker.
Maybe it's from the same item set.
Yeah, maybe they're related.
Am I having deja vu? We had this conversation before.
I haven't. You might have.
Maybe. I've had
what other items do you think are related in terms of color scheme? Oh, wait, Berserker Greaves and Locket?
There is. It's Nash's Tooth and the other one. What's the other one? Is it Shadow Flame that's very similar colors? There is a combo. No, it's Riftmaker. Riftmaker and Nash's Tooth. Similar scheme. Similar vibe.
I am looking at all the items and inventories right now.
That's the only other example that I've got.
I think Berserkers and Locket are pretty similar yellow.
True.
Maybe Locket's a bit brighter, actually. It is sunlight.
Yuntal's and Infinity Edge is kind of... I guess Infinity Edge is a bit more golden rather than the yellow.
Yeah. You know, I feel like this is the problem, is I feel like Yuntal and Locket would be similar, but Locket, most of the light is being blocked by the actual Locket icon.
Well, Locket, Locket would be, it looks like a shield, right? I'm trying to it's not on the screen right now.
But what I mean is, if you look at the color, like in the background.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it is a shield. As we've got a bit of an engage here, Dudu going to be able to get himself out, but does have to use the flash and the ulti.
But it's got that,
a lot invested.
That yellow in the background looks like a similar yellow to the one on Unitower.
Yeah, I like the idea of Locket and Infinity Edge being a set, because then it's like sword and shield.
Yeah.
Which is a great weapon in Monster Hunter.
Or would it be they're in the same set, like the same person has it, or same, like, you know, maybe
you get a set bonus for using it.
Yeah.
It's like you're a support that built Infinity Edge, so the set bonus better be good.
Do they have that in
Oh, Bulldog taking a bit of damage here. As you can see, Andal and Sponge making their way over. Oh, Emperor's Divide comes in. There's a Killer Instinct. They do manage to take down the Azir, and they keep everyone alive? That is insanity.
Oh, the pillar.
How did no one die? Okay, so the pillar is going to deny Shelly. Shelly things into Trundle. It just feels bad.
So, I mean, for one kill, not huge
Wait,
reward,
and the
but because
turret.
of the TP, the turret comes in. I think DRX pretty happy with how that one panned out. Able to punish the Azir.
Not bad
Finally
at
getting
all.
some value, getting something going. This composition that we really wanted to see spike in the mid game. Looking to hopefully make some progress here. Yahoo finds a bit of an engage on a Bulldog, and then, I mean, this is the power of that Rakan Vi combination.
Yeah. And just able to battle dance his way out. He went so low, I was really sure that Andal was going to die. But he didn't. And it was okay.
Yep, and now we have Arakan is up, and on the opposite side of the map to the dragon spawning in a minute, so...
Ooh, another set item, by the way. Quick Blades and Unending Despair. Looking very similar. Don't know why you'd ever build those together either.
Yeah, maybe a little bit darker purple from the Quick Blades, I feel. Anyway, Arakan's been started, so...
Rich has also started a fight, as Life is taking a lot of damage. Doesn't want to ult just an Ambessa. Wants to keep his buttons available.
Don't need to do this. They're getting shredded. The resistances.
Well, Life's going to get tagged here by Teddy with that Void Seeker, and DRX can just wait. There's the Magnet Storm. Doesn't exactly get a lot of joy as they're taking down Rich. That will occur as Teddy has to ult defensively. DRX, this is not quite working out. Still, they create some distance. The Arakan is going to go the way of DNF, and now they're looking to turn the fight. Yahoo in trouble. In goes Sponge. Cease and desist. He's going to connect onto Pyoshik for some reason, and DNF will just obliterate DRX. That was a whole lot of what you don't want to be doing, DRX.
I was so nervous for them. I saw that going wrong in so many ways, but DNF holds strong. They managed to get the Arakan. They go 5-0, and it's a pretty clean team fight. You know, Bulldog was happy to be the bait in this situation. They end up diving forward onto him, but he has the stasis, and that saves him. You know, Sponge was ready to ult for the follow-up. He gets the shuffle away, and then this ensuing situation, very questionable. Yahoo ends up, he's posturing super aggressively, so he gets caught out. And then Sponge ults the Trundle.
And I feel like he could have got the same amount of CC on the Trundle if he ulted the Azir.
Yes, the Azir who used his Seeker's Arm Guard earlier.
Yeah.
Certainly a decision.
And it is going to then spill over into this Dragon as well. So it'll be Soul Point, Arakan, Feats of Strength, everything. They've also got 3 turrets on this map. Inner was taken on that top side as well while we were checking out the replay. This is all over but the crying.
Dare I say it.
Unlosable.
Even DNF couldn't throw from this position.
Oh, that is a pitching challenge if ever I've seen one. And let's see. I mean, it will be absolutely amazing if they do manage to throw this.
It would be impressive.
It would.
Hey, honestly, I'm wondering how you would actually achieve that.
Well, what you'd do is you'd convince the opponent to destroy your Nexus.
Oh, yeah, sure. I don't think DRX would need much convincing. They just need the opening.
The other way to throw is to just surrender. That would work.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether they're going to do that. It's been a very long time since we've seen one of those.
Yeah. Well, okay. Berserker was thinking of walking up mid and then thinks against it. I think a good call.
Not a bad choice. Sponge coming on over, collecting some vision control as Dudu is on a merry jaunt here in the river. Teddy does cut him down, but Berserker is going to be there. There's the supercharger forward. There's the charm actually connecting. They will be able to take down the Scion as the rest of DNF shows up. And Zombie Scion not going to be doing much of anything at all. So it is Dudu just kind of dying for no reason. I don't know whether that really affects the state of the game all that much, as he will be back up for the Baron. That's going to be the next thing spawning.
Yeah.
The Dragon is a long way away.
I'm kind of impressed they killed him that quickly, to be honest. I mean, I know they had a lot of members. They have a lot of armor shred with the people who are hitting him, but even so, you know, Teddy 2 items, not messing around when it comes to cutting down the Scion. But as you said, not the most meaningful of kills in terms of what it translates to, but an influx of gold they will absolutely take.
Let's see whether DRX can actually make anything out of it, as of course the gold lead is still 3.5k. The main thing is all of these objectives and map control and all this stuff that they have been able to accrue. Yeah, Dudu was just having a stroll up the river feeling immortal and just wasn't quite as immortal as he otherwise thought.
You can understand it though, honestly. I feel like in this game, you kind of would have felt like, yeah, there's no way they can kill me.
Yeah.
And then they did, suddenly. Do you have Teddy actually, that big influx of gold has put him pretty close to 3 items. Not too far away, so if you can get to there, that's a big spike. And maybe that's how DRX can come back into it.
Might be the way. Nash's is so incredibly close. Let's see when he can actually put that together. As Berserker will be able to clear out this wave. Baron up and available. Both of these teams cut it down very, very quickly. Of course, Azir and Sivir make short work of neutral objectives. DRX no slouches either, right? They've got the Kaiser. Really does a good job. Is okay. Dudu finding Sponge yet again, looking for some revenge. And Baron Vision is pretty important and will be successfully achieved here by DNF. But there is the first 3 items done for Teddy. Feels good, transforming all over the place right now as this Kaiser.
Honestly, super big spike for the Kaiser. Teddy definitely in a position to carry. It really comes down to what engage DRX can find. Their comp is so conditional of getting onto the right target, and I feel like DNF are doing a pretty good job of kind of bodyguarding Berserker wherever he's going.
Oh, Andal needs to try and get himself out. Nice double knockup, does have Battle Dance access. Control Ward goes in, but this ward hasn't actually been swept out yet, so a lot of free information going over to DNF. As they are wandering through. Andal going to spot out Life. There's a nice knock-up as Rich looking for an angle. Goshik coming on over. Bulldog also, oh man, you could see it. He was searching for that sweep angle. That was not quite getting there. I like it. I feel like Andal's coming alive here for DRX later on in this game. Looking for opportunities at least. Was very quiet in the early stages after having a great Nautilus performance. I think they're going to need him if they want to try and come back in this one. DNF have turned everything back around though.
And I think
Wait.
DNF's satisfied with having control over the...
Hang on.
No, they're just starting it.
Yeah, isn't this just gone? Teddy does so much damage to Baron. Like, look at this.
Goshik's pretty close.
He is pretty close. So it is going to have to be... Try and get him out of here, or go for a bit of a 50-50. They get the ult out of Dudu. That is something.
Okay, neither
Wards
team
are put back.
has any control over the Dragon area right now, and it's 30 seconds until Soul. So
Yeah.
DNF going to rush down there.
Yahoo is just going to wander into the mid lane. Doesn't die.
Like that, you can understand the thought process because you think DNF are resetting, they're going to move down towards Dragon. We can maybe just rush the Baron. But you've given over any prospect of getting...
They're going to give Soul.
Guys,
They're going to give Soul.
Guys,
They're going to give Soul.
I do not agree with this.
I guess they think it's too risky to take it. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's going to be Infernal Soul for free. Let's see whether it works out.
Guys, you're in a hit against a Sivir.
Yeah. With Infernal Soul. That has now completed. Teleport comes in. And now you got a Trundle running on up. That means that there's not going to be a smite here. And it is going to be secured by Sponge, who sacrifices his life for it. And the question of was it worth it is not even necessary, because the answer is just no.
Yeah, not sure. I don't know. I think the play, perhaps a bit of a mistake. I think there was an opportunity for Andal to get some vision down towards Dragon. I think they could have taken a good fight there, but now they've given away Soul, and the Baron's irrelevant because DNF are just pushing into your base.
Yeah. Well, Yahoo's going to be able to get a bit of damage here as he goes between worlds, but he wants out of this world, I think. He wants the next iteration of Summoner's Rift in Game 3. That might be the better opportunity here for DRX to find a win. Some decent damage is coming on through here. Teddy actually, these Void Seekers starting to hurt. So he wants an arm guard as soon as possible, I could imagine. Yeah, wanting a second item as well. Does have that cheeky little Oblivion Orb. Not going to be massive damage. As, you know, Bloodletters as well as a couple of masks coming on in. He's going to feel fantastic.
IE picked up there for Berserker. He is...
That's a big boy.
He's a problem. I feel like just everything's stacked in their favor. They got the Feats of Strength, they got the Arakan, they got the Infernal Soul.
Unlosable, baby. I'm ready to say it.
You're locked in.
Not even a caster curse will be able to take DNF down from here.
You know what? Chronicler would use this as an excuse to say curses aren't real.
Chronicler, I think, is the most hyper-aware that curses are real. And just hates responsibility.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
He hates to think of how many game outcomes he's ruined with his statements.
Exactly.
Oh, Teddy?
Teddy doing the overextension thing. See how that works out for him as he does ult over that wall. Little cute ult. That was enough to get him out, though. So that's going to work. Still Killer Instinct now on cooldown. Means the DRX miss out on that tool for the next fight. Baron up for another minute here for DRX that won't be able to use it whatsoever. As Andil having to deal with this
I love how
Enel thrown out in front of him.
Kyoshik ran over there to like chomp on him and just realized he did no damage. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
You can go.
Didn't quite work out. But still, he is getting bigger and bigger.
This is... Sponge is...
Oh.
The long flank.
This is an incredible flank. Yehu not going to make it into that brush without giving away his position. There's a deep TP. Okay, the ward goes down. DNF looking for the angle. Yehu going to start the fight maybe a little bit early into the backline. Goes Sponge. He manages to find Berserker, but he flashes out. The public execution is just public embarrassment for Rich, who dashes away and dies. And yes, they get the prize. But Yehu and Teddy are the only ones left alive, and DNF will continue pushing.
Guys, if you're going to go for the long flank, you have to wait for everyone to be in position. They went so early.
It was less of a Yehu and more of a yeehaw into that backline. It didn't quite work.
Like, Rich wasn't there in time to ult off the CC. Yehu ult. Okay, well...
I like the vibe. I like the idea. The plan was great.
I love the plan. It was the long flank, but it looked so cool in the setup, and then they just flubbed everything.
Do you know what? It's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
That's what my mum always said. You know, if I bought her a terrible birthday present, you know, it's like another weird plant, you know, that I got down at the nursery.
Weird plans. But yeah, so, you know, they woke up. Yeah, it was like, I will start the fight. So immediately Jig is up, but like Sponge is flashing in. Rich is so far away, and then the ult misses, so he has to awkwardly walk in. It's like one by one. You know, I feel like the composition of DRX is all about cohesive engages.
Yes.
Everyone goes in together.
Yes.
That was not that.
No.
That was everyone goes in separately. And you know what DNF did? They just huddled. They just huddled together and held strong. And it worked pretty well. It also helps that they have a 5,000 gold lead in every buff imaginable so far in the game.
Yeah, they've taken actually all of the things.
Yeah, but also huddling together did go a long way.
It did.
So,
that was also good.
Yeah. Now DRX, you know, the long flank failed. What is next in the playbook?
Longer flank. I think it's longer flank is the only real option here.
Start for the enemy fountain. Just really wrap around.
Or maybe short flank. Or maybe kill Sion again.
Kill whoever's closest.
Yeah, that could be the opportunity here as the ult is going to be invested there from Sponge. Dudu flashes away. And that is going to be the end of that. And also potentially the end of this turret. Although the sieging capabilities aren't exactly massive. Baron up in 1 minute to help alleviate that. But Dudu is just split pushing here in this mid lane. And DNF will be able to break this one open. Inhibitor already down on bottom side of the map. These super creeps are piling up on the bottom side. As we get the bit of a zoom out here, 40 seconds on the Elder. I mean, I don't know whether it's necessarily one team fight and you can win the game, but it might be like 3 team fights and you win the game. Still, this Inhibitor turret gonna go down and DNF playing it by the book. Rotating around, getting everything shoved in, making this base. as susceptible as possible and making it so difficult for DRX to ever leave.
Yeah, DRX are taking the supervise strategy, which is where you watch the enemy team take your base.
Oh, I thought it meant super Vi. Like you'd be like it'd be like
No,
Vi, but she's a
definitely
superhero.
not. Oh, Sponge going. This is
super
another long flank.
Super flank.
Yep.
Did have some vision down here.
Sneaky, sneaky.
As we can, that's Twitch. That's not Vi.
Oh, sorry. I thought I got them mixed up because of how Sponge is playing.
Yeah, he is playing very twitchy,
Yeah.
and that's not to say
Wait,
that
look
he's
at all the question
doing
mark
well.
pings. They're aware.
Yeah, they're pinging all over the place, but they haven't got him yet.
Wait, you took Krugs, so now they're super aware. They're like, wait, guys, who took Krugs on our team? No one. Oh.
Well, life
Wait, the
now
TP.
knows.
Oh, they're doing it. They're doing it.
Oh, wait. Wait, is Bulldog going to be the target? Maybe. Okay, Dudu is certainly the target. And now Yahoo getting into this backline. I'm not sure about that one, but he was the only one that had the teleport available. And now he's just going to go between worlds after doing half a damage to life. And now they just dive on top of the Elder. All right, DRX, this is the insane plan that is going to get you back into this game, maybe. DNF with a great phalanx that has been put up, and they've got to teleport in from the Scion. Empress Divide only on to handle, though, so that's not exactly the target. But still, they are butchering them. Look at the damage from Berserker. Every auto does about 1 billion as it's a triple kill immediately. That is going to be a free Elder, and guys, I mean, the minions were taking care of business the whole time. That is going to be game over here as DNF even out the series and get their first victory of this round robin, at least as far as games are concerned.
Unlosable.
I told you, man. I had no worries at all saying that because caster curses are not real or something.
Yeah, I mean, they just, they picked a comp front to back, and they just held strong. The slow and steady did win the race.
Yep.
It did also help that they had some big laning advantages, particularly in the mid lane. Yahoo struggling to make the Aurora look relevant. But yeah, I think DRX maybe getting lost in the sauce a little bit there. The long
I'm sick
flank.
of seeing the Vi situation and the Azir given away.
Yeah.
The Azir given away scenario is just never a good one.
Also, maybe the flanks just need to be longer,
Yeah, true. True.
They just weren't long enough.
Maybe it's just we need a new Summoner's Rift that's just a bit longer of a Summoner's Rift. Then the flanks can then be longer.
Yeah, I think.
And then Poolbay will come back.
Yeah.
Because he loves flanking.
Well, that game certainly happened.
It did, didn't it? And do you know what the best part about this game happening is? We get another game that will happen afterwards that we otherwise wouldn't have got.
I'm going to see DNF on red side now.
Oh my goodness, a huge test. Or maybe they're going to be unleashed.
Maybe red side's their best side and we just didn't see it yet.
We just didn't know. They've been choosing the other side like the hyperbolic time chamber to make sure that they're getting that handicap so that they can come through with a huge victory and get to play-ins. Time for us to now go to a short break. When we get back, the space will say words, and then we will say words immediately afterwards during Game 3.
이거 풀어줘. 라인 할게. 일단 핑크 지울게. 아니 아마 우리 정글에 있는 듯. 그런 거 같아. 잡을. 얘들 여기 여기 봐줄래? 파이 저기 나올 거야 이거. 앞에부터 오로라야 이거. 나도 살짝. 앞에 오로라 나 만다. 오로라 볼게. 빼면서 해봐 빼면서. 여기 뭐 할게. 오로라 분명히 W 쳐. 그냥 때려 좀 킬해. 공 뺐어. 얘들아 집텔 할게 집텔. 나 여기 나갈게. 오로라 얘네 집 터지거든 얘들아. 간박 그냥. 야 얘네 치우고 있다. 맞았죠. 맛없어요. 그냥 타야 돼. 나좀 멀다. 이제 형이 위쪽 돼. 아니 그냥 썸 보자 이거 빨리. 카이사 너플. 밀어줄게. 앞에 봐줘. 오라 노공이야. 저 쌈으로 봐. 카이사 너플. 너 그냥 먹혀야 돼. 카이사 죽여. 야, 근데 스마스함도 내가 이겼어. 나 죽었다.
그날 다른 길을 택했더라면 내 삶은 조금 더 평온했을지도 모르지. 천년의 세월이 흘러도 이 마음은 처음과 다르지 않으니 세상에게 잊혀져도 괜찮아. 오로지 신념을 따라서 나는 이곳을 지키겠어. 나와 함께 하겠나?
Hello, and welcome back to the space here after game number 2 that DNF was actually able to take down. This time they had a comp that just could not lose with enough objectives on top of it as well. They had the Otacon, they had the Infernal Soul, and eventually they just won the game. DRX not quite able to get it done. Guys, what do you think about that game 2?
I love it when a plan comes together. We're like, team, focus on objectives, draft an easy comp. And you know what they did? They stacked every dragon, and they drafted a very straightforward front-to-back comp. And what do you know? They won a game!
Yes, even though it was slow, I think they were kind of... I think they just really wanted to have the safe...
They wanted to be sure.
Right?
They did not want another DNF situation.
Right, so they had like full bot side control, so they could like snowball Oli from the Drake, but they decided to just snowball really slow.
Not one inhib, not two inhibs.
3 inhibs. And Elder, and Nasher, everything. So, I mean, I think if you have this kind of team comp as a player, you even know that in game that this is unlosable. So I feel like this kind of draft is what they needed when you are actually lower tier
I
team.
think we forgot about Infernal Soul. They also had Infernal Soul.
I said Infernal Soul.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
But we
got
wanted
it
to make
covered.
sure. We
got everything covered.
We got everything.
Let's take a look at something that happened in the game. One of the things that was very important this fight we had in the bottom side river.
And after a rough first game for Dudu, I think he really did have a gigantic impact on this one with the Cyan, as the early fight setup already looked a lot better, but then that point-blank gold into the knock-up, I think really ended up making a big difference in the longer fight.
Yeah, I think we've seen many times Dudu was not in the team fight, and that's the way how DNF lose the team fight. But this time around, he TP'd in the right timing and right place as well. So that's why this Drake team fight was a lot stable, and I really like the decision making here as well, just going for the mid turret here instead of doing Drake. I mean, just getting mid turret makes you a lot easier when it comes to rotation. So I think they just did what they could do done it in this situation here.
Also see the continued struggle for DRX, right? We saw Teddy and Andil just die there with flash up in that fight. Those early skirmishes, if you do take them, particularly if you're playing a dive comp and you kind of need to at least get some of your carries ahead, can't really afford to have that happen.
Yeah, also Yehu jumping back in, looking for the damage, and then just dying. This fight, though, very important, an early Otacon take at 20 minutes, 30 seconds from the side of DNF.
I mean, I think it was kind of risky according to their HP bar from DNF here. So I think DRX, they should just give up the Otacon and just let them take it and just do the 50-50 and just focus on the fight. But here, they just went in too early, and I mean, their mid laner has no ulti. Aurora could not have ultimate here because it was on cooldown, so the team fight was not winnable at all. Like, I think the players are just too much thinking about the Otacon, but losing Otacon means nothing, like, personally.
It really isn't that big a deal. Obviously, Otacon is good, but I think we were so used to the Otacons that straight up just won the game early on. If you give them Otacon, but you're a little bit more deliberate about your fight, wait until Yehu's ult is up, and then actually ace them. You get Dragon as well. You denied the what I think ended up being Soul Point. So for DRX, I think going into game number 3, as we can see the coach not feeling too stoked about the whole situation.
He's been very angry all day long. I've been checking in on him.
Oh, yeah.
He's not a happy camper. As we take a look at the Fearless bands here, anything that pops out to you that's still available that you feel like is, you know, very OP or very high tier that you think will be picked in game 3?
I mean, just overall, we all know that easier team comp is making the game easier, a lot easier. But especially, I really want to highlight the mid lane, because I think the main part of the game 2 was Bulldog, actually. Like, he got the priority and he won 1v1 on the mid lane hard enough to get the mid priority here. So I feel like you have to get mid priority no matter what, and also good matchup for the top lane as well here.
For me, it's Alistar. I think Alistar is the only support that's up that truly feels like he can both as engage and disengage really hard carry. Leona's fine, but I think we've seen Leona struggle a little bit more. It feels good when you're winning, when you're behind. I don't think she offers quite as much, so I expect the Alistar prior to be quite high. Again, because I think both these two teams just aren't playing that well right now. Whoever ends up with the most straightforward team comp will have an edge. I think whoever gets Alistar is going to be big, and then maybe a beefy front line towards top side as well.
Well, we've been talking about the draft hard enough, but I just want to mention that I'm the only one who predicted DNF, and I want to say something to one single player, which is Dudu. I just want him to group in the team fight. I just don't want him to play something like DRX or whatever. Just pick something that is relevant in teamfight and group first. Do not TP when the teamfight is gone already. Just please group first, get the vision control, and face check for the team, and TP back to your lane, please, Dudu.
As someone who predicted DRX, don't do that, Dudu. Go for side. I think side laning is the angle. Side laning is best. Really, I think DRX as a whole clearly have shown they can't deal with that. So I think you as DNF try and find like maybe a Fiora angle. You know, like really lean into that side lane.
Well, I mean, I accept that. DRX is really good on side lane. They're better than DNF in the side lane, but I want them to group for the team fight. Dudu, you can hear me, right?
He's definitely listening right now, for sure. My pick would be actually Corki. I want to see that, you know, especially if a Senna comes out. Could be a good option. But guys, we are done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for Game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. No biases there. Definitely in that last little conversation.
Like it was breaking down a little bit at the end.
He was a little bit. But then, like, Chronicler came in trying to sell us Fiora wearing his cargo shirt, and I just, it just didn't.
That's what he had hidden in the pockets. You know?
It's like
a little bit of Fiora here, Camille here.
Yeah, just a little pamphlet just saying all the good things about how great Fiora is. Yep. That's probably what we're going to see. A 1-3-1 composition put together here by the DN Freaks. Let's see whether that does actually eventuate.
Yeah, God, no.
Yes.
I feel like, you know how sometimes we get to like Game 5 of Fearless? We've had this, not all the time, but sometimes we'd get like Game 5 and teams would lean heavily into scaling. You know, we even had like Zeri Yumi at times.
Yep.
I feel like the teams in this one might go, guys, both games so far have gone very late, right? Both teams have shown some struggles with regards to pushing the pace of the game.
Indeed.
Maybe we end up in a situation, this is my theory, where both teams do some investing, right? They invest in some champions who maybe do a little bit of scaling, do a bit of stacking, right? Maybe we get like a Senna Smolder matchup, something like that.
Ooh, Senna, Smolder in mid lane, Nasus top, and Viga jungle.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going for.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Wait, you could have Kindred jungle Viga support, and then actually you'd just be stacking all over.
But I just think that, you know, it's quite clear that having a strong insurance policy when you get in the later stages is of a lot of value, because even teams in this series who get ahead, you know, I mean, obviously last game we saw DNF get ahead and they stayed ahead, but I feel like their composition ensured that, right?
Yep.
But if you get ahead and your composition's not going to hold out in the later stages, I feel like there's no guarantee the game is going to end before it gets to, like,
I think
so
if you're
late
either of these teams, you know that the other team doesn't know how to finish the game. So just pick all the scaling. It's a beautiful idea. The Gwen going to be taken away. Gwen Varus going to stick around. The Alistar is the only new ban that we're seeing. And that is going to mean that, I guess, Ahri or Jace get through. Never mind. It is going to be the Ahri that gets through. I don't know whether that's going to be first pickable, though. So what are DRX going to be prioritizing here in our third game?
Yeah, I mean, you know, picks like the Ryze, the Annie, in terms of mid are also pretty high priority. So I'm not sure necessarily there's a super big need to pick up the Ahri necessarily. And they lock in that Ryze immediately.
This is a pick that Yeo looked pretty good on in their last series.
Yep. Has the ability to side lane, so Chronicler will be very excited.
Wait, no. But Chronicler wants Dudu to be side laning because he was a DRX Predator.
Yeah, but maybe. Oh, yeah, true, actually. Maybe he's going to be upset now.
Ooh, Valdez is going to be happy, though, because Corki priority is going up. Berserker going to be jumping onto that guy.
Yeah, I've seen Corki do a pretty good job of... He has that position where he has laning power, mid-game spikes pretty hard, but even in the later stages still holds up. And Pyosha gonna pick up the Skarner. With the Trundle gone, I feel like a lot of freedom to pick this up. One of the tank junglers we've seen sticking around in the meta. But I think, you know, Pyosha just have him on a durable tank, why not?
Yep.
DRX looking at the Ezreal, matches the item spikes off the Corki, but I feel like... Haven't
like the
seen
Nico prior.
too much Ezreal success recently, in all honesty. Nico, though, one of the great engage picks that does also have some of that laning power, so it'll be interesting to see what the DM Freaks pick in the bot lane. Bulldog looking at options in mid lane.
I don't know whether TF is a Bulldog champion. That isn't. but he's
Okay.
going to lock it in anyway. That's the answer to the Rise that we saw come out from the Bros as well,
Yeah.
and it didn't work very well in lane.
Yeah, I mean, good in theory into the Rise, right? In the fact that he is short ranged, has to come into you. Obviously, have that shred. But the problem is that you're not very good into the Ezreal, who just kind of sits outside of your range. Jarvan ban, I think, makes a good amount of sense, though. And in terms of junglers, the pool has been thinned a decent amount at this point. So we'll have to see what Sponge comes up with.
Yeah, because the Skarner is already locked in on the side of the DN Freaks, so they're not too worried about it. Can just get rid of anything that he wouldn't want to deal with.
I do like the Leona ban, because into Nico, one of the engage supports where if the Zenith Blade comes through and you clone, it still hits you because it goes through. So makes a lot of sense there. And, you know, we've seen Rel's gone, Rakan's gone, Nautilus gone, Alistar gone, Leona gone. That engage support pool kind of getting whittled down, moving more to the fringes as a result.
Yep. Speaking of fringes, the Lee Sin going to be taken away here as well. So Sponge really going to have to go deep into the champion pool to find an option here. Unless he wants to play Ezreal jungle. Because Haru does have a skin for Ezreal, and he's a jungler. So obviously Ezreal is a jungler.
Yeah, not super sold on that. I guess Poppy jungle still an option.
Oh, true. Poppy's actually still up. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Let's see it get banned in the second round last time, I believe. Or in our first game at least. K'Sante, they're going to be the consideration here for Dudu, though.
And I feel like Poppy, just when K'Sante's in the game, is pretty valuable. Chronic are going to be disappointed, but they are going for that route of having
Brad.
tanky topside. Looks like they won't lock in the K'Sante yet. We'll go for the Bard, so picking something with range to match a little bit into the Nico, but also does have that ult that can provide a bit of engaged for the team, especially into the Rise, less so into the Ezreal, going to just Arcane Shift out of it.
I don't really like the K'Sante here because I feel like DRX don't have all that much damage. Unless Sponge is going to pick something that really does eliminate the jungle, and that does damage, I guess. The Viego, the Paperman coming in. And we were having this conversation, I believe, a couple of days ago, talking about Viego and his viability. It's not high. Just feels a bit like Paperman.
Yeah, not a fan of him. I don't think the Malphite value is super high here. Toying with the idea of the Aatrox.
Dudu Aatrox is a pretty scary prospect. He's won games by himself on this champion. Let's see whether the Dutrox is going to be able to take down the K'Sante that was picked away from him. Of course, they prioritized the Bard instead. And so Dudu wasn't able to collect that one. It is an eclectic draft here from DRX. And Sponge really taking a risk, I feel, by picking up this Viego.
Yeah, Viego into Cassiopeia and Skarner. Pretty bad time, honestly.
Yeah, doesn't sound like fun.
Yeah, gonna have some struggles there. They do at least have setup. I think sometimes we've seen Viego where you just don't have setup to get the resets, and that can be really painful, so I think at least there's that going. We'll see how it ends up panning out, though. I think, you know, both bot lanes have a lot of agency. We'll see, and both of them spike about a similar time with 80 carries around the mid-game spike, but I think the Corki's had a lot more value in recent times than the Ezreal. I think that mid-game has felt so much more significant and also scaling up to be really strong in the later stages. Cassiopeia as well, going to feel pretty good. And you have the Aatrox as well into a pretty short-range composition, so I think DNF feeling pretty happy how things have panned out overall.
I think their composition looks a little bit better. Game 3, once more, this time. I mean, DRX are on the verge of the same thing happening to them again. And DNF on the verge of picking up their first victory in a very long time. Let's get into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. On to the rift for the final game of the series.
I feel like if this game does go late, if we do end up in that situation...
Oh, you mean when this game goes late?
When this game goes late.
Yes.
I think DNF are feeling... It's not as clear-cut as last time, where it was like, okay, if they're even or ahead, they're golden. But I feel like they are feeling pretty happy if it goes to the later stages in this one.
Pioshik playing the Zoanite Skarner skin. Just looks like it's straight out of auto build in Tears of the Kingdom.
Do like it has like the green vibes, and the Bulldog also has this sort of similar color scheme. You know,
Yeah.
looks like matching skin.
I think they are actually the same skin line.
We'll talk.
It's got to be like the Jade something skin line.
Maybe, yeah. We were talking about like matching item sets.
Well, Bulldog actually looks like a shrine from Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe it actually is a bit of a shout out. I've been playing a lot of that game recently.
They specifically are shouting you out, Max, because you're playing it constantly.
Hey, I'm not the only one. There's loads of people playing that game.
Hey, I'm just, you know.
You know, I think. I mean, it did come out like 2 years ago.
But it did then get like kind of re-released with the Switch 2.
It did.
To be better and cooler.
I'm looking forward to Tears of the Kingdom getting Game of the Year 2 years after it was released.
But
It is
like,
very good on
didn't that happen
Switch
with like
too.
The Last of Us as well?
Something like that. There have been some good games released this year, though, so I think the competition might be a bit high.
Yeah.
It's all right. Dudu and Rich doing some battle here towards the top side. And yeah, Rich, I think is going to suffer a little bit. I think Rich just in general has looked a little shaky this week. Struggled to get back on the horse as there's the Tangle Barb's going to connect on to life. As I do really rate the Ezreal Nico lane. I actually think the lane is really strong, but Bard Corki, no slouches either, as Sponge is going to have his Grand Prix set on him. That's a little bit frustrating, but I think he should be okay.
Well, that's nearly barrier position there. And the Corki.
Is Pioshik going to be spotted as he's doing his Raptor camp, but realizes that it does not exist. Is now pinging towards this top side as Sponge is rotating over. Will give away his position. Knows exactly what's going on here. As Pioshik maybe realizing that he just cannot fight the Viego right now.
So that's a big edge for Sponge. If he can defend his top side, looks like not going to be able to, it seems.
Huh.
Yeah, confidence given over. Bulldog has priority in mid. You have a bit of priority towards the top side. So I think Sponge really wanted to defend his top side camps and realizes this is not the play to be made.
Or he was doing a fake out. Maybe he thought that Pioshik would see him trying to go over there. He slinks into the mist and then fakes out, goes the other direction, and then thinks maybe Pioshik just goes back and doesn't want to fight him or something, and it's all just a cunning ruse. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, it is just, in the end, vertical jungling, so that's not too much of a big deal. Pioshik is going to miss out on a couple of camps because I don't think he's going to be picking up the Wolves or the Gromp, but his Wolves are still up, so he can head back there if he'd like to, as Sponge. The aggression out of this Viego has been very high. Sponge is very happy to play up in the face of this Skarner in the early game. Understandably so, of course, in the more offensive aspect, jungler versus the tank, but it's great to see Sponge really trying to, you know, put the screws in.
Yep, I mean, taking away that Scuttle Crab from him there, it feels like Pioshik has spent so much time just wandering about.
Yeah.
So far in this early game, just walking from spot to spot, trying to pick up camps.
The good old happy feeding.
Yeah, it doesn't feel very efficient.
Well, he's going to be able to at least get a crab crustacean battle there towards the top side as the Infernal Chain's not going to quite pull Ridge back, but you can see Dudu having a fine time here on this top side. It's going to be ahead by a few CS for now, but I believe these minions will actually even it out entirely, so the top lane matchup, pretty comfortable. As Andil just wandering around, just seeing whether he can catch Bulldog napping. He is not going to. As Life will try and clear out this ward and does do so. A very slow early game. Hawks, are you surprised?
Not at all.
I am baffled. I'm baffled that it's this slow. We've never seen this, not in the history of Game 3s.
Especially in this matchup, you know. Expected it to be...
in round 3.
Yeah. Thought it'd be breakneck, right?
Mm-hmm. I just would have thought that it'd accelerate, you know?
Yeah.
That's my bad. Should have expected that perhaps things would just stay the same.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Bulldog getting a little bit zoned. Not even able to use the poison to get that bit of CS.
You've actually had Yahoo has gotten a reset off and picked up that tier, and Bulldog hasn't yet, so perhaps looking for a window to go for that. So far, I've seen DRX have a bit of extra pressure in the bot lane.
We do have to mention as well, this is Teddy's Ezreal, and he is pretty happy with this champion.
Yeah.
Basically, every champion that has, you know, been released for a very long time is a great Teddy champion. Kind of how it works. As Sponge will be able to start off this dragon. It looks like he will be able to secure it as well. I feel like whoever gets the first, like, dragon just takes all of them.
That has been the theme.
That's what's happened so far.
Yeah.
And also whoever has the, like, I don't know, tempo vibe of the game. Right now, DRX well and truly with the tempo vibe. DNF
Tempo
had
vibe.
it the entire game last time. Yeah, it's,
What
it's
is a
like
tempo
all
vibe?
of, like the lanes are all just generally, like gravity seems to be moving in the direction of DRX right now. In DNF's case, it was always moving towards them. Even when DRX made some plays to pull things back, it felt like naturally the game wanted to go DNF's way. And I feel like in this game, naturally, the game wants to go DRX's way.
And that's called tempo vibe.
Yeah, that's what I came up with.
Right.
What do you think? Or is it just called tempo?
It might just be called tempo.
Because I didn't want to say that they actually had
Tempo
tempo,
vibe.
because I don't
Well, the
think
thing
they
is,
even
tempo
need the tempo.
Tempo can change hands, right? Even
Yeah,
if
that's
you're
what I
in
mean.
your head.
The tempo vibe, though, will stay the same forever. Okay?
Okay.
Like gravity.
Right.
That's my way. That's how I explain
But
it.
what if the tempo vibe changes? You know, because that can happen, can't it?
Then I might need to stop using tempo vibe.
Yeah, because
Because
example,
then it's not real.
you know that the first time that DNF played Nocturne Oriana, not this series, the first time in general, I'd have said they had the tempo vibe in that game, and then they lost horrifically.
That is a very good point.
So
I would argue that actually you'll find the tempo vibe was in fact in favor of DRX.
Oh, okay. So it's like you
and that's why they lost.
it was a mystery to the tempo
Because
vibe.
they had to fight back against the vibes.
Right. Okay. I'm learning a lot about tempo and vibes.
Yeah.
And also tempo vibes in this.
And if you're going against the vibes, it's a really tough time, you know? Have to do a lot of extra convincing.
A lot of extra. Who are you convincing?
I don't know. Honestly, I lost track of this a while back, but it did eat a lot of time in the lull state of this game, which I think is pretty effective.
I feel like I'm getting more I'm getting more questions on the back of this. I really want to deep dive. You know, I'm glad we have this time because
I might need to flesh it out a little bit.
Yeah,
I have to admit it was a little on the fly.
the concept is there, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I feel like you haven't. The world building needs a little bit.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'll come up with it. I'll come up with it. You know,
Okay.
this is like a first draft,
Yeah.
and there's no better time to go
Hey,
into the first
No
draft.
judgment, you know. I think I always appreciate someone who's willing to put their ideas out there.
Yeah, I'm also very willing to workshop it, you know, or just never say it again, if that's what we prefer.
One of the two.
Very happy to do both of those things. As the game is extraordinarily even, but remember, guys, the tempo vibe is with DRX right now.
But you kind of sold it as the tempo vibe doesn't change. So
No, it doesn't. So I had to remind everyone that even though everything looks even, you know, and it's kind of okay,
you're-
one grub was taken by DNF.
you're that confident in the tempo vibe.
Yeah, the tempo vibe is still there. So DNF is still fighting back against the vibes.
Wow.
Yep.
But so has there been situations where teams have won against the tempo vibe?
Oh, 100%.
Wow.
It has. They've had to just try way harder.
Yeah.
Like think of DRX in 2022.
Oh,
They
yeah.
never had the tempo vibe.
They never had the tempo vibe?
They did in a few of the games, but like oftentimes they wouldn't have
That team felt like they had a lot of vibes, but not tempo vibes.
Yeah, no, well, like sometimes they'd have it, but like oftentimes they didn't, and they won against the flow.
But
you
so,
know?
but a team can have vibes, but not. It's distinct from tempo vibes.
It is. You really want to keep talking about this because you want to talk about anything other than the game.
No,
I have
I'm just-
caught
I'm
you
just-
right now, Ox.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. 'Cause it's perplexed me, you know. It's really,
I think it's just an arbitrary thing that I've just decided to say.
and I'm holding you accountable.
See, look at this. Sponge just executing Pyoshik.
I'm
with
holding you
the power
accountable
of
for
the
saying
vibes.
these terms, you know. You can't just pull tempo vibe out of the bag and
The
throw
more
it
you
down.
say it, the dumber it sounds, and it already sounded dumb.
It was dumb the first time you said it. You can't.
I know.
You can't just pull
It's
out
way
tempo
worse
vibe.
now.
Yeah, you can't just say, "Oh, they have the tempo vibe." That doesn't mean anything.
Oh no. Oh, don't say it again. No, one more time and it'll actually just be like impossible to say again. I just won't be able to say it again.
Maybe that's for the best, okay? Maybe we have to let it go.
All right. Rich is going to be able to defend. There is going to be a plate going down, though, as Dudu is having a pretty good time. And let's go back. Let's take a bit of stock as to what's happened. It's a 300 gold lead for DNF.
Yeah.
But we've got a couple of objectives going over to DRX. They took 2 grubs, and that Drake was secured. So 20 seconds until this next dragon. That might be, you know, something to fight over. Right now, a fair few blue wards in the river.
We have seen a lot of second dragon fights be impactful in this series, I feel like. I feel like that's when the team's got a lot of confidence, false or otherwise, and decide, you know what, it's time to do something.
I'm with that. I reckon doing something sounds like a great move.
Well, not always, because sometimes that something's not so positive. But it's something. It's interesting.
It'll be good for someone.
Yeah, it'll be good for us.
Yeah.
Whether it's good for both, well, it'll be good for one of the teams, probably.
Oh.
You'd think.
Is someone going to face check something? Well, yes. It's Andal, and he can do that for free because he has a button that just lets him do it.
Zerka's a little bit disconnected from his team here. As in he's bot lane and everyone else is mid.
He's creating pressure.
I just thought you were going to say it again.
I'm waiting. I'm holding on to it for now.
Yeah. Well, he's now connecting up with his team.
All right.
There's a lot of vision like behind though. It looks like Rich and Dudu are like fully fighting, so they just don't care about the dragon.
There's one teleport available here for Rich, who can join if he would like to. But right now, Dudu is there, and also managed to catch him out pretty comfortably. Some O-bars being thrown in as the Tempered Fate goes entirely wide, and it's just the dragon secured, given away here by DRX. They do supervise momentarily as a Cloud Soul to come through yet again.
Yep.
Bunch of Game 3 Cloud Souls so far this LCK, and I kind of love it.
It was that easy. Just take the dragon and walk away.
Wow.
I think it also helps that DNF, they have two abilities to go through walls, you know, with the Bard portal and the
Skarner existing?
Skarner driving thing, you know, so a little slippery.
Yep.
But yeah, DRX did just do the supervisation. I don't know if it was because they couldn't get Rich there, but it didn't seem like Rich wanted to go. It kind of just felt like they kind of...
I think he got a bunch of plates as well, I'm not entirely sure. No, he just got one. I think that's still 4 up there.
Yeah. It just felt like the supervisation play. We've seen a lot in the LCK. They want to make sure that the
Did you say supervisation?
Yes.
Can you just say supervision?
I could, but I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're gonna lecture me with the tempo? You're gonna lecture me with the tempo vibe? You're gonna lecture me?
Well, I mean, yeah. I can. You can have one too. We can have one each. Supervisation into the tempo vibes. You just supervisated my tempo vibes earlier.
I did supervisate your tempo vibes. Yeah, they see them take the objectives. So like, yeah, good job, guys. That was clean. You took the objective and they walk away.
Yeah, they did.
So I think a lot of people expected maybe, perhaps. I sold them. I said that, you know, this is normally where you get some action. No. No action yet.
Not this time. Not this time.
Oh, Teddy hit some Mystic shots. That is some action. That's as close as we've probably gotten to action yet in this game.
And both Teddy and Berserker have the same items. Feels like such an even 1v1 here.
That's why it's neat, right? We often see 80 carries, different items, different spikes.
Yep.
These two... I was going to say, I wonder if we get like the Bruiser Corki we saw the other day, you know, when he just built like... He did the core, then he went like Shojin, Black Cleaver, Overlord's Bloodmail, and he had 4,000 HP and like 400 AD.
Didn't we also have like borderline lethality Corki from Ruler the other day as well? Where
yes,
it
he
was
went the
like
Serpent's Fang.
Yeah, Serpent's Fang collector build. It was
I think the lesson is build what you want and be free.
Absolutely. As long as you build, you know, tiered Trinity Force, you'll be fine.
Yeah, tiered Trinity Force, and then generally things that are in the vicinity of having AD.
Yeah.
Not AP.
Yeah, we don't do AP anymore.
Yeah.
That is not what this champion does. It did that for a couple of years. We reverted it back. It's a bit confusing.
Yeah.
If we ever did do like seasonal League of Legends, right, where you go back to certain patches, people will get very confused about what state Corki is in. All right, there is a little bit of a snare there onto Arndil, as Yahoo finding an angle. That Tempered Fate did absolutely nothing as Rich finds it into this backline, and now the resets are coming through. Arndil will go down, but there are the Heartbreakers, and it might just be Heartbreak here for DNF, as Rich, looking for it, does get the crash onto this Dudu, who is just not going to be able to survive this. Melee range with Teddy, but he just Arcane shifts on top of him. Berserker just watches while his team falls apart.
Our first taste of action, and DRX clean up.
Oh, that's utilizing the tempo vibes to your advantage, right, Ox? I called you Chronicler because he's the one I normally terrorize, and I've been terrorizing you today.
Well, you did say DRX had the tempo vibes, and looks like that has come to fruition in this situation.
There it is.
I'm reluctant
Never
to
down
say.
the tempo vibes.
Never down the tempo vibes, yes. DRX, I just think it was a very broken up fight here. A lot of damage done initially to Pioshik, who ends up flashing out here, but you have these two flanks coming in, and it's just this broken up fight. Life kind of walks up, flashes out, gets deleted. You instantly have this reset coming through. Pioshik was low for a second, and the fight's basically done off the back of that. Once you have this momentum for the Viego, who's able to also use that CC from the Skarner to set up on a Dudu.
Yeah.
I think just a good start to the fight for DRX, and also very questionable from DNF. Very clear they didn't have the tempo vibes.
Yeah, sometimes it's really difficult. Sometimes you can really get mind controlled into feeling like you have to play uphill into those tempo vibes, and it's very hard.
Yes.
At least that's what I'm going to say here. Rich catching this wave, and I think this is even more problematic, right? Because DRX, if their comp does get ahead, which Rich might try to alleviate, as he does manage to eat some of that CC, flashes away, will be all right. 6 seconds until all out.
They would have led with the miasma, you know, the thing that stops him from dashing.
You know what? I'll take your logic, and I'll bear it in mind while I ignore it.
Yeah. Well, Dragon going to be started up here. Maybe a chance for DNF to undo some of the damage done in that previous fight.
Yeah,
Dudu is on a flank angle.
He connects onto Berserker, as Dudu does look for an angle in, but the Rune Prison comes down. Bulldog still holding onto that ult as Arcane shift forward by Teddy. This guy is kind of crazy. Sponge slinking into the mist, looking for an opportunity. These rockets are starting to hurt. The misting shots are not, but it's going to be a 50-50. Whether DNF like it or not, as Yahoo and Dudu are just fighting. Pop Blossom is going to connect. They dive on top, and it is going to be the steal and the death of Pioshik. Another reset to come on forward for DNF, and now looking scary. Yahoo moving on over. There's the knockback onto Bulldog, and into the thick of things is Sponge. They do manage to take him out in the end, but unfortunately, there is just not a lot of DNF left, and DRX continuing to roll over them.
Just feels like DRX is set up in their fights. The approach is so much better. They're so laser focused on getting that reset for Sponge on the offset, and it's working so well. We were unsure about the Viego. They are making it work so well.
Ridiculous how powerful. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it again. But that was incredibly well played there by DRX. And Sponge, this guy's Viego, is making me believe that maybe this champion isn't quite as problematic as I thought he was.
I mean, they do a great job of responding to Dudu here, zoning him off, poking him down. Teddy's just trying to harass here, and DNF just don't feel comfortable closing the distance. Pioshik's sitting on the dragon, and they haven't really found an angle to engage. Life does end up throwing the ult out, but it's pretty late. But they just eventually charge in. They're like, okay, let's just kill the Skarner. They get the ult, they get the reset. It's as easy as that. And then once that first reset comes down, they have confidence to continue the fight. Sponge ults onto Bulldog and just about finishes him off. And even though he goes down, he's done his job. He even gets some miasma down there to cause some more chaos.
And Rich as well. Managing to land that Q, got the pullback, allowed the next reset to come in from Sponge. This has been a huge resurgence from Rich on this Cassante that I had huge doubts of. Not gonna lie to you. I felt like Rich had had a pretty rough start to the season so far, or rough start to this round 3. But this Cassante, even though he's behind a bunch of CS, look at this, 107. He's 100% kill participation on a top laner.
Yep.
Which says more about how much actual fighting and stuff happening is in this game, but also says a lot about Rich and how well he's contributed.
He's making his presence known. He had a rough lane in time as well into Dudu's Aatrox, but Dudu's Aatrox just really hasn't shown up when it's come to these team fights, to these 5v5s. And I think also, life on this Bard has felt very subdued.
Yeah.
I haven't seen value from the ults really.
It's been a lot of zoning tempered fates in this game.
Yeah.
This is the problem though. Bard is such a, like, you're always very on display. You know, you can always see a misplay, see when something doesn't work out. It's a very punishing champion.
Yeah.
If you don't find all the angles. And we've been blessed with some really good Bard play recently.
It's so easy to be useless in this champion.
Yes.
And honestly, it's not even that hard to work against your team. He hasn't really done that yet, but he has been pretty ineffective so far. And now they're starting up Atakan.
Well, Teddy, you can see, playing pretty aggressively, trying to hold on to them. Two-shot barrage not connecting onto everyone here as DRX looking for the turn. Teleport in from the Aatrox.
I mean, they have the bottle, so they can be pretty slow in the approach because they can always stall that out.
Oh, Rich. He's just not stopping. Does get knocked up, eats the CC of the Infernal Chains. DNF falling back once again. The health bar is still pretty high here for DRX, as they're wearing through the Otacon as best they can. Rich is just a brick wall. Like, no one can get past this Cassante. He is too large. Teddy also dealing with the minion wave very, very nicely. Now DNF are moving in because they have to. Andal has the Pop Blossom angle, though. Flash is up. And now the reset is going to come in. Otacon getting angry at Sponge yet again, though. As remember, the resistances are getting shredded. DNF not wanting to give this one up without a fight. As Andal on a ward, live, gonna get the flash out from this Nico, but there is a stun onto Pyoshik. Maybe he's too far up. True Shot Barrage does a lot of damage to the Skarner, who won't be out of frontline anymore. Dudu getting himself out of there, Berserker at full health. He is able to fight. Also 50% there for Rich at the same time. Teleport up and available. He might just look to try and teleport back into this one, as the crab will be the consolation prize for DRX. And I feel like we were fighting Otacon for the last 5 to 10 minutes.
Pyoshik makes the call just to instantly reset. I thought he was going to go for the Krogs to get some health of it, but he just got the reset off. DRX don't commit more. Dragon up in 30 seconds, though.
Yeah, that could be the target.
For DRX.
So do they just, give Otacon?
This is crazy. They do have a lot of single target DPS. Bulldog's mana is starting to get a little low. Sponge is still hanging around, though.
Yeah,
so
they do have Rich in the area, who also just walked back to lane. I thought that he was teleporting back, but he didn't.
DRX could send someone down to Dragon to kind of just solo it while they keep the pressure around here. Maybe like Yahoo could do that with TP.
Yeah, I reckon that sounds like a good idea. He is going to wander over there as the Otacon. Look at this, they're just pulling it out of the pit, wasting the Otacon's time.
That's so rude.
As okay. Andal holding them in place. Rich there, teleport in from Bulldog. As now Yahoo is going to move up. I think DRX valuing this Otacon very highly. And I know it's not end of the world, but the petals are pretty powerful. The fact that you guarantee the rest of them to ever exist are yours. And you also get the cute little combat buff. It's kind of fun. It has been pretty high win rate as well. If you get Otacon, oftentimes the game is yours. Yahoo is just going to do exactly what you were talking about. Onto this Dragon, will be able to get Soul Point for free.
Yeah.
The Otacon is going to continue to be the target here as Teddy getting poisoned. Pyoshik. True Shot Barrage going to come on through. Aimed at Bulldog there as Pyoshik does find a target. The crash does come on through as Andal tries to get himself out, but he doesn't manage to. That's a great pickup here for DNF. And Yahoo will be able to get that soul, or soul point. But that should be Otacon going over to DNF, unless some heroics out of Rich, Teddy, and Sponge, who are up here. Okay, is the all-out actually going to come on through? It does, but it goes in a really weird direction there from Rich, who just gets himself out of there. Teleport back from Yahoo, does get his health bar back up as well. And look at this DNF, they're just not willing to fight for this. Look at their health bars, they're so low. And maybe it's just a leash? I'm not entirely sure. The teleport is now going to come in from Rich, finally, as the unending despair, I think, represents the feelings here of DNF as they lose Soul Point and they lose Otacon. And they're starting to lose hope in this game.
Couldn't get worse in that situation. Bulldog takes so much poke from Teddy, and then I even think Rich misplayed a little bit. I think he was trying to grab Bulldog and grab Life instead.
Right. I thought he was trying to go through the wall, but then I think he decided instead he wanted to pull them back to his teammates or something.
Yeah, I think it was weird because I think if he just grabbed Cassiopeia, he could have just killed her.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought too.
Yeah, Geshik was, I think, trying to grab Teddy, but was like, you know, I'll take the support. If he grabbed Teddy, that could have been completely different, because Teddy caused so many issues here. Bulldog was already pretty low, and then Teddy just kept poking him out. Yeah, we're going to see the replay of what happened with Rich, but yeah, I think he should have just ulted Bulldog over the wall and killed him, but maybe was concerned about being turned on, or if Miasma came down, or if Bulldog flashed, so maybe just was like, this is a safe route, but yeah, then hit Life instead, which obviously didn't really make sense to target. But regardless, they get the buffs they wanted, and now firmly in the lead in this game. 6,000 lead in a really comfortable spot.
And Soul Point and Otacon. Like, this is all the things that DNF had in Game 2.
Yeah, they got everything they want right now.
And we said unlosable, things like that. We felt that the tempo vibes were with DNF in Game 2, but now they're with DRX. It's just so hard to fight back against it. That's okay. After this game, never going to say it again. Okay, but for this game, it can exist. Okay?
Okay.
As Pioshik is clearing out some vision, but he's going to be put in prison momentarily. Doesn't actually. Rich rotates over for maybe a little bit late. Rocks being thrown around, stuff like that. 2.5 minutes on the Cloud Soul. This Bulldog moving up towards his top side, and there is Bounty Gold on the map.
I just feel like it really feels like DNF struggling to find access onto DRX. Teddy just kind of outranges them. That I feel like the bar just isn't really posing a threat to Teddy.
Yeah.
Skarner can never really reach him. Cassiopeia is outranged. The Corki just doesn't feel like it's posing too much of a threat at the moment. It feels difficult to find an angle in.
I would agree. And we've got Void Staff being built up as well. Yeah, who got through the 2 items that you mandatorily need on the Rise and is now able to build damage. Maybe it's just Void Staff into Death Cap. That's the best feeling when you do get those 4 items complete.
Gives you a lot of the boom boom damage.
Indeed. Might feel like he needs his Onyas or something like that, just in case there is some funny business, but we'll see where he decides to go, or if even it is going to be something worth having a conversation about, because we may not even get there. This game is starting to snowball. Sponge, very healthy as well. He's got Trinity Force, Sundered Sky, and just a random BF sword for fun.
GA, presumably.
Yeah, he's going to be a very, very scary Diego.
Yeah, which we haven't seen for a while, I feel like.
Oh, Sponge, that was too... That you don't need to do.
It was so unnecessary, bordering on a little bit pointless.
Yeah.
If I'm being real. It's just...
And almost just mean.
Yeah. No, definitely mean.
It's
definitely.
the emotional damage, you know, it's the psychological warfare that Sponge was going for there. And honestly, that worked out very well.
Yeah.
I was frustrated on their behalf.
It's just, yeah, it's deflating.
It is.
I think, for a team already pretty deflated. In fact, I think DNF stands for Do Not Flate.
Yeah, do not flate. Oh no! Well, I guess they're taking their own advice. We're not very flated. The hopes are not very flatable.
Yeah.
It's 3 items for Teddy as well. As you can see, he's done double the damage of the 2nd highest in the game, and that is Rich.
He has been pumping this game.
Yeah. It's the day of the Rich here today, but also the day of the Teddy. 107, like they have the same scoreline as well. It's actually kind of impressive. Not the same CS margin. There is an 80 CS difference there, and that's why Teddy has all of the money and able to do all of this damage. As okay, Cloud Soul up and available, 10 seconds time. DRX with full control of the area. Pioshik taking some poke here as Teddy very comfortable here. And just no one able to threaten him. The Tempered Fate only lands onto Sponge. It's a decent attempt, but it doesn't do anything at all. Teddy rips through 2. Dudu not going to be ending the world of DRX. In fact, it's his world that's going down. That's a flash in from Yehu, if ever I've seen one. He didn't really want to do it, but it looked great. And DRX will be able to take the soul and whatever the heck else they would like.
Yeah, I think Cloud Soul into Baron seems like the play. Looked like, you know, for first time in the game, they got some value of the bottle, but Sponge wasn't able to be followed up on, and it was Andal coming in with a huge Pop Blossom as the counter punch. I think DRX is far too strong right now, really, for DNF to offer any real fight back.
Yeah, the Andal answer to Pioshik. Pioshik's Impale was actually decent, but sometimes the Pop Blossom is just too good, and Teddy wasn't hit by the Tempered Fate, you know? He was still able to do all the work. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, so ended up catching Sponge here. Of course, he didn't get, Yehu didn't get Teddy. The Miasma comes down, but then this Pop Blossom gets 3. It's so big. 2 just go down instantly. Rich turns on the Cassiopeia with Teddy deletes her, and then the fight's just over.
I think it's an Andal POM. If DRX does win this series, his Nautilus was great. I don't know, I kind of, that's what I'm feeling. I don't have a vote though, and I did talk about tempo vibes for half of this game, so yeah. I'm not in any state to really say anything that's meaningful at this point in time. So
I've been thinking about my POM for a while now.
I think it's a toughie. And if it's DNF, I'm even more confused.
Rich was pretty good in the Scion game and the Horn game.
He did press R a lot. If it's based on R's pressed,
he was okay in the Horn game. Scion game, pretty good.
That was Dudu was playing Scion, wasn't he?
No, yeah, he was actually. I got mixed up. In the
It was
in the old
much
game,
more
he
of
was
a
good.
rich-
In this game, he's been good.
Yeah, in this game, he's been good.
He was in the Ambessa game. Yeah, he was okay in that one. Teddy was good in the Lucian
He did go
game.
for a very deep flank.
That was fun. Teddy was good in the Lucian game and this game. Kai'Sa game wasn't really on him. Sponge, the Xin Zhao, the Viego. The Viego's been good.
Viego has been good, and it's Viego.
Yeah.
Inhibitor turrets are going down, by the way, guys. Baron is being utilized here by DRX. They are walking fast.
I think it's I don't think Andal's a bad shout, but I think it's I think I'm leaning Teddy.
Yeah, I could see Teddy. I could definitely see Teddy. And then also we get the interview with Teddy as well, which would be great to have a chat to him. So
Yeah.
for that reason, I think he's a good shout. However, DRX are going to do this full tutorial style, taking out all of these turrets. Inhibitor's still up here in the mid lane, actually, which is kind of crazy. As DRX somewhat split, doing a bit of a 1-2-2 with 2 being in the jungle, as Yehu's just going to, I think walking back into that makes a lot of sense. As now they pile in around him. He survives for a long time, but it is going to be Berserker taking down the Rise. Inhibitor to go down in the mid lane in response, but DRX gonna have to give up the push here. Baron not gonna get them much more. 2.5k on the Rebel Baron power play, not too bad. But they have a 12,000 gold lead.
I like how you say not going to get them much more, and then you look at their base of
Yeah.
DNF. It's like, well,
I mean, there's not much more to take. However,
Yeah.
they're still not gonna get much more.
yeah, and hard to escape the situation as the Rise. Good battle, you know, this is the sort of value you can get onto mobile carries, and ultimately Rise is the best target to find, but it's taken some time really to find this pick. It's something. You can see that little dip on the gold graph.
Yeah, there you go.
Small dip in comparison to the overwhelming blue we are seeing.
It is pretty severe, as Teddy almost has 6 items, has that luxury QSS to come through as the final choice, so even if Koshik does manage to lock him down, it just will not happen. Sponge, yeah, he's got his GA now completed. I mean, 3 items on Viego is very, very scary. Any sort of accelerated Viego is just a really frightening situation. He is 2 levels ahead of Koshik and level 16 gain, so it can really break the hearts of DNF. And this worked out really well for Yehu last time, so he's just going to stand in exactly the same position where he died, and this is the only lane that they have left if they want to be sieging something that's not a Nexus turret. As Teddy walks forward, and look at how safe he feels, and you can understand exactly why.
Look at the super minions pushing in bot, or super minion, so someone has to deal with that. Waves aren't really stacked up at a good time though, because that comes in, and there's no wave top. Can't really capitalize, because they just all get cleared out, so... yeah, not synced up to the best. There's another wave coming through now, but again, Minion's going to hold that. They'll be able to clear out this top wave.
It's a little bit more difficult as Pop Blossom comes in, lands onto 3! As Andal starts it off yet again. Koshik takes a fair bit of damage, but Teddy is nowhere near this fight. And so it's actually not really much of anything at all. Still, Teddy is going to be able to Arcane Shift forward, utilize that last bit of health on that minion to do a bit more damage to this. As Yehu has to deal with Dudu and Berserker. He is able to walk it off, but DRX really trying to get as much as they can out of the situation and not really getting there. So they're just going to have to play patient and see what they can do.
Such a deep dive for very little merit, you know?
And I also feel like they dived super deep and then Teddy just walked back to red buff.
He's an 80 carry.
Red buff wasn't even there yet. He just needed to
But
check.
if you look on the map now, it's spawning soon. So
Yeah.
he's ready.
Fair enough.
Do you have Elder in 20 seconds? Rabadon's just picked up for Rise.
Huh.
Wait, it said it was picked up, but it appears... It came
He
up...
just liked, he likes the
You
two
saw that,
roads.
right? You saw that come up. On the side.
Yeah, no, I think our observers got a little bit ahead of themselves, or our
Okay.
graphics team. They thought that it was going to be completed, and it was not.
That threw me. I guess
Okay, Yehu actually throwing out a weird Realm Warp, and it's not quite going to actually be taken, but still it works. As Byoshi goes down, it's a double for Teddy. Could it be the Penta angle? We'll just see. There's the triple. It's not the Quadra, but we'll just have to take the triple kill for Teddy as they get the ace. DRX, a happy B to come up on top of the head of Rich, and they will be able to take down these Nexus turrets. The woes for DNF continue. Their chances for first in the group are dead, but DRX at least having a good day here.
You have one more chance to say it.
I don't need to. The game is over.
Okay.
It will stay in that time capsule.
Okay, we've
We'll
locked it
say
in.
that the tempo vibes will just...
Oh, then you said it! Then you
We're
said it!
still in the game. We're still in the game. It's not until we throw to the space.
No,
the
but
game
you
is
said
over.
you ain't gonna. You said it was locked in, and then you went and said it.
Oh, so I'll put it back in.
Okay.
I'll put it back in now, and now we cork it up, and we throw it into the sea.
There we go. Goodbye. Forever.
There we
Yeah, I think DRX, a slow series. I think there was definitely some moments where there was some question marks. But at the end of the day, they got the win. You know, DNF, I think, still showing some problems. The Game 2 draft, very much a slow and steady. It felt like this series was very much slow and steady.
Yeah.
But it felt like Dragons stacking objectives, playing towards those later game team fights, definitely a big win con. But I still think there's a lot to be improved for both of these teams. I think that's easy to say. Because right now, they're still in that bottom 2 of the Rise group, where they won't be able to make play-ins, but a bit of a gap close, because right now with this, DRX are on 6 wins, only 1 behind Bro and BNK FairX. They're still in touching distance.
Absolutely. It really is just DK at the top, because they did a fair bit of winning towards the end, especially of our last round robin. But then also DNF that are unfortunately now 1-19, which is just not looking like there is very much hope. They might need to wait for one of their next matchups to make things happen, but they are running out of opposition that they're going to be able to beat. Because honestly, I would put Bro and DK at the top of this group, and they're the only teams they haven't faced so far in the first mini round robin that we've had.
Yeah. And I think
It's tough.
the problem that's frustrating is you get moments in the series where you're like, hey, this looks winnable. This looks like they can do something. But this series kind of ended with a whimper, where I felt like this game, they never really found, apart from that one time they killed Yahoo in top lane, that was like the only sign of life we got from them in this entire game.
Yeah, it just felt like there was like a disembodied thing that was making it feel like they were at a disadvantage.
Yes. I'm sure someone will know what that is, but it's not something we're going to talk about anymore.
No, we're not going to talk about that anymore.
Yeah, I think DNF still with struggles, but DRX, you know, Teddy's Ezreal, pretty stellar as usual. I think he's just reliable on these carries. I think a lot of strong performances from Andal as well on these engaged picks. I think he got this huge ult coming in here.
I think it was a great day for Andal. I think Andal's had certainly some ups and downs throughout his career especially, but today it was an up. And I think you have to celebrate those, especially with a player like this that has had so many struggles in the past.
Yeah. And I think ultimately, you know, for DRX right now, you'd love to have really convincing wins, but at the end of the day, you want wins, and they got to win.
Yep.
So that's all that really matters. If they make it into the play-ins, they make it in the play-ins, and they can figure out things there. And as long as they keep getting some wins on the board, the bigger opposition will be going up against Bro and BNK FairX, because it's more important. You know, obviously winning against DNF, this is the one they should be collecting these wins,
yeah.
the round robins, but winning against those two will be important, because if they lose, they're giving them space, and it's going to be difficult to catch up. So
it's that 9th place that is seemingly so scary.
yeah, Teddy was pumping the numbers there.
Oh, he really was. 40k in a 35-minute game, over 1,000 DPM, feels absolutely fantastic. And about a 15,000 gold lead as well, which is absolutely absurd. Pioshik not really doing very much damage in this game. Sponge, though, having a day out, even if it doesn't necessarily get represented in the damage numbers. But this was a game really about Teddy being able to take hold of the neutral every single time, and he will be able to pick up POM. He was a small aeroplane in game number 1 on the Lucian, and this Ezreal performance, almost 100% KP throughout the entirety of the game. I'm pretty sure actually finished the game with 100% as well. So really impressive stuff there from Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Lucian, you know, there was obviously the moments he was targeted quite heavily, but he was the main character, I feel like, in that game. And the Ezreal, he was just doing numbers. So
looking brilliant. And the best part about it is, like I said, selfishly, I really wanted Teddy to win it, just because then we get to have a conversation with Teddy about the fact that he comes back. You know, Lazyfield was there for quite some time. They're experimenting, like Puddock exists on this team, a favorite of yours, obviously, because his name is basically Psyduck. But Teddy's back, and he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of fans I have a lot of strong feelings towards Teddy. You know, he's had such a great career.
Yeah, up or down, yeah.
And it's always cool when you see him, especially in games like these, when they go late. That's the games you want to have Teddy on your team, and it's cool to see.
And back on a classic pick as well, one that he, you know, really rose to notoriety on when he was on teams like Jin'e back in the day, which is very, very cool to see. So we will have him now on the stage. So let's throw it over to the interview with Teddy.
DRX가 오늘 승리하면서 6승을
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We are here with Teddy on the side of DRX. Congratulations!
날씨도 더운데 정말 시원시원한
It's such
경기력으로 DRX
a hot day, but you guys showed up with such a refreshing performance today. And in Group Rise, you got your first win of round 3. How do you feel? Getting the first win?
맞습니다.
Feels great, and I think it feels even better that I got a POM today. And with your new lineup today, you were able to get that victory. So how has practice been? During practice, I think it went pretty well consistently, and we had pretty good confidence. And, you know, it was quite regretful loss last match, but I'm really glad that we were able to secure today's victory. And in Game 1, when the enemy Zeri got fed, finding a clear answer to trades might have been hard. So what was the game plan? Of course, Zeri was actually pretty fed, but I think our team also had pretty fed Ornn and Talia as well. So I think as long as we were able to juke those Rumble ults and Orianna and all the wombo combos, starting from their Nocturne, we knew that we could have a good chance of winning. And in Game 2, it was a regretful loss. So what was the feedback there? I think it was really mainly the Otacon fight where we weren't able to get a clear spell check on the Zhonya's, and I think just the team fight in general. So we really wanted to brush up on team fighting in the next game. And in Game 3, you guys were 5,000 gold ahead in under 20 minutes. So what was the game plan and the strategy? I think our head coach was able to give us a really good draft. So at the end of the draft, I think we were actually in a really good spot and we felt really comfortable just playing out the game. And at the very end, we almost got your pentakill angle. So what were your thoughts? Yeah, I was putting in some damage. I got the Corki, and I got a double kill after killing the Bard. And, you know, my teammates, they didn't give me the kills, the last 2 kills. So I'm a little sad. So I hope that they give it to me next time. You know, with you in an improved form, it seems like it impacted DRX's performance. So what do you think? Yeah, I mean, I think we did pretty well. I did pretty well in the last match where we lost. But I'm just glad that I'm able to upkeep this kind of performance. So I hope that we can just keep this momentum. And what goals do you have for round 3? I just want to make sure that we keep on doing well. And your next opponent is D plus Kia. What is your mindset going into that one? You know, D plus Kia, they're a strong team, but I think it's definitely winnable, and I hope that we stay strong as a team to secure that victory as well. And that's the end of the interview with Teddy, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation as we are back here at the Tempo Vibes space and getting ready to break down the Tempo Vibes of game number 3, where the Tempo Vibes were immaculate, in fact. Tempo Vibes were pretty good. What did you guys think about those Tempo Vibes?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I love when an LCK cast just goes so deep down the rabbit hole of something completely nonsensical. And one of my favorite things about the LCK is how much we lean into it.
Here they are, look.
Clearly,
yeah.
they are we're so happy
vibing
with the tempo vibes that they, I think, are getting a well-deserved meal. Because coming up with that concept and really clarifying what it means in such a succinct way during a cast, I think is actually really impressive. Now we all know what it means, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we?
I
Yeah.
immediately knew what it
Come
meant.
on, we
I don't
did.
know
Did you
about
not pay
guys.
attention during the cast?
All right.
We did.
All right.
We did.
All right. I don't care.
He was busy.
All I care is this game. You know how intense was this game? Like they were actually fighting for their lives. Even in like 2 objectives, they didn't even have a single kills. And at the end, finally they just figured out, oh wow, we can hit enemy champs. And like finally they got some kills, you know. Wasn't it really intense?
As you might gather, Wadid did not agree with the tempo vibes of this
No.
series. He had a rough one. I think Teddy was definitely one of the 2 front runners. I think it was between him and Sponge. Teddy was the one that we considered as well. I was a Sponge voter. I think the Ondale votes actually, I think Ondale had good moments throughout the split, but I do think that he had, or for the series, but I also think he had a lot of oopsies.
I feel like that's kind of a game 3 biased vote.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh,
Although
he did
Teddy
have a couple
was
of good
also
eco ults.
a game 3 biased vote, but
I mean, I
a
feel
more correct one.
I mean, I feel like that's how PRM works. Because if it goes game 3, all that matter is game 3. And I think he's Nico. I think his personal skill got improved a lot. Like especially the usage of his ultimate changed a lot of team fights. So I liked it.
Let it be known, Woodit was skeptical, and Ondale did kind of win him over. So that's a big win. As we see some of the comments here, no mercy from Ondale, even for his former team. Ondale, of course, playing for DRX. And I think both teams have had or for DNF rather, and they both had a lot of rotations as well. As Helios also really big Ondale fans in this one. I think, again, the Nico performance makes sense. I think the earlier games were a bit more up and down.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. We should have more comments, I believe, just to break down what you guys thought about it.
Comments?
Sponge's Law. We keep going back to it.
What's with you and Law?
Well, yeah, I don't know what that's about. I do
Strange.
love formulating laws. Maybe I need to work on a law for... Actually, I don't. The guys explained it perfectly. Sponge's Law, if he is winning, he will win you the game. And I think that Viego, we were all very skeptical about because the champion just hasn't looked good. But it does show in a messy game where there's a lot of fighting. If you execute it well, can end up carrying the game.
Yeah, that's the main reason why I also voted for Sponge. We all know that Viego consumes a lot of like resources from the team, you know. I think it's really hard to get some help from your jungler when he picks Viego, but I think in team fight, I think that's the one where Viego shines. So I think he did such a fantastic team fight, and I think that's I feel like he deserves it for sure.
Yeah, I like how your comment was just really clever, and then you kind of explained why. That was pretty cool. Truly embodied the tempo vibe. You know, I do feel like Teddy was really leading the tempo vibe, because as Atlas was talking about, they had the tempo vibe, and they were pushing kind of their lead with that tempo vibe. So Teddy really did that, right? He picked the Ezreal, he was able to push on. So I totally get this from Ox. Great comment. Teddy OP is back.
What is OP
Help me with this.
Is it OPA? Oh, so there's a meme in Korean internet that StarCraft Terran is OP. So Terran as a Teddy is OP. You know, that's kind of like
good.
Korean
That's
memes. So
it.
it's really hard to.
This is why we have you on the
starting
deck. Good job. Thanks, Wooded.
Do you agree that Terran is OP?
That Terran is OP. I was a Protoss player. So
I agree Terran is OP
talking
because
about?
I was also a
But,
Protoss
like,
player.
Bro,
the thing is,
get out
It's
of
just
here.
so OP.
yeah, everybody thought Protoss was OP, but like actually Terran was OP. So Teisagi, I definitely agree, and so was Teddy. He was OP today, and that's gonna move them one win up, which is still gonna keep them in 4th place, unfortunately, here in the Rise group, which is overall 9th, and DNF at 1-19. Still no luck.
Can I have a speech? Because I am the only one who predicted
Always.
DNF. Like, can you guys draft better? You know, like, I think that the reason why they could actually win game 2 is because of the draft. We could clearly see that. And what happened in game 3? We have Cassiopeia with Bard. Like, what is happening?
It's like the most difficult comp.
Yes, exactly. So that's why it feels even worse. They have the fundamentals to win the game, but somehow they find a way to throw the game 3. So I just want them to prepare at least a decent draft. And I think if you are a lower tier team, you have to put, I don't know, literally everything in the draft. And in-game stuff is always about the draft anyways, right? So can you just pre-plan the draft? Can you?
I feel like there's a lot of issues with DNF. I don't know what you were thinking.
But
What are you
anyways,
thinking?
we got better games next game. So
Yes.
right?
In fact, we do. As the roadshow continues for T1, they will be up against Nongshim in our next match. That is going to be our legend match of the day, so should be pretty exciting. You won't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Makes me stronger. makes me stronger.
T1 파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. These interactive fan signs that we have at the moment are really starting to get out of control, and it is absolutely fantastic. Amazing that we managed to find some Nongshim fans as well, because it is once again the LCK Roadshow, the T1 home ground. And when it's T1 home ground, they don't need the home ground to have the majority of the fans. So I could imagine this is going to be a rough one for Nongshim fans to find a seat that is not surrounded by T1.
Yeah, I mean, especially, they got to be feeling good, the T1 fans, after taking down Gen G, ending that huge win streak, and doing it in such a, I mean, it was a great manner. That was such a great match.
Oh yeah, exactly. 3-game banger, absolutely amazing stuff. I think I will always have it pinned in my mind when that Azir was left up, went over to Faker, and from then, it felt like the vibe of the whole match changed.
Yeah, it was, I feel like at a quick pace, vibe switched.
In game one, there was a certain team with a vibe, and in game two, that vibe was the other team. Anyway, let's have a look at our legend group here. As we can see, T1 middle of the pack, well and truly, but pretty separated here from Nongshim. As we can see, Nongshim can of course close that gap and look to even things out up against KT as well, which would be kind of important here.
So I think important things as well is that T1 have the opportunity, I think especially taking games of Gen G, with their current form, realistically they could catch up with HLE if they keep playing at this level, if they keep performing at this level. So that's really their goal at the moment. Nongshim though, that 5th place team in the Legend group does go into play-ins. They are the sole team that would go into play-ins if we ended the round 5 in this sort of standings. So they're looking to escape from that at the moment, and I think a bit of an uphill battle in this matchup based on current form.
I would say so, and I think almost every matchup outside of the KT matchup, I think, is going to be a very difficult one here based on what we have seen so far this week. Even Humble Life kind of pulling things back together with their more recent victory that they found against KT. But I guess you never really know what that team is going to look like, especially during the regular season. Yeah. So that might be an opportunity for some victories. I think T1 might be one of the big targets, though, here for Nongshim, because Gen G ain't one. We saw KT was actually very difficult for Nongshim last time they faced off. That was when we were trying to work out which one of the 3 teams between DK, Nongshim, and KT were the better. And we'll just have to see how this one's going to go.
I think the thing with a Legend group is you kind of just have to bring your A game to every single match and hope that you catch one of these teams on a bad day.
Yeah.
You know? And the thing is, because every week you're prepping for 2 strong teams, you have to hope that, you know, T1 went in with all that prep to that Gen G series, and maybe you catch them on a bad day today. It's not an easy matchup, but you just have to come in and bring your A game every day, and hopefully one time it sticks, because there aren't any easy matchups in the Legend group.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Just 1 kill away from the first ever 3.5 thousand LCK kills. That would be absolutely ridiculous. This guy, he's hit a few milestones. This is a celebration for him as the 1,000th game, as you can see.
It's the fact that the second place isn't even at 3,000, and then because Def...
And he's also not even playing, yeah.
Yeah, so, and then the closest after that, who is actively playing, is BDD, who's
800 away.
Yeah, so far. I mean, all the records, whenever you look at these records, Fake is always so far ahead.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's always huge milestones whenever he hits them.
It is absolutely insane, but he is certainly setting the records, right? Like, I feel like all of the records have to be all defined by Faker first, and he's the measuring post for everyone to never quite make it to, is how it's going to be for the rest of League of Legends esports.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, some of these are just going to be impossible to ever beat.
Like, actually.
Yeah.
Because he's already played so, it's like commentators coming into League of Legends wanting to cast more than me. Until I retire, I will have cast the most, tier 1 games in English out of anyone else ever, period.
Yeah.
Because our region just has the most games. I cast the LPL before this, and it was just too many games, so it's just impossible to catch.
You're going to keep casting as long as the
absolutely
good. You're gonna
as long as I have a face, I will be commentating. Or, I guess a voice probably necessary. Because right now,
I don't think you need a face, you know?
Yeah, true. This guy does. This is Ona. He's looking fantastic, and they are feeling so good. After their victory against Gen G earlier on, it feels like this might even feel a bit more like a victory lap here for T1 up against Nongshim. That may drop their guard, or it may just be a little bit of a Harlem Globetrotters. You never really know with T1.
Especially breaking a little bit of the home ground curse, because when we had this matchup in round 1 and 2, well, not this matchup, but when the first T1 match they had against KT at their home ground, they did end up losing. It did obviously get the win this time up against Gen G, and now a chance to improve the record. Faker looking to pick up his 3,500th kill, huge achievement. And yeah, I'm sure all the fans are very aware of that, very excited for that opportunity to be there on the day that it happens.
Yep. And then he'll have another 500 to go, really. Are we going to be celebrating 3,750 as well? Does it go up by quarters?
I think they just do it in 500, but
I think they do it in 500.
How long do you think it'll take to get to another 500?
Guma looking slick today.
Yeah.
As we do get the double pose.
He's been in great form recently. Honestly.
Absolutely.
He's been in such good form, and I think a lot of AD carries that he's really comfortable on, that he's been playing really well, but I feel like he's been branching out, and him and Carrier have been such a bot lane to be feared, which isn't really a unique spot for them to be in. Regularly are they a bot lane to be feared, but particularly at the moment, they've been really challenging in those two, in just their presence in the 2v2 and in the games they are playing.
And I think Carrier really does a great job of illustrating the power of a good support.
Yeah.
Because he has been a little bit hot and cold over the last, couple of splits. As we are introducing Nongshim, just finish the thought. It's that when Carrier is on, it just feels like it's impossible to start fights against T1 in good standing. Lehens might be able to give it to him though, as Nongshim will all walk out unified together. One noodle strong, I think is the term.
Is it?
No, probably not.
I think a lot of noodles together,
A lot of noodles are strong.
Well, it's like, I mean, it's the original, that ape alone weak, and then he snaps the twig.
Ah, yes.
And he puts a bunch of twigs together, ape together, strong. And so if you put a lot of noodles together, it'd be harder to pair them.
Yeah, sorry. Noodles together strong.
Yes.
And the noodles are together, and they walk out strongly.
Yes, that's the lot. There
Look
we
at
go.
that, and that's the Nongshim fire up there as well, because that's the really spicy run.
The spicy, yeah.
That must be what that's representing. Although it might also be representing the weather, because it's very warm. Let's have a look at some of the stats here between our top laners, Doran and Kingen. This is a matchup that we were having a little bit of a gander at earlier on. And the stats for Doran are pretty ridiculous. This is after one match. We have to remember that. These are good old, round 3 stats.
But
catch you off guard.
Who was that match against?
That was against Gen G.
Yeah, that's a small sample size, but it's pretty good.
It's not a bad one. It is not a bad one. 20 CS up at 15 as an average is silly.
That is pretty ridiculous. I think Kingen, You know, I think he's been looking pretty good for Nongshim. I think there's been ins and outs in terms of his form. Definitely at the start of the year, I think Kingen was in insane form on things like the Rumble, but even now, Rumble's still in the meta. I think there's a lot of carries he can really go to town with, but I think Doran has been having pretty phenomenal form as well for T1. There's question marks at the start of the year when he came in. Those questions are gone.
Yeah,
he is playing so well, and even carried that form to internationals, that was the follow-up question. He was like, okay, domestic Doran, yeah, looking good. Now we have international Ioran. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. There's no alliteration because you have domestic Doran. You can't. It's not. Yeah. So
he's iron.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it's Iran. It's wrong. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. You can't really make the alliteration.
But he was good at internationals. That's the point I'm trying to make. But now he's back to domestic Doran. So he's just doing good. He's doing great.
He's back at home. Much like HLE were, as we saw that worked out for them. We'll see whether that's going to continue working out here for Doran. Going to make sure that we get all of the players as comfortable as possible. Of course, these things can be a little bit more difficult. There's no one here right now with us. I think all of the conversation about tempo vibes in the last series, everyone cleared out of Lol Park. And we had to find a new venue. And so we've now found this, the T1 home ground. Thankfully, they put this on so that people have a place to go that wasn't riddled with tempo vibes, which is making everyone uncomfortable.
You've said it like 3 times in that one sentence.
I know.
I thought you were going to let it go.
I thought I was going to let it go as well. And then I was like, we were having a little break in between series. I'm like, oh, I just really don't want to let it go. I like it too much.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. And then we realized I could have just said, like, Mojo.
Have you defined it further, though?
What?
Have you defined it further? Because you said you needed to workshop it a bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sort of. It is basically just Mojo that you actually, off camera, explained was just something that we've been using in the LPL for a really long time already.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
And
I've now just renamed a thing that already exists.
Okay.
And
no, some things have
lots of named it better. Because why would you want to say Mojo when you can say tempo vibes?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, well, we can stick with that for now.
It does still make me feel a little bit sick every time I say it, but I still really want to say it again.
You know, sometimes we do things that hurt us.
Yeah.
Just because, you know, it's daring. It's challenging ourselves.
I don't think that's what it is. Okay, Yone going to be banned away here as we jump into the draft for game number 1 here. Another LCK Roadshow. We are spoiled. 2 days ago, we had that incredible win for T1 over Gen G in very similar situation. And we are now back once again with the new challenges.
Crazy. I think Nongshim, given the fact that Yone and Talia, which happen to be good matchups into Azir, I get the feeling they're probably going to ban Azir here.
No, they're going to ban Varus.
Surely.
They're going to ban Varus.
If they ban, I mean, leaving Varus open is bad.
It's PvV.
If they ban Varus, it's Azir first pick. No, they banned Azir. They had to ban Azir.
So much better, yeah.
They had to ban it. There's no way. I mean, the Yone and the Talia was such like a setup.
Well, now I'm going to ride in Varus. Should I ride in Varus? I should ride in Varus. Yeah.
It's definitely going to be a Varus. I mean, I feel like T1, this is a good use of blue side where, you know, those bans on red side feel so like telegraphed, so locked in. You end up in this situation where, you know, they're forced to give up an OP because they have to respect just setting up for the Azir.
Speaking of OP, though, I mean, this is a pretty good combo in the Wukong and the Rumble. Wukong has seen so much success. I wouldn't have even blamed T1 for first picking Wukong in this scenario. Instead, of course, the Varus, very high priority. Wukong really has been surging. So I think what Nongshim have got here is good. Is it worth giving the Varus? Maybe not.
And I think T1 could just go like Gwen Xin Zhao potentially in this situation. Definitely some options.
Gwen Annie?
Could do.
They do really like Annie.
Aurora's still open, but I feel like when you've already picked it, I feel like it's a bit weaker if you're not going to use the Aurora as a flex option. Like they could have gone the Aurora into the Rumble as well, but they end up going for the Gwen, for Doran, and actually going for the Ryze instead for Faker. A lot of mid laners banned, prioritizing that, letting Owner's pick go to the second rotation.
Kind of crazy. Wonder what Owner's plan is going to be, as the Victor is being considered here for Calyx. Man, the Kali would be fun. Don't know whether it'd be good, but it definitely would be fun.
You know, I'm kind of tired of seeing the Cassiopeia again and again and again into the Ryze, so I'm hoping we're not going to get that, and it looks like we're not going to.
Victor or Orianna would be kind of cool too, because then you get the Cyclone Shockwave. But instead, it's just going to be the Ahri. And that will be a pretty good 1-2 punch. Ahri Wukong has worked out relatively well in the past.
A lot of dive, a lot of team fight power coming out from Nongshim with these 3 picks. And will ban their Zins out to no real surprise to anyone.
Nope.
I think for T1, I think Rakan could be worth a ban here. They end up taking away the Jhin first and foremost. I think especially into the Varus. Seen it a lot, and also has that long range to follow up and all that engage.
Poppy might be a consideration, as never mind, it will be Renata taken away. Of course, something that Carrier has been fantastic on in the past.
Just counteract the comp a decent amount.
We have to remember it's Lehens, so if a Shen ban comes through here, we may not be too confused about it.
Yeah, there's still a lot in the air that you could ban in terms of AD carries or supports. I mean,
Alistar.
Alistar, Rakan, I think are both fine bans.
There it is.
It's also, I feel like it's dangerous because Rakan fits with the comp of Nongshim really well, but you're blinding like Rakan into Varus plus whatever carrier wants to pick, which is dangerous.
We do have someone in chat saying that Teemo, Fiddlesticks, and Yuumi are all open, which I think is very valid because that is true.
Yeah. Sivir, we've seen a decent amount as an answer into Varus. Can obviously Spell Shield the poke, match the wave clear a decent amount. And also that movement speed for when you get the team fights. If you end up picking the Rakan with that, if you have a comfortable lane, I think this is a really strong team fight comp from Nongshim.
I do think On the Hunt and Cyclone together are actually really, really powerful. Something like, you know how sometimes you have those moments where you press Cyclone, you're just not there yet? If you have On the Hunt, you just catch up very, very comfortably. Jarvan is going to be up here though, as of course it was only the Xin Zhao taken away. There is still another Demacian Prince here. And the Poppy is something that I was going to mention as well. That will be locked in here for Carrier. Not necessarily a massive amount of lane control, but has so much value into this composition on Nongshim's side.
I think because T1 have really good neutral state where like you have the poke from the Varus, you know, you have the threat of like the Rise, you can also provide some of that poke and the Gwen can get that on the flank. I also think it makes the Rakan really hard to play into. Nautilus is often picked up as the answer to Poppy instead. Out of all the engaged supports, his engage is limited the least by here, because if you throw the Q, even if the Steadfast Presence comes out, still connect with it. So I feel like that's the reason they don't go for the Rakan there. And I think T1, right, you throw the Cataclysm down onto the Sivir and you can just slam her into it. It also means you have a good, some tools in terms of disengaging. I think Nongshim, their comp, you know, it's pretty straightforward with what they do in terms of setting up their engage. But I think T1 have some options. I think their neutral state's pretty good. I think their 1-3-1 is pretty strong. They still have tools to play around with in the team fight in terms of dictating fights or even not opting into the fight with the Poppy ult. And it really comes down to this Varus as well, which I think the Varus we've seen take over so many games recently.
And this is Gumushi as well. This guy is pretty good at Varus. I don't think we need very much introduction there. You guys know. And that was the prize that they got for first pick. And on top of that, they get a bunch of other things that I think they'd be very happy about. On the side of Nongshim, though, I think that there is a lot of teamfight prowess. They do get the ball rolling relatively early with this composition as well, just requiring some level 6s to really start some skirmishes. They can set up some sort of snowball, then maybe, just maybe, they can take a game here. But T1 looking very, very strong. And remember, guys, it's their home turf. It's very likely the tempo vibes are going to be on their side for this. I'm sorry, Ox. I should be, okay, I'll focus. Okay, let's get into the Rift. Game number 1. Oh, I got baited because I thought it was going to be fan chance, but the fan chance never happened in the right timing when it's the home ground. So that was a little bit awkward. Oh wait, hang on. We had them. They're on. Was that the T1 one that came second? I think the crowd mics in our ears particularly are a little bit quiet, so just have to figure it out there. But at least we did get some fan chants. And I think the Nongshim fan chants were actually pretty loud. I think maybe there is a relatively even distribution. And do you know what the best part is? If Nongshim looks around, right, the colors in the arena are red. Right? And so,
you know what's crazy? Our first series was blue vs blue,
right?
And this one's red vs red.
Exactly. And so now they can look anywhere in the arena and feel like there's people that want them to win.
Maybe
So
wear
it must
glasses,
feel better.
take them off,
Yep.
so lower your vision a bit,
Perfect.
feel better about it.
It's absolutely amazing. It will stop you from being able to see the game very well, which may hinder being able to do stuff. But maybe just don't wear them when you're walking your way in.
Well, that could be better if you start to fall behind.
True. Could it, though?
You know, if the team's losing, maybe you
We
don't
got some
want to.
aggression here as Gumayushi laying some damage down towards Jiu as they do get themselves into this brush. Man, this is very, very bad for Nongshim, as level 2 will be hit very, very soon.
Also to note, Jiwoo went Ghost. You know, both supports actually went Ignite. We've seen a lot more heal from supports here, but both going for the aggressive summoner. And Jiwoo going Ghost while Guma has barrier. So this low health bar off the Sivir is a lot more severe than it looks at first glance.
And also it's Hail of Blades on Gumayushi as well, so it's so much more early damage with like these level 1s. I feel like Hail of Blades is so powerful.
Yeah, you have a bit less poke with the abilities, but you saw that first trade, he got the 3 autos in, and immediately Jiwoo was like, oh lord.
Yep.
I'm suffering. And now Kerry is threatening. It looked like he was just looking for an angle. If Jiwoo stepped a bit too close to the turret, he was going to slam him into the wall. But doesn't go for it. But either way, Jiwoo chunked out. Might even look for a reset here.
Yeah, it's pretty catastrophic. 6 CS were missed by the Sivir, as we have a 7 win streak here for Wukong. Wukong has been pretty good. See whether T1 will be able to knock down the monkey a notch.
I feel like, you know, Sundered Sky has been great for so many junglers, but the fact you have the empowered auto with extended range, and you're so slippery, I feel like you get so much value from it, on top of just his team fighting power.
True. What are we doing? Kerry and Lehens, they're just hanging out. Kerry just trying to make sure that Lehens doesn't get a cannon and then flashes.
You know what? This feels very Kerry Lehens.
It was very Kerry Lehens. I think maybe like they would have done that in a solo queue game, 100%. Maybe they forgot that this was actually an LCK game.
I feel like they're the sort of players who do in an LCK game anyway.
That's actually so true.
Yeah.
They would not really mind. But that was very silly.
Yeah, it was. I think he was just trying to...
The things that people do just to grab some tempo vibes, you know?
This is so important. We've had so many... Oh, that was an attempt.
Yeah.
So many, like, back reset interactions. Like, we saw Faker walk up and stop Alex's reset. Guma was trying it there. Everyone's just fighting for these little advantages in the early game.
Well, so far, it is just a little bit of a lane swap here. Carrier has the Hex Flash activated, so that's obviously why he flashed away from Lehens. Just wanted an excuse to use the button.
Yes, he didn't want to just flash in place because it looked suspicious, but he wanted his Hex Flash available. So
although he could have backed and then flashed to get to lane faster.
That's true.
Which is what I often do.
I believe it.
I feel like it's efficient. As Doran and Jiu, the ones that are going to be facing off now. Not necessarily the most fun for a Sivir if the Gwen ever gets her needles in. But as you can see, Jiu just really wants to get this wave into an okay position. The exhaust goes down, and this is what I was saying. Jiu, no ghost. Will need to flash. It was a decent flash direction, but he's still going to be in range of those scissors, and it's a solo kill for Doran. I don't know what was expected to happen other than just death.
I feel like it's just a decision not to swap Jiu up to the top side. And I guess maybe because the lane into the Varus was a bit of a struggle, but this is an absolute disaster. You moved your Rumble away from the Gwen, a matchup we typically see favored. We're getting a pause in, not sure.
Maybe that's Nongshim saying our Sivir went missing.
Yeah, honestly,
where did she go?
This happened to me again. I'm like, pause, guys, remake. This is unacceptable. The game's out. That is a rough position to be in. To have a Gwen have a solo kill this early, the exhaust value coming out huge, and just unable to escape. You know, I honestly think the flash attempt was decent, but that extended range coming out from the Gwen, able to finish off the Sivir.
By the way, don't you think that the screens in the middle, it kind of looks like a pot on top of a stove because of the fire underneath?
Yeah, I can see it.
It's like a really huge one. It's very, very cool. Carrier got a little bit of an audio issue at the moment, so we are going to solve that, make sure that we can get back into this game as soon as possible.
Yeah, he heard Gwen just solo killed Sivir. It's like, no, wait.
Oh, yeah,
no,
there must be an issue here.
Must be an issue.
As
I didn't hear
maybe
that,
it's, yeah, it's going to be solved as soon as we can. Not getting too much information because I can't see the referees doing anything at the moment around Carrier right now.
Yeah, I think this immediately is such a huge swing in T1's favor in this game to have that early advantage. Because if Gwen gets rolling in the matchup, you really struggle to see who can answer. And we talked a little bit about the 1-3-1 potential with having the Ryze, with having the Gwen in the side lanes. If this Gwen gets a lead, it's game over.
Yeah. It's going to be a bit of a rough time. But I don't think it's necessarily all done and dusted. The problem is I think we've well and truly established which way this game is going. See, I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
I'm proud of you for that.
But I do think what I refrained from saying is in favor of T1 pretty massively.
Yeah.
At this point in time. Tempo vibes. I had to. I couldn't. I tried to hold on. I actually did. I put in a lot of effort to not say it. I couldn't help it.
And you just went and said it anyway.
I just went and said it anyway. I have no self-control whatsoever.
Yeah, we all knew that though.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know why I ever really gave myself the task of not saying tempo vibes again.
Just accept who you are.
Yeah, that's what I need to do.
Okay, you're a man who embraces tempo vibes.
Yeah, I am. I am. That being said, I'm hoping that Nongshim are not. We need them to stay in this one. And look at this. It's a noodle pot, right? You can see. That feels like, you know, you've got the mascots and stuff like that, and they're really cool. What about just an entire noodle pot? It's Gumayusi. He's going to be going down to about 50% carrier with the heroic charge. Get rid of Lehens, and that will at least keep Gumayusi alive for now. Doran teleports back towards the top side of the map. And he's probably just spent a whole bunch of money.
Yeah, he's probably feeling pretty great about himself right now, so...
I mean, Doran is kind of scary on Gwen after he's 0-3 to start the game. And yeah, he's level 6 now, and you can imagine Kingan's wondering what the heck happened.
We look at his inventory and compare it to Kingan.
Oh, he's
Kingan
so
has
learned.
an Amp
He's so
Tome,
learned, dude.
double Amp Tome, 2-stack Dark. He had the Dark Seal before he killed him.
Oh, that is so
Oh, man. Well...
I don't know what we're going to do now as Nongshim.
You know those situations where like it could be worse?
Yep.
I don't think it could. Kingan...
He could have killed him twice.
Yeah, that would be worse.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty unprecedented, though.
But I think the outcome would probably be very similar.
Yeah. Well, Kingan's definitely on the back foot in this matchup now. Do you see a TP coming out from Carrier with the Spellbook?
Yep.
And we do see Gideon... Oh my god, Yu is...
Just turn back up.
His average health this game has been like
20%.
Yeah. Yeah, which is... It's been a struggle so far.
Oh, he's got a cull. Looking to cash that one in. Has actually kept that CS gap at about 6, although we are going to have another wave shoved in, so Gumayusi will be able to extend it. Back does now come on down as Geo. I would recommend shoes. Nah, crit cloak.
Oh, that is such a... No, yeah, don't... That is such a bad buy.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever been a bad buy in the history of League of Legends. The Equalizer is going to come on through here for Kingan, who's walking in odd direction. The needlework comes on through, and Doran is just having a great old time here in this top lane.
Yeah, honestly, some good dodges from Kingan, because I thought he was certainly dead. And Faker and Ona say, you know what? We'll take a free kill.
Yeah, they're going to look for it as Gideon wants to come on over, but unfortunately the monkey is a little too late, so he will slink back into the jungle. Oh, dearie me. That's a second kill for T1 as Carrier Steadfast Presence. Good timing wasn't necessary. That's only because Lehens' anchor was a little off. As Gio, okay, let's see whether he can find this one as he does. Spell Shield, a decent amount of damage here. Gumayusi's ultimate not doing too much as the flash over the wall is going to come on through as Carrier also going to get out of there. Thankfully had his flash back up and available again. But Nongshim finding a great avenue in towards his bottom side when it really felt like T1 was starting to run away with the matchup.
Yeah, actually doing some good work there. Jiu getting good spell shield. The ult was blocked by Lehens, so wasn't able to pass on to Jiu. And ultimately, even with the Hail of Blades, there's not that much DPS from Guma in these 2v2s, whereas Jiu can just keep pumping damage.
Faker coming on over here as Gideon does smite, even though it's on 48 health. There's the exhaust down onto Calyx. Cyclone comes on through though as Doran. I know you're really strong, but you're not quite 1v3 strong just yet, as it's going to be another grub to be taken here. Nongshim will be able to lock that one down. Now Warrior Trickster and Spirit Rush going to be able to get these two over the wall, and instead it's actually Gideon having to flash. Warrior Trickster not quite up again. So we'll have to invest the Summoner spell, but still it's going to be 2 grubs out of the 3 over to Nongshim.
Definitely felt like a waiting for cooldown moment there from Gideon. Unfortunately, he was forced to flash over.
Must have been so close to it as well. It's a bit of a shame. But as soon as you see Poppy, it's like you have to just flash.
Yeah, just when things were starting to feel a little bit doomed, though, right? They get the kill on the Doran. They get some Summoner's Bit in the bot side, showing some strength in the 2v2. They get the 2 grubs. Not all doom and gloom.
Yeah.
Nongshim.
Honestly, feel like they are focusing on the noodle pot, you know, that's looming over them right now. Helps them feel at home.
They're brewing up something good.
Yep, that's what I would assume here. As we're going to have a look at this fight one more time. Doran just really was feeling himself. You can understand why in this game, but probably shouldn't have been.
Just a little rushed, you know, and a bit overconfident. I think as well the fact that Kingen got that gold, the lead in the top lane was very significant, and the fact that he now has that, all the Dark Seal stacks are gone, that top lane matchup feels so much more stable now. Oh, Charm miss. We'll say he wanted to hit the minion.
Okay, well, we've got Doran back in lane once again. We need a little bit less Doran and maybe a little bit more door walk. You know, like he's running. He's going a bit too fast. Can you slow it down?
Yeah, yeah.
That's maybe a different reference than that, but that's sort of where I'm thinking. As he is just going to be dashing after King and still going to be way ahead of this Rumble. I say way ahead, 200 gold isn't really that much. It should still have an advantage here in this lane. As Kingen, okay, does have Equalizer. Is Doran going to move up? As it was a teleport in from Lehens. I think that gives everything away.
Yes. When you just see a Nautilus randomly under the tower, you're like,
He looks like he's hiding.
Suspicious.
Lehens is still here.
He's like, maybe if I just stand here long enough. He's not playing Teemo. He doesn't go invisible.
Ooh, Faker going to get charmed. Carrier not able to quite find the angle to lock down Calyx. He's been doing just fine. I do feel like the restabilization of this game here for Nongshim
is pretty good.
Yeah, pretty impressive. This feels different to our first series of the day. You know? It's got a more, I mean, Rise is in the game,
more legend
but
feel.
It's got a far more legendy feel.
Yeah. That checks out. Oh, Jiwoo is in a lot of trouble.
Okay. This is feeling less legendy as he does get a phenomenal spell shield. It's just probably not going to be enough as the Ignite is ticking down. One last tick, not going to be enough.
So
and he just
5 HP.
Out. There we
5
go.
HP.
Calculated. This is Legend Group stuff, guys. This is Legend Group stuff. Obviously, you make those calculations.
Didn't even burn the flash, which I have to admit, I feel like was maybe... I mean, he lived, so what can I say? I think flashing the ult would have been the play. Did cut it a little bit close there. But ultimately, the spell shield on the wall stun was the important thing. He got that off.
The fact that he managed to get it on Heroic Charge when there were so many things flying around, that was the impressive part.
Yeah. And yeah, I think for T1 must be a bit frustrating because that felt like a surefire kill and unfortunately not able to get it.
Not even
nice
flash.
Farm. Yeah, not getting the flash.
It's ice cold. And after Jiwoo's early game as well, like if Jiwoo was playing like a god, you know, like winning all these trades, but no, he got solo killed like 5 minutes ago and still just doesn't flash in that moment. He's like, no, I'll be fine.
And also, you're playing on a team with a Jarvan. You really want to take Sivir's flash whenever you can because then it's just an easy kill for Jarvan just to press R.
Yeah.
So the fact that he holds on to that, really important.
It's almost like he knew that he was dead again if he flashes, no matter what. And so you may as well hold flash and try to live instead of investing it without Jarvan having to trade his ult for it.
Yeah, maybe that was a decision, in which case, fair play.
Honestly, if it is, that's kind of crazy because we needed a fair bit of hindsighting to come up with this as the justification for just not pressing a button in a split-second moment. But that is still going to be Hextech Dragon secured here by T1. And they retain some extra tempo on this map as well. As you can see, 1,000 gold in the lead. They've taken the first dragon. And was only their first objective of this game, but they've moved it up to 1,000 gold lead. Things are still moving further and further T1's direction.
Is Doran actually commits the ult there? Won't step up any further, though. Won't be punished.
Looks like he is just trying to clear the wave and going for a back.
Yep. Looked like Nongshim. Oh, unless...
Sometimes you cancel a back. And perhaps it's not a good move. Sneaky Monkey comes out of the brush, and they are all inside the circle. Gwen is not immune, and sometimes you just continue the channel, you know?
Yeah.
Greedy
What about
that
it?
one extra wave.
We've all done it before. And Faker gonna apply some pressure here. Should be able to get this plate. And that's all. They actually might find him.
Yeah, Lehens is coming down here as Faker can just walk into the Realm Warp, but he was right on top of Lehens. Lehens finds the ulti there as well, buys time for Jiu to make his way back, and Faker ain't flashing out of that one because Lehens was already over the wall, and Jiu grabs himself his first kill of the game. That's Feats of Warfare over to Nongshim as well. As now Calyx with some Foxfire here, and man, Nongshim pulling the vibes back.
Yeah, oh, Doran looking for Jiu.
Oh, he cancelled it. As of course I think Doran probably would have been able to, and Jiu is well and truly dead yet again. Solo killing Jiu. That is Doran's job this game, and man, is he good at it.
Yeah, he's doing it well. I just think in this situation, not really much that Jiu can do there. As for the Faker, the kill onto him. Realm Warp at rank 1 really doesn't have that much distance, and Lehens landing everything.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunately using it on top of Lehens.
Yeah. I think it's hard to say. Maybe if he'd gone...
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Owner taking a lot of damage here. Lehens trying to hold on, but Carrier just knocks Kingen up into the sky. Heroic Charge comes down, and Doran threads the needle as best he can. Was Kingen trying to get something off the back end, but he's not going to be able to do so. Now Lehens is in an awkward spot. Does get a max range dredge line. I don't know whether this will be getting him to safety, and it doesn't. In fact, so down goes the Nautilus as well. And T1, I mean, it was some steps forward there from Nongshim, but T1 just kind of did some big old leapfrogging and have found another advantage.
Yep.
Okay, Faker and Gideon fighting one another. Here's a Cyclone. As once more, Jiu going to be able to find a really nice spell shield. Faker having to get himself out of the way here. And the flash follow comes through from Gideon, who picks up a solo kill on the Rise, who is around the red buff. Owner takes a Rift Herald. We're doing things everywhere right now. There is just so much stuff happening. I don't know whether it's good stuff, but it's stuff, and things happening is fun.
This game has turned so chaotic so quickly. It feels like non-stop action from both sides. Just when you're about to praise one team, yes, the other team makes a move in return. And, you know, definitely some question marks here. I'm not sure how that initial play where Lehens and Kingen died came to be. Felt like they were kind of aggressing in an area where they didn't have support. And then speaking of aggressing in an area where you didn't have support, Faker just tries to 1v1 Gideon. And then the dive that came out from... We'll see how this happens. So they just walk up.
Let's make sense of it, shall we?
Okay, they walk up on Owner, kind of disrespect him a little bit, and they get locked into the fight. They don't have the backing of their team, really, though.
I mean, it is just a 1v1 between Owner and Kingen that Owner then has to flash out of the way of, but Carrier does manage to finally get on top of Kingen.
Yeah, and then here... this is one of these situations where, you know, you're winning so much on one side of the map, you could have just taken that advantage. And Faker wanted to go down and cover the bot wave, and ended up in a really unfortunate position. And then here, this ended up really unfortunate because the spell shield was really early, and then it was a mistimed charge.
No!
If it was a split second later, then Jiu was just dead.
Oh, that's a real shame. So it's like a misclick, but he just got value out of it. Kind of crazy. 2 stacks left on the Cull as well, so that's going to give Nongshim a bit of extra money back. And Feats of Strength actually going over to Nongshim as well, as thumbs up from Lehens, going for the BM play, but the exhaust is down. I don't know whether it really did too much, but a couple of summoner spells now on cooldown here for Carrier.
Maybe he's just trying to make Lehens sleepy.
Well, I don't know whether he is. He's looking pretty jazzed up in this game. And especially when Jiu is just constantly dying to Gwens and things like that, you could imagine it's probably getting Lehens relatively riled up in this game.
Specifically to Gwens, let's be clear, he's only died to Doran.
And only solo kills as well.
And only solo kills. That is his weakness, okay? We've ascertained that. That is how you take Jiu out, is you just latch Doran onto him.
Yeah, if you don't include deaths versus Gwen, he's doing incredibly well.
Yeah, he is, you know?
Like, actually, he is doing incredibly well. Kingen having a little bit of a rough time here, as the equalizer will go down just to clear out the wave, but my goodness, that's what it feels like to be hit by the kitchen sink, ladies and gentlemen. And that is, yeah, Owner grabbing credit for that kill. As Calyx taking a fair bit of damage here from Faker as well. And he will hold on to his ward as a reward. Well, won't need to reward because he saves the ward. and
Yeah.
that's his reward.
Do you see Nongshim pick up a dragon on the other side though? But it's a good proactive play from T1. They will get a tower off the back of it as well, and I'm waiting for the moment where something else happens, because usually we get the one play and then the other play on the other side, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like it's so we were watching the DRX DNF series, and that felt like it was just it was a constant service ace game in tennis.
Yeah.
Whereas this is actual rallies. We're getting rallies, you know, like the ball's going back and forth. The other one was like ball gets hit, goes out. And then we spend a bit of time figuring out where the ball went. We move the ball back, and then we eventually try and hit it over the net again. Whereas this is definitely a little bit more like the game. We've got a bit of the rhythm going on.
Do you have 2 items already for Jiwoo with the Essence Reaver and the Navori, so...
Feels like a big spike to the Sivir as well. Of course, the Infinity Edge really is the icing on top, but...
I mean, I feel like this is the point in the build where your damage hasn't really come online, but your cooldowns just don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
And especially the Spell Shield has such a high amount of value in this game. A lot of abilities that you'd love to be able to use of that. And once you pop your ult, the reduction in cooldown you get when you're consistently auto-attacking is so quick. And ultimately for T1, aside from the Varus, it is a pretty short-range composition. So there should often be a target you're able to hit as the Sivir.
Yep, short range or low mobility. As Varus not necessarily known for getting around the map super quick. So certainly could be something that Nongshim can focus on. I think we're really hitting the point where Nongshim's composition is getting strong though. And so being able to fight over the next couple of dragons is going to be so important. They did manage to get the second one. And the next one's going to be up in 3.5 minutes time. Nothing in the top pit, as we can see here, as that was secured by Ona. So Rift Herald can go down anywhere they'd like to put it, as Otacon has been started.
I mean, it's just after 20 minutes, it's just spawned. Of course T1 are going to start it. This is that new 20-minute Baron.
This is how you do it. Well, Lehens is going to spot out what's going on here as Keeper's Verdict gets rid of the monkey, and now there is just nothing that Nongshim can really do. The Equalizer comes on through. That is going to be the smite. Locked down. Beautifully done here by T1 as there is the knock-up onto Doran. Flash out from Lehens, but the Needles are going to follow him. Now Calyx looking for his way forward. Does manage to get the charm onto Calyx here as the Realm Warp trying to get T1 out. Carrier dives forward, wants to just buy some space and he'll get it. Calyx though, throws out the charm, gets some flashes, but not too much more. Faker and Gumayushi having to use those summoners to get out, but feels a bit like highway robbery, ladies and gentlemen. The Otacon, a powerful buff. And T1 just kind of took it.
T1 doing such a fantastic job. You could see their vision set up around the Baron pit and that sort of area of the, Nongshim's jungle leading into this was so good. They started and immediately they have the confidence. Carrier moves in, is in that brush with the control ward, so he gets the ult on the Wukong. And then here, they know they got what they wanted, right? Doran plays a little bit aggressively and finds a kill onto Lehens. But after that, they know that the call is, we got what we wanted, we can disengage, right? Even though Guma gets hit by the charm, he's never really under that much threat after he uses his flash. And they all know that they've got the objective, they're trying to get out. Faker flashes the charm, none of them overcommit for the fight. And it's just great work all around.
Yep, works out excellently. And so now Nongshim, tail between their legs just a little bit here, but 1.5 minutes on the next dragon. That's going to be their next opportunity to go for something. Interesting part is the fact that Jiwoo's managed to pull back a gold advantage, actually, after those couple of kills that he was able to pick up in the previous skirmish, and a 1.1k lead here for Calyx on this Ahri.
Something I will say, I believe it's 30 petals to 4 in favor of T1. Sometimes you have a team takes the Otacon, and you end up like 20 to like 15 or something, but it's just like a huge advantage.
That is only 4. That's just, it's not very good. All right, bit of a dive here on this top side of the map as Faker could be in trouble, and by could be, I mean definitely is. Calyx tanking up this turret for way too long though, and Faker will just get back to clearing out this wave. So never you mind, they just didn't have the damage, didn't hit enough buttons, and the blue guy is going to be able to walk away.
Yeah, he just picked up his Seraphs on his last back, so that extra shield came in really clutch there. Really big on the rise as well, how much mana he has, so able to stave off that dive. And in return, T1 pick up that mid lane tower, and now they're looking for the Ahri, who has no ultimate.
Well, Gideon does come on over here and just gets blast coned back by Carrier, who is just going about his business. They will find the Ahri, as Lehens also finding an awkward angle. That is going to be ulti spell shielded by Jiwoo really nicely against Carrier, as Realm Warp does get Faker completely out of there. Ona has to get away as well. He'll have to flash.
Saw a moment
that was so
there.
weird.
Yeah, Jiwoo was thinking of flashing over for the Jarvan, but made the right call not to go for it. But now, a lot of summoners on cooldown, a lot of ultimates on cooldown, Dragon up in 5 seconds. Advantage in the game definitely towards T1, bit of a goal lead, but also that Arakan advantage in their favor. But we do see a TP from Faker coming into the top side, so not overly concerned about this Dragon, it seems.
Yeah, not really going to be forefront of their minds, but Faker may be understanding that he is the thing that people want to go towards on the map. And so he's going to distract Nongshim enough for them to head towards the top side, as Gwen is just going to take Dragon for free.
I think Nongshim really concerned that if they give up control of the top side, they could lose Baron.
I mean, Baron's up in 30 seconds time. I think they had time to be able to get over and at least test this.
Maybe their thought process was they all go bot, T1 get control of top side, and once they lose control of top, they're never getting it back.
Well, that is going to be the Cyclone connecting onto Carrier, but the anchor does not land. Second Cyclone is going to be enough to put down the Poppy. As now Calyx going forward will get knocked up by the flag and drag, but Gumayushi's in no man's land. He's just dead. And Nongshim getting 2 quick kills. Doran now dashing around here looking for Kingin. Kingin trying to keep him interested so that Jiu can come over and get even more. And now that the Baron has spawned and there are 2 dead on the side of T1, Nongshim are feeling like they have a chance to take it.
Yeah, there are some low health bars, so we'll see if T1 opt to contest this. This 5v3, looks like they're resetting the Gwen, so I think they might just go for a steal. It's risky, but Oda is alive.
Yep, Faker seeing what he can do here. Hook is going to connect there as they're looking to distract Owner. The Cataclysm comes on through. Down he goes, and that is going to mean the Baron goes over to Nongshim as well. And I thought giving up that Drake wasn't going to work, but with the pick, oh my god, was it beautiful here from Nongshim.
Yeah, we'll see who gets caught on the exit though. Great charm will stop Faker, but I think Kingin might be...
Look at that pesky ward spotting him out as he's going to try and go for the empowered recall, as Doran will take a bit of damage, but in the meantime, it's just Kingin dead. So that is 1 Baron removed.
But still, a massive win for Nongshim. And ultimately, they gave her the Dragon, they go for this cheeky little hide behind the terrain from Arakan, and Carrier walks up. Even though the Dredge line misses, that almost works in their favor, because I think T1 get baited in, like, hey, they missed their Dredge line, maybe we can save Carrier. Owner and Guma walk up, and Guma without flash is such a vulnerable target, especially with the extra movement speed of the Sivir. They even managed to move down and save their Rumble. And then this 5v2 situation, as Doran went for the reset, Lens lands the Dredge line, even ults Faker to keep him out of the situation, so he can't get a big combo off there and potentially finish off Kingin and maybe Lens himself.
So yeah, Lens on the Nautilus, he is a bit of a miracle worker when it comes to this champion. Hadn't really spoken about it so much. Like, I feel like it was only a few months ago that it was Lens' Nautilus and then the weird stuff, you know, was kind of the story for this guy. So feeling very, very comfortable at this stage. Of course, missing the Dredge line wasn't exactly part of that the whole praise situation, but he is still very, very happy. Yeah, zoning.
Oh, Faker has Realm Warp. Should be able to get out.
Well, Lens knows exactly where he Realm Warps to, by the looks of things, as he did manage to find it last time around, as now he's boosted on over. Does have the Cinders. Depth Charge going to be able to knock him up, and then he picks him up with the Anchor. Another Cyclone is going to deliver Faker another death here, as 0-3-0 is unfortunately going to be on that scorecard. And T1 fighting against a Baron, and now in a 4v5 scenario. Thankfully for them, the Rumble doesn't have it. And you know, he's in the bottom lane, but still, this is going to be out of turret in mid lane.
So often we see Faker targeted in the side lane, and T1 will respond to it, or T1 will get something out of it. And this is just an example where Nongshim find an angle to punish. You know, he thought he could get away with the ult. The CC's there, and even more so because it's a Nautilus Wukong. Some combos of champions, you'd actually be able to channel TP out, but they have so much CC and they have enough damage to finish him off that he just ends up going down. We take stock of the items in the game at the moment. Jiwoo 3 in pocket with the IE finish. He is really starting to hit.
And this is where the game starts to skew, right? Because we've got a crit 80 carry that does massive AoE damage in these team fights against a team composition that's quite low range, especially after Doran's outside of his Misty circle that does make things complicated for range champions. But it's against the Lethality Varus, which generally doesn't do as much consistent damage. And so if Nongshim can get the team fights they're looking for, the longer it goes, the incredibly more difficult it gets for T1.
I mean, what's crazy is that we have like 2 level leads. Well, it's about a level and a half between Gideon and Ona, with the fact that we have all these pedals in favor of T1, and they got the Arakan as well. And there's still so much XP in favor of Nongshim.
Yeah, that's actually ridiculous. How did that even happen?
Well, Byron obviously gives a lot of XP as well, but also a bit of farm lead and the more recent kills when everyone's higher level. But yeah, Nongshim in a great spot. Dragon's 145 would only be the second for Nongshim, but they are firmly establishing control over the area. They sacrificed their last Dragon. It turned out great. It seems they are very hell-bent on not sacrificing this one.
Yep, this is where they've moved their vision. This is where the opportunity is going to begin for Nongshim to work on this bottom side of the map. They've done their homework, and that's what we like to see. As Jiu is just being bait right now, as Calyx, he's going to take it. The Chains of Corruption come down. It's a very early Zhonya's as Faker does get hooked, but maybe it's an overextension this time for Lehans. Doran goes in. I don't know about that as the Keeper's Verdict will knock the Monkey away, and down goes the Sivir. T1 find their prize, and down goes Nongshim. Gideon just had to watch from the sidelines as he had to vacate via a gigantic hammer. And that is 3,500 kills for Faker.
He finds it now, Realm Warping the minions. Looks like they're going to try for the end on the back of that fight. T1, give them an inch, and they'll take a mile. It's only Gideon up to see if he can try and defend 1v5.
Yep, Gumushi going to be tanking that turret, keeps these minions alive, and T1 continuing to push. I mean, it's a little bit dicey. Lehans is up in 2 seconds, but him and Lehans, I don't even know whether they're going to be able to stop this. First Nexus turret does go down. The second one is going to evaporate. There is so much damage. Gideon goes down. Lehans cannot stop it. And there goes the game in the blink of an eye. T1 just say, nah, we win these.
Got to be a heartbreaker for Nongshim. So much was going right, but you give a small opportunity over. Faker cashes in, gets his 3,500 kills, but they take that game in a moment, and I think it was just an overzealous engage. You know, you saw them fly in, you saw Calyx try and force with the ult, the Equalizer a little bit overzealous, Lehans going in to flash out, and then Jiwoo gets slammed into the wall. Carrier with a phenomenal wall slam at the end to catch out the enemy AD carry. Just, it feels like this is T1 in a nutshell when it comes down to these big moments.
It did feel like that was against the tempo vibes of the game. That would be my example. Where it felt like Nongshim were really carrying that game under, like it was running at the beat of their drum, right? Like they were able to move over toward that bottom side. They set up the catch, and then you make one mistake and T1 say, no, the game is ours.
You do look at the goal graph though, it was a bit here and there throughout, you know.
True.
I feel like it was a little bit back and forth. The tempo vibes were a bit fickle that game.
They didn't quite know where they were going. Perhaps it was just a heart monitor of tempo vibes, and maybe that's the way we like it. It's time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space gonna break down that brilliant game, then we'll have game number 2 as we head back to Incheon. This is so much fun. See you soon.
빠르긴 하다 미는.
끝날 듯? 공 풀공은? 노공. 공 없어. 푸른 버전. 피 관리해야 돼 이거. 노공 이기는 거밖에 모른다. 끝날 것 같은데?
끝날 때.
잘 치면 끝나?
미드 라인만.
빨라해.
사이드 데리고 오죠. 대표 내가 끊을 수 있어.
오케이.
타워
라이먼
타워
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 타워 타워 타워. 타워 쳐요 타워.
타워 쳐 내가
버리고
막아줄게.
타워 버리고 타워 버리고 타워.
타워
타워 타워 타워. 타워 돼.
잡아줄게.
The time has come to prune the tree. Much has changed, and I do not understand why. Not truly. Set upon them. The eye sees, the fist crushes. I mustn't take a single breath for granted.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 as T1 was able to take down Nongshim in a very close bout in this first game. Nongshim looking pretty strong, actually, stronger than what they looked like up against KT Rolster earlier this week. But T1 eventually were able to take the win here at the end of the day. I'm still Valdez with Chronicler and Wadid. Pretty close game, guys. What do you think?
Yeah, actually pretty positively surprised by what Nongshim was able to show. I think Lahen's really making his impact on the map known. I think that they look a lot better as well when it comes to what they were able to do when it comes to the objectives, when it comes to the cross map, kind of reading the state of the map, particularly against T1, a team that if you ever fully lose control will just not let you play the game. And then unfortunately marred by one really big mistake at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the early game is all about kill traits. I think we saw Gwen solo killing Sivir many times in the side lane, and also Rumble get dove on the top lane by Ryze and Jarvan on T1 side. And I think also Nongshim did kill Gwen many times, but at the end, I feel like Gwen solo killing Sivir was the main part that T1 got the advantage of it, and I think that's the main reason why they had the late game value here.
Yeah, we're just really highlighting, like, this was a very messy and chaotic early game, but it actually felt like, as I think the casters were highlighting as well, it felt warranted. There's some mistakes here, like Doran, I think, underestimating the amount of people that were there due to the vision. But a lot of this is you punch, I punch, right? This continuous back and forth between the two. Lahen's again making his impact known, able to get a nice kill onto Faker. Faker really struggling a little bit when it comes to his positioning early on. And then this back and forth we basically had for the entirety of the match, where every time T1 would make a play, and again, I want to reiterate, 3-1 to me, out of any team in the LCK, if you let them get away with one too many of these plays, we saw it against Gen G, they will just stomp you, and you won't get to play the game. So credit to Nongshim for actually punching back consistently.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it went very back and forth, like you were talking about. Nongshim actually take a pretty nice lead in the mid game. We saw about 25 minutes in, they were able to pick off 2 members and then start this Baron here.
Yeah, I think the whole situation happened because of the Khalix Ahri. We talked about the chaotic early game, but it was the one player who didn't actually get aggroed by Ahri. Aggroed by the chaotic plays in the early game. I think it was only Khalix who makes the play by himself with the tanky item build. That, I think, makes Khalix really brave enough to just dash in Varus and Ryze and picked up so many kills. And that's why they could get the Nashor here in the early game.
Even though, as we're going to see in a little bit, I think he also ended up losing in the game. I do think that when you're a player like Khalix, this is kind of what you want to see of a player that's still developing. And it might not end up leading to much, but I'd much rather have a player that is new just go for these crazy plays and kind of calibrate how you want to play them out than a player that just sits there. Particularly on Ahri, I think you kind of have to. Unfortunately, I think that Baron play got them a little bit too hyped up because the final fight is unfortunately not pretty. This didn't need to be this hard-forced.
Just a little bit too over-aggressive, and that's the Khalix moment, and then Lahen says, well, I gotta stand up for my little buddy. He gets caught out, and then this Poppy ult is gigantic.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that was a great opportunity to force them out to use ultimate. I think Khalix, he didn't need to use Zhonya's there when he had like 3k HP with the like full HP. So I feel like he could actually bait them out, but he just pressed the Zhonya's way too early. I think that baited the teammate to follow up, and I think Lihan's kind of overforced after that.
Yeah, there were a couple of moments there, right? We have Khalix going in, that was still okay. As we did highlight it, I think the Zhonya's was early, but I understand that. I think they could probably still back off after that, despite everything. But the moment Lahen's goes in as well, that was a moment, and then if the Poppy ult doesn't hit, if they're able to flash that with Cyclone as well as another member there, I think that fight actually would have been close. They definitely wouldn't have lost the game over it.
Yeah.
But Carry-ass Poppy is just a little bit way too good, unfortunately.
So the thing is, Nongshim was actually leading the game and they were actually controlling the objective, and I think that was the only 1-inch play, that the 1-inch difference was made by Poppy. So I feel like they have actually a great chance, and I feel like Khalix is the one that actually can make the difference in this game here.
Yeah, because we're still seeing some of the issues with Faker, right? He's still able to make the impact on the Ryze when it comes to side laning, because that just is something he's excelled at. But him getting caught a lot, the casters highlighted as well. Like, normally, if you catch Faker, either the entirety of T1 will descend upon you, or they get like a Nash and 15 turrets. But we didn't really see that happen. Also, I thought maybe Gio starting to show some signs of being a little bit more consistent. The deaths to Gwen were obviously not excusable, but some of his timings on the dives with the spell shield looked really good.
So Nongshim select blue, to the surprise of no one. I'm curious about your guys' thoughts here, as Nongshim always seem to get this power-up when they're going up against T1. I'm not really sure why that is. Like I mentioned before, they didn't really have the best showing up against KT. It was a bit close, but definitely looking better this time around against T1, a stronger team. Do you think they have the chance to do it from blue side?
Yeah, especially when Varus is out, I feel like it's kind of tricky to find out the first pick priority in the blue side, but I just want them to have like some priority mid lane, because we definitely saw that Kalix has the chance against Faker, and I think that's gonna help their bot lane as well, because the bot lane priority is everything for the first objective, and I think mid lane is always helping that kind of fundamentals.
Also on the hands of something with impact. I think that even though some of the lane assignments didn't quite look close, he was the one finding a lot of those kills in mid game.
Yeah, they got to do it here in game number 2. Let's see if Nongshim can rise to the challenge at the T1 home ground. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Valdost and the gang. Yes, we are here. We're ready for game number 2 and our LCK Roadshow, the T1 home ground here. 2 in 1 week. Absolutely amazing. T1 were able to topple the Giants in Gen G and feed them their first loss of the season. And now they're looking to augment that with a victory over Nongshim, as they just spent, I think, the majority of that last game losing to then win instantly. And now we'll see what happens, because I imagine that Nongshim will be feeling a little bit rough after a loss like that.
I think frustrated, because that game was in a winning position and they kind of just DNF'd the ending.
They did finish though, so more of it, it's not a do not finish. That's just a finish way too fast, the wrong direction.
I more meant they DN freaked the ending.
No, I knew. Yeah.
Happens. The process of winning a lot of the game and then just at the end kind of fumbling the landing, which is a frustrating.
It was a pretty colossal everyone forgot what they were doing at the same time type moment, led by Kalix, unfortunately, who had probably, up until that moment, the best game out of anyone, really. Outside of, maybe Gideon having a few good angles.
Yeah, I mean, he had a solid game, and it was just that fight. I think they
rush of blood to the head.
They saw the finish line.
Yeah.
Stumbled. And unfortunately, didn't stick the landing. And now we're in a situation where they are on blue side. And I think something to mention is there was a lot of mid laners banned in the last draft. So we saw Yone, Talia, and Azir all banned away. Be interested to see how things develop this time around. No surprise with the Pantheon banned away by T1. I wonder if we'll just get Pantheon Vi.
Oh, Vi
banned by Nongshim, so heavily targeting the jungle.
It's an interesting ban to be on blue side as well, but I don't think first pick Vi really works, and maybe you just don't want to deal with it. Sejuani going to be taking away one of Gideon's best, as the jungle pool is going to be the focus here.
Interestingly, opt to ban
maybe just a Talia ban and then just first pick Azir and call it a day.
Yeah, but maybe you don't have to ban Talia. Maybe we just get the Azir ban if the Talia ban comes through. We'll see. I do feel like that Sejuani, with Trundle being so entrenched in the meta, we don't see it as often. But then maybe they're expecting this Trundle third ban.
Maybe.
Which I feel like is a bit weaker now that the Sejuani has been picked up. But now, both Talia and Azir are up and available. And I feel like Nongshim might be of the mindset of, oh, we'll just take Talia and they can have Azir. But I think T1 are fine with that every single time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they banned the Azir themselves, so not willing to give it open. This is how much value they put into the Azir that they won't risk giving it over to Nongshim.
Yeah, and this is how much the Talia matchup has kind of fallen from grace as well, where you just don't even bother with the Talia half of it. Just get rid of the Azir.
They did buff Azir on this patch, which was crazy.
It was
for the LCK.
Very strange.
I mean, I feel like they could have nerfed him and they still would be picking Azir, but the fact they buffed him, definitely.
Man, there's a lot of, it's like 5 jungle bans.
Yep. A Senna first pick is a little bit bold.
Yeah.
Some of the picks we've seen do well in the Senna are like the Corki. We've even seen the Smolder.
Yeah.
Occasionally be picked up into it, but I feel like very cards up on the table with this one being picked up so early.
It does show your hand a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think, you know, Senna obviously scales extremely well, has that long range, but I think the lane, you know, if you're into a weaker trading lane, she does really well because you can just frequently trade sustain up. But there are some lanes she gets bullied out by very hard.
Well, we're looking at some DNF strats here as the Nocturne is going to be locked in.
I feel like this is, because the thing is, I've talked about this before, is that if you E is the Senna, he can't target the Senna with the ultimate. You know, he pops you pop the E, he can't fly to you.
But if you time, if they are going to play the Orianna, which they are, if you time the shockwave well enough and you see where the Senna is and you just target someone that's just behind her, you can still hit her on the way.
Yeah, that sounds ambitious. It also sets up, you could go like Senna Tom potentially if you really felt you were that concerned about this Nocturne Orianna combo.
You could also lock in Scion Kindred and then just stack all over the place, you know? Scion, Kindred, Viger, what did we say? And then and we need Nasus.
Would be a lot of stacks.
It would be 2 top laners as well, which I don't think is necessary.
But I think ultimately, Nongshim, they have this long-range pick. T1 are picking things they want to close the distance with, and Nongshim are like, cool, we need to defend our Senna. Find a way to do this.
Man.
Go in for the Galio Viego. So a lot of skirmishing power between these two. You have the setup with the Galio, the CC to try and get a reset for the Viego. Does mean if this Nocturne dives in, you want to ult on top and hopefully finish him off so the Viego can get a reset and get momentum. It means that these fights are going to be so explosive. That first initial kill will really dictate who it goes in favor of. And we'll see T1 opting for the Ambessa for Doran. Taking that one with, you know, the Gwen gone, the Rumble gone, and also the opportunity to ban away some top lane picks if they're really concerned. Although, I wonder in this situation if you do get rid of the Tahm Kench, if you are worried that's going to come through as something into the Nocturne Orianna. Alistar is something we've seen paired with Senna a lot. It does give you a pretty passive lane, but if you get them out of lane, they're really strong. But you're on red side, so you can have first choice to the Alistar, so I think T1 don't necessarily need to ban away that. They do get rid of the Camille, which is something we saw picked into Ambessa when she first came into the meta, and also would sync really well with the Galio, so I think that makes a ton of sense to ban that away.
Yeah, that's a good one. Would have also kind of fit with T1's composition because we see it paired with Nocturne all the time as well. But the Caitlyn going to be removed here. And the Alistar was banned away. I was wondering whether they might even consider like a Shen ban or something like that, just because Lehens loves it so much. There's a bit of a global vibe going on here for Nongshim.
Yeah, we saw Senna Alistar so much at EWC and with a really high win rate. So kind of makes sense they banned that one away. It does make me wonder what Humakari are opting to take specifically in this Senna, if they are planning to try and bully it out in the lane. The Thresh going to get banned away, obviously respecting the Aphelios Thresh that came out against Genji to great effect in that final game. We'll see what they opt to go for. I think it'll be very... The thing is, I think Nongshim have the opportunity to kind of respond to a degree because they'll telegraph a good amount of what they're going for with this first pick.
Yeah. Show us what kind of lane this is going
available, to be. Which is obviously a big favorite of Guma. I think the Braum could end up being like a Braum Lucian, but does have early lane pressure. But I think it's a lane with, you know, with the range Jhin. You could evade, and yeah, I think the Jhin is a better choice here. You know,
counter pick for support is also so powerful, right?
Yeah, I think it makes it harder for Lehens to make a pick here. I think the Jhin, when you have this like dive in focus with the Nocturne Orianna, the Jhin can just open up with his ultimate pretty comfortably. And that disruption caused by the rest of your team, you can just open up on. Nongshim looking at top lane options, I think Renekton makes a lot of sense. You know, obviously a lot of power early on, although they opt to go instead of the Xante, playing full peel. This is very much eggs in the Senna basket. Trying to have
I feel like it's eggs in the Viego basket, personally.
Well, that too.
At least they do have 2 threats kind of already represented in the Viego and the Senna. And Galio does do a fair bit of damage here. Tahm Kench going to be the lock-in. Baller Hens, one of his old favorites.
Yeah, they do end up going for that, so I think that one was something that maybe T1 probably expected, could have banned away. It does make me interested to see what they have prepared to play into that. If they...
Big Bad Brad?
I'm thinking they could go the Bard, they could go something like a Nico.
Oh man, Nico's still up.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. I feel like that's a no-brainer. It'd be so much power. Don't scare us like that. Come on, man. Carrier instead going to do his signature pick here. Recently picked up a skin on this one, I'm pretty sure, although starting to lose count with the amount of skins these players have.
Yeah. Yeah, so Nongshim end up with this composition. They have a ton of protection for the center. They're kind of banking on the fact that she'll become this long-range cannon who can just attack from such a distance. And if you try and dive in, they have a lot of bulky champions to kind of peel, and the Viego has the kind of throughput in fights. He has that reset potential. So I think DPS-wise, they would struggle without that. On the side of T1, they have that knock Orianna combo, and they can kind of open up with the artillery backing that up. The Jhin Bard is a pretty punishing lane. They should have PremiumBeat as well with the Orianna. And the... Yeah, I think ultimately... I think it's hard to wait too... I mean, I kind of feel like the Nocturne Orianna, specifically into the center Tom, is going to have struggles. It really comes down to if they can find some momentum. And we've seen, obviously, very different teams. DNF, our team who has made use of this Nocturne Orianna. We've seen how it can work and how it can not work. We'll see how T1 manages this combo in comparison.
This might be redemption for the DN freaks. You know, if T1 can't manage to make this one work, then maybe it's just a little bit too hard. We've been seeing it for many years, for quite a long time. So I guess we already know. We'll just have to see whether T1 can drive this one to a 2-0, whether the Noodles are gonna be able to cook something up for us and bring us to a third game, a 6-gamer on the last day of our first week here, of our very first round 3 here in the LCK, and it is at our LCK Roadshow, the T1 home ground as well. That is very, very fun. So we are going to be loading up onto the Rift very, very shortly. I think I have my, I normally have my cadence down, and I thought maybe I was lagging, but actually we are just taking a little bit longer getting into the game.
Building up suspense.
Yeah.
Heating up the...
I was well and truly suspended.
Yeah, well, so is the pot in the middle that's been heated up.
And I was thinking, we have oftentimes got like abbreviations for combos of champions, and I was thinking we could make one for Galio Viego.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of really fun options. You can go with like Galileo.
Okay.
Galego.
Galego.
And then I thought it could be Galagugu. Did you ever play Viva Pinata?
No.
Oh, it's a phenomenal game. I think it's like mega cheap on Steam. You basically raise pet pinatas.
That sounds fun.
And they all have funny names. And a Galagugu was like a very rare one. It was very difficult to get. So that one...
Is there a name for the Nocturne Orianna combo?
I was actually talking about the Galio Viego combo.
No, I know, but is there a name for the Nocturne Orianna
no, there's
combo?
not.
Because that we've seen that combo a lot, and I don't think there's a name for it.
Ah. What about Ori Turn?
Ori Turn? Why did she turn? What's she turning towards?
The win. The enemy nexus. That's where she's turning.
Is someone saying
she turns around all the time because she's a ballerina.
Yeah, Ori turn.
Ori turn. Do it.
Do a turn.
Pirouette.
Yeah.
Maybe we just call it the pirouette then. We'll just go a level deeper.
Oh.
Know what I'm saying? And then only the knowers will know.
Only the people tuned in right now would understand.
Exactly.
Only the people who know the lore.
And this is the first time that we've had the Galagugu versus the pirouette.
You miss, someone, maybe they're busy, maybe they're at work.
Yeah.
You miss one episode of LCK, you're gone.
And then you just have no idea what's going on.
Yep.
I think the pirouette is actually kind of dope though, because it when we explain it, they're like, oh, I hate you. That makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that, like you have that level of frustration. I like it. I like that a lot. The Galagugu I don't think is going to stick, but I think Galileo is, that's a fun one because it is almost word fusion and it's that dude that did like the maps and stuff. He was the maps guy, right? Galileo? Or did he do a lot of was he Celestial stuff?
Don't ask me. Why'd you ask me this on broadcast?
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a bit of an observer issue. Obviously, we don't have any issues at the moment. We're very happy to talk about Galagugus and Galileo and stuff. He was a very, very early philosopher / something else, wasn't he?
He was definitely a astronomer, physicist guy, right?
Yeah, and he did philosophy. I feel like philosophy was always entrenched in science in the very early years. Anyway. We're just doing some live broadcast. Just Google it. I typed in Gal, and the first thing that was suggested was Galagugu.
That's a you problem.
Yeah, obviously, just like Viva Pinata, even now, a little bit too much.
Was he the? He was Italian, right?
He was an astronomer. Yeah, he was. Back in the 1500s, the mid 1500s. What do you remember of those times?
Oh, so much. It's all coming back to me.
Yeah. I don't remember too much. I don't think I was I must have been very young.
Wasn't he the one who said that the Earth rotates around the sun instead of the other way around, and he was called a heretic?
That might have been him. He would have said it in Italian though, so he wouldn't have actually said that. We also have a bit of a synopsis that we can read, but first, it is time for us to get into the game. And I think there'll be fan chants. There's a guy yelling, but I don't think he's doing the fan chants. Okay, never mind. Oh no, they had the synopsis written up for us on the prompter, and now we don't have the synopsis anymore. Oh no, Control Z, so powerful.
Oh, I can't wait for you to. Sorry, I just want to say I can't wait for you to pronounce this. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Galileo di Vincenzo?
Not that bit.
Oh, it still keeps going. Golly gee.
Do the whole thing, that whole name in one go. You gotta do the whole.
No, I'm not going to do that because there might be people from Italy that may not appreciate it, okay?
He'll be banned from eating pizza.
And he was, okay, astronomer, physicist, and engineer, and wasn't even, there was no dabbling in philosophy at all, so I was just a liar. Maybe that was a bit just Da Vinci. He did a bit of all of it.
Getting a little bit mixed up.
Yep. He was another Italian dude. These Italians were pretty good. Figuring out stuff. Okay, here we've got a little bit of a lane between Calyx and Faker. As Lahan's already taking a fair bit of damage here towards his bottom side. Gio trying to get some damage down and does offer a fair bit back, but otherwise not too much to worry about. And here we go. I think we can put aside us getting a history lesson. And we can focus on whether or not T1 can find a 2-0, or whether it's Nongshim that can bring us to the full 6 on the day.
I think it really comes down to, I mean, it's a good start in the bot lane already. I mean, mid expectation is Faker's going to have prior on this matchup. Bot lane, it's really one of these matchups that are a little bit fickle because you can take a good amount of harass as Senatom. We've seen it time and time before.
Yep.
But there's like a critical mass where you end up getting harassed a bit too much and you're not able to sustain through it. You get forced out of lane. You know, if you miss a few too many tongue lashes, you're not able to get ranged auto minions to reset your Q on center. So as long as Jiwoo and the Hens can hold off and avoid, get past that critical point, make sure the trades they take aren't too bad, they can just keep scaling up in this lane to get into a comfortable spot. The thing additionally you're comfortable about is you're playing into a Nocturne. So you don't have too many concerns about being ganked or having that extra jungle pressure until he's 6. I'll also say, you know, I was talking a little bit about this, you know, as we were coming out of draft, but I really feel like this Nongshim draft is kind of solidified as just try not to give Nocturne any comfortable options to ult.
There aren't very many of them, are there?
You have 2 champions that go, oh
god. Okay, Lahens is going to go in. He does find the knock-up onto Gumayushi, who's snared. Does have to cleanse that one off as the barrier is going to be used in exchange. But look at this, Lahens is just happily wandering amongst them. Owner and Gideon going to be fighting as now Nongshim do get the earlier track to try and find this. Good spell shield there from Owner as Gideon getting taken down very low. The Hens turning up will mean that the crab will be delivered to Gideon. Not to mention the fact that Calyx has a bit of control in this mid lane as well.
That immediate payoff, you know, the bouncing waves that come back, so you get extra help from Calyx, but also Jiwoo and the Hens getting a good trade bot, able to move up first and help their jungler a big boon. But yeah, as I was saying, both Gideon and Jiwoo can go invisible, and everyone else is a tank. So there's just not good targets to ult for Owner in this one. Unless, obviously, you get ahead, and then you can just ult anyone you want. But yeah, I feel like that's the direction Nongshim's draft went. And we'll see how things develop from here. But so far, the interactions between the Nocturne and the Viego early, I feel like Gideon's goal is just try and limit any camps you can from Owner. Slow down that level 6 if possible. You do have some decent setup in the lanes. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition and he finds some angles. As there is some CC in all three. We do get that early swap coming out, though, towards the top side.
I feel like this swap is actually working out pretty well so far for Nongshim. As you can see, Lehen's holding his position. Oh man, Gamushi could be in trouble. Remember, no cleanse available. Carrier going to turn up, as there is the mystical journey, and that will just get him out.
Doesn't have to be in the flash there. Pretty big for Guma. Good moves from Carrier to save his AD carry and save that summoner as well.
Cute
and
little
actually
play from Lehen's, though.
Also stops the recall of Lehen's, who was on a ward. And is probably going to do it again.
Yep.
So now, Jiu is solo against Doran in the top lane, which we saw last game.
Oh dear.
And Doran is level 6 on Ambessa.
So I think that Jiu is going to just not be in vision for as long as he possibly can. You can see that is precisely what he decides to do. Doran does go back home.
Doran just reset in his TP back up with items, and he is into a level 4 Senna as a level 6 Ambessa.
And I don't think the champion names really matter. I'm worried about the player names that are in a lane by themselves. Okay. Kingen going to be running away from both. See, like we knew, this was just going to happen, right? Doran's going to flash in. There's a solo kill. Like, what did we tell you?
It was so obvious. I mean, yes, we saw this last game, but also it's a level 6 Ambessa. What do you expect?
To die.
Dude, like, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what's the crazy thing as well? It's so easily avoidable if you just flash the ult. Flash the ult.
Yeah. Yeah.
The ult you're like, Lehen's just like, hey, buddy, sorry I'm going to be a little bit late. I've been delayed. Carrier's been a little bit of a hassle. Just play safe. Okay. Just flash the ult.
Yeah.
Doesn't flash the ult.
He definitely did not flash the ult. Or much of anything at all after that as well.
Just flash the ult.
Doran at least had to flash after him, so I guess there is something to be said about that. And Gio has only died one time to Doran this game.
Yeah, to be fair.
And it was 2 in the last game.
Yeah, I just, you know.
Oh, Vega could be in a little bit of trouble here as Kingen looking to charge that ulti. Dissonance going to slow him down though as the shockwave comes in. Calyx might need to just, instead doesn't actually elect to use the ultimate, but Faker is now in trouble. The Colossal Smash comes down. Command Protect is going to be there, but another round of spells should be coming. He has Flash, but he doesn't actually use it. Faker able to escape is now Gideon getting scared, and he can understand why he does have to heartbreak out. And Nongshim, oh man, I can feel it. The tempo vibes well and truly in T1's favor here.
Why is Senna 1v1ing against Ambessa again? I'm wondering. I need to know.
No, the rule is twice.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course.
Don't you remember? It's all right. Carrier going to take a magical journey. Does find Lehen's here, but Catfish I don't think is going to be dying or anything like that. Does eat some gray health, but not too much more is going to occur as Calyx just proxying momentarily.
They can just get back, though, with health, so it will just be a plate over to Calyx. But in the meantime, I feel like they've kind of given up complete control over this top side.
Well, Doran going in against Jiu and Lehen's. Another public execution, another possibly dead Jiu here as he does get the Piercing Darkness, keeps himself alive. The Dawning Shadow as the last turret shot comes in, but there are even more bullets on this map, and the curtains have been called on Jiu's life once again. He almost got his revenge, but he just doesn't quite manage to nail it as Calyx not going to be dying just yet either as Gideon coming on over, gets the flash on in. Heroic entrance, Faker going to get knocked up and probably taken down here as he has no flash and no chance to get out. Gideon will get his first here of the game.
The tragic thing is I think Jiu played that passage of play about as well as he could.
Yeah.
But with no flash, when they throw everything at you, not really much you can do in that situation. Doran starts the fight. Ult comes down. Yeah, I guess just doesn't have time to E in response to Ona. Ona flies in, and then the side ult from Guma to finish him off.
Beautifully played there by Ona.
Ona and Doran are.
Yeah, nicely done. Guma just setting up the curtains and looking real nice. Picking up that kill.
And then here in this play, Faker without flash ends up a little bit overextended here. Calyx able to re-engage with the ultimate on the back of this stun.
A bit interesting that T1 were going for this play when they just finished overloading the top side of the map and knew that Gideon wasn't in the area, otherwise he may have been there for the fight. So a little bit odd, trying to bite off a little more than they could chew, potentially. Still going to be in the lead, though. Nothing too much to worry about. As you can see, Kingen with a slight CS advantage, but the gold lead is still going to be there as another Abyssal dive to come on through from Lahens, but not going to get the knock-up on the Gumayusi as Keria comes on over. Jiu needs to help out as this Catfish is sort of just running into two people. Captive Audience going to slow him down momentarily, and Keria keeping the fight up as there is the Devour going to get utilized. Flash out immediately, Grey Health consumed, and Keria magically journeys his way to safety. It's a lot of buttons now on cooldown, but nothing really much as a result.
A lot of things used there.
Yeah.
A lot of aggression coming out, but unable really to find things. Guma with the fancy feet, dodging pretty much everything from Lahens to able to get away. But now, no. Oh. Doesn't find him, but out. No ult from Lahens. So, Jiu potentially vulnerable again.
Yeah, there's a lot of souls over there as well. I really feel like Jiu could have just grabbed those. Yeah, 100%.
Wouldn't be able to contain myself.
Nope. Stacking, man.
There's some people, right? There's different players. There's some who are like, look, I'm playing it. Oh, wait, we got some action.
Calyx may stop being alive as Dustbringer is barely going to clip him, but never mind. Sometimes you get a phase rush and you just fine.
There's some people who play stacking champs like, yeah, it's part of the champion. I'll pick up some stacks, you know, I do my thing. And there's some who they know, right? They're the ones who will die for a Heartsteel stack just for the cool noise.
Oh, 100%.
They're the ones who are like, oh, there's a pedal under the enemy tower. Well, I've got to take it before they get it.
Do you remember when Rengar had his Bone Tooth necklace?
Yeah.
That was my favorite stacking. As Calyx, this is his least favorite moment. Never mind! He's going to turn it around. The Dawning Shadow comes in. Keria trying to keep Faker alive as the magical journey is unable to be taken by the Metal Ballerina, and Faker just goes down. That turn from Nongshim was gorgeous.
Definitely didn't expect that one, and Lahens finds a clutch moment to punish Faker. Calyx with the flash turnaround and the ult from Jiu to get him out of a dicey situation. I will say though, T1 looking at the second dragon feels a little bit crazy they're able to get this one considering Fake is dead. And I think Nongshim agree. Moving over now.
Yep. The Catfish does not approve. And there is the flash in from Gideon. Actually, no, it was just a dash in from Gideon. Comes out of the mist and secures the Drake. So we've got Hextech Soul this game as well. There's going to be a very high value soul if we ever get there, but it's one dragon apiece as the dust settles. We also don't have Feats of Warfare locked down just yet either. 1 kill away on both sides. As Faker knows exactly where these Nongshim members are. The back is going to come on through. Calyx turning up once again. Keria also on vision. A lot of vision actually very accurately placed by both teams, meaning that it's a bit of information overload. There is the paranoia though. And Jiu, this time going to be able to move over to his teammates. Devour comes through from Lahens this time, and that will keep him alive. The flash out as Gideon looks for that reset. There is the tongue lash, and down goes the Nocturne. Feats of Warfare alongside it. As, man, that Dustbringer coming out from Gideon was terrifying. Gumayusi going to be able to break those chains, though. Not getting scared. He just gets over the wall and to safety.
I was just going to say, Jiu keeps being left alone in the mid lane. Feels like he's in his vulnerable spot, but Lahens was just close enough to be able to save him with that ultimate, and that's kind of the game plan for Nongshim. Try and mitigate this Nocturne, make sure you can't get the value. Able to save the center, able to turn it around, and now should be able to pick up those grubs as a reward. Do have a pause coming in, unfortunately.
Yep. Going to have a little bit of a break here, make sure that we can sort everything out. Hopefully it's not another audio issue for Keria or something like that.
Maybe it's Nongshim, like, hey, my screen went all dark for a second. Not sure what's going on. It was a little spooky.
Maybe it's Jiu saying, oh, I accidentally only died to Doran once, and I promised that it was going to be twice. Can we go back and add a death?
He can always get another, you know, there's chances in the game.
He did die, like, when he was alone, but it wasn't just to Doran, I'm pretty sure. Although I will have to go back.
It was not. It was actually to Guma he died in the end. But it
was yes. But it was, like, Doran was there, and once again...
He was helping.
Did the public execution engage?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll just have to see. We are getting a little bit of an update here, as Lahens' monitor, I think, is going to be the issue stated that we are going to make sure that we sort out before we dive back onto the Rift. support's getting targeted here by the tech issues today. A little bit unfortunate.
They'll weather the storm, you know. Supports, I feel like they're the sort of players who just take on the chin.
Yep. In fact, yeah. I was about to say like the same issues happening for everyone, but they're the only ones to report it. But that's the opposite side of the coin, isn't it? That would be, you'd be a little bit more sensitive, and so you'd call for the pause.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's the opposite. Didn't mean that.
And obviously T1 1-0 up. It's still crazy how that last game ended, and it was just that final fight. And the thing is, this game has the potential for that as well, because we have really explosive team fight potential where like one team has all these resets with the Viego and the other team has the big explosive Nocturne Orianna.
And it's also like it's a Hextech Soul game as well. Soul is going to be so important. We're even on dragons, but the Viego is the one that was able to get a couple of these early kills, and I think that that is so scary, especially after what we saw in our previous series, right? Viego actually finding some brilliant angles, these resets that can come in. And you mentioned already the Nocturne doesn't exactly have the targets that they're looking for. The Tahm Kench, if you are there with your carries, then Owner can just kind of look a little bit silly as he's making his way in. And we haven't even seen this Nocturne Orianna combo yet this game. So it's just a little bit of a worry.
Is Viego back?
Well, I mean, he is, because he's been in both series today.
But we've seen him played
100% of today.
But we've seen him played at times when he wasn't good. But is he like back? Is he playable? You know, is he good?
Yes. I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
I kind of like there being more of these AD jungles to go towards, and I also think that Viego is a lot more useful than a champion like Zed, for example. I feel like you add like, and I'm not quite as against Zed as Wolf is. I know Wolf absolutely hates the Zed, but I think that like Zed has his place. But the resets, it gives you a win condition, right? Like Viego can actually turn the power of your opponent against them. And so I think that being able to then play for a very clear game plan in a team fight is a great way to get yourselves onto the same team, you know?
Yep. We also have a lot of good Viego players in the LCK. I do also find it funny when you have a Viego. There's different Viego players. You have the Viego player who's like clearly got a lot of mastery over a lot of different champions. And you have the Viego player who they like possess a champion, press all the buttons, miss everything, and immediately ult out. Yes. Classic.
Yes. When they get onto a champion that they've clearly just never played before, you just put them on cooldown. Put them on cooldown, and we'll see what's going on.
Yeah.
That's why I swear to God, there's a reason why Viego players always kill the enemy jungler first.
Oh, it's so the best one is like when you kill like a Lee Sin because it's super mobile.
Yeah.
Like, I play this champion.
I know this one.
You're pumped.
We're going to be resuming pretty soon, guys. So just hang in there. And hopefully, like, Lahens, a monitor is relatively important, I would say. I'm going to put that in the necessity column.
Yeah.
And here we go.
What's your ranking for like, I think keyboard's pretty high, mouse is pretty high.
I think, yeah, like desktop, like the actual PC.
Yeah, that's
probably pretty high.
Pretty important as well.
Yeah.
Headphones probably, with regards to everything else we've said, probably actually pretty lower.
Yeah, I'd say lower.
Yeah.
Public execution, actually, Kingen almost looked like he decided to walk into it there, as you could see. He's gone a little bit all out, but not going to really be doing too much more of anything. And I think that the weathering of the storm that the Cassante does kind of have to do into the Ambessa matchup has been done.
I'm not saying this was the case here, but I do feel like sometimes players give the vibe that they think it works like Yone ult, and they have to like block it, or like they think that they can ult and just dash to that point.
Yeah. And that was actually like my thinking. Based on his movement, that's what I thought he was trying to do.
Yeah.
Whereas otherwise it does just fizzle in Ambessa's case.
We have sometimes seen players use it for like the extra passive dash, you know?
Yeah.
Or for the buffer when you're casting it, you get like.
I think I made fun of a player for doing that, but then they did manage to actually escape a situation just by ulting so that they can dash.
Yeah, and also like there's sometimes you can, but like in this situation, if like Galio's gonna taunt you, you can ult and then immune the CC.
Yeah, the unstoppable part is very, very cool. But that was a little bit less.
Yeah.
As Doran just uses it to taxi a little further away from Kingen. Works out quite well. It's just a trade of ultimates. We've seen this many, many times. The level 11 is hit in unison here between our top laners as Gideon finds Carrier, but Owner is lying in wait. There is the combo as Lehens can just gobble up the Viego. Gumushi coming on over, Dawning Shadow comes in. The shield is there, and this Tahm Kench is so tanky. Down goes the Viego though, and the Tahm Kench is just on a silver platter, surrounded by T1 members. And that was not the fight Nongshim were looking for that time, as Kingin had teleported in, and now he is likely to just get sent home in a body bag. Not quite able to flash out of the way, but still having to use everything to just try and escape. And what happened?
I'm not really sure on the thought process of that play from Nongshim. There are just so many things wrong with it.
They're getting the play out of the way instead of it being a game-losing one at the end.
Yeah, something like that. But I mean, T1 are just so quick to respond, so quick to punish, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
But Nongshim just kind of give them a freebie. Like, Gideon goes in super aggressively for no real reason. He's like, oh, I can go for a trade on Carrier. Kind of gets hit by everything. And then doesn't ult out. Like, I feel like most times you would just expect him to ult away here. And instead they use the gobble from Tahm, which now puts like your center in a vulnerable position. And I feel like he could have just ulted away, but then they end up gobbling because he got feared. But now, like, why are they positioning so aggressively after this? Like, Lehens is running forwards, Jiu ends up in a really bad position.
There's his death to Doran though. So
yeah, there you go. That. I think maybe like the ult from Nocturne kind of hid the TPs. Well, sorry, the TP from Doran and the move down from Faker, but it just...
Maybe they thought that
weird.
Galio might sometimes be involved. As Kingin has found Owner, he goes all out actually, as Faker will turn up. Kingin will get shockwaved as well, as now he's just possibly in trouble. But he'll get healed up by the Piercing Darkness. Carrier comes over. There is the Tempered Fate. Will connect onto Kingin as he eats a lot of the CC. Redemption going to be doing a fair bit of damage as well, as Owner is sped up by the Dissonance. Man, didn't know that was part of the combo, as they are going to be able to get the stun. There is the Public Execution as well, and it's Doran that uses that as a way to taxi over to Jiu, who will get shielded up. That is everything that Nongshim had just to keep 3 members alive. Curtain's getting cold here, as you can see Gumushi fishing for it. Lehens will get stopped on the back, and you can see that Jiu is out of range, so no need to worry about that one. Calyx continuing to be in a different lane.
Oh, here's the test. Can he get down to the bot lane?
All right. Will the drift... Oh, that was cool.
Oh!
That was gorgeous.
There we go. Slick with it.
Yep. Can actually provide a magical journey for Faker as well, so that Faker can experience exactly what Carrier just did on that journey to the bottom lane.
I mean, this game is going... I mean, that is testament to how T1 are feeling. That entire passage of Carrier just driving bot, giving the journey out. Yeah, so I don't really understand the thought process here. King just starts a fight by himself. And then he has no MR, so when he gets shockwaved by Faker, he nearly dies immediately. And then they're like trying to bail him out. It just feels like people in Nongshim are starting fights randomly, and then the whole team is trying to bail them out.
Yep.
And then they just die.
Yep. It's like they have something that they really want to do, but they're spending their entire time just at the police station paying bail money.
Yeah.
Without being able to actually do anything that they really needed to do, you know? All right, Paranoia has been popped here as it's another fight. Doran taking a little bit of damage. The redemption down here for T1 just to try and keep them alive as Kingin is dead. But Nongshim, not quite...
He didn't need to do that.
He did not need to do that, but it was sometimes rush of blood to the head. I mean, I remember seeing a similar play to that relatively recently, but that's just a Doran Ambessa.
Yeah,
you got to take the good with the bad.
He was so out. He couldn't have been more out.
Yeah, and then it couldn't have been more in.
And then they get him back in. It's just one last job.
Yes, well, it was... Maybe he thought Nongshim deserved it.
That's fair. To be fair, Jiu has been giving him some freebies this game, so...
Yeah. I think we need to involve Calyx in some of the plays that are happening around this map. As Gumushi is going to be able to shove this wave in, and will be answered here by Calyx pretty comfortably. And Nongshim do have, like, there is the scaling conversation to be had, right? They're only 2,000 gold behind. It's not the end of the world. The problem is, if T1 continue to build leads and then turn that into dragons, Hextech's all too scary.
Problem is, I think if Nongshim just keep doing what they're doing, it doesn't really matter.
That's true, they won't win.
Yeah, they just need to... It's just weird because game 1 was not this. Like, obviously...
Well, the start of this game wasn't this either, as Kerry's going to flash, journey over into the pit. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, it happened after the pause, right?
Yeah, it did.
And hence is the shot caller, so are we sure that they actually
need to turn his monitor back on.
They need to turn it back on. Something's gone wrong since then.
I think it's better when he plays off Giu's monitor.
Yeah, it's gotten a little bit askew. Now, they are setting up for this, setting up the river. Arakan is on the bot side, so they're trying to contest some of the vision here. But it's pretty hard to move in when there is the threat of that Nocturne.
Yep.
And Doran is just going to kill this turret.
He's going to try to anyway, as the taunt does come down, so he's not able to kill it on this wave, but it's basically dead. And you've got Carrier lying in wait and moving over as well.
Been up for 30 whole seconds, and it's a little bit late for T1, I feel.
Yeah, let's chill. As Shockwave connects onto 2. Arakan down to 50%, teleport in. Here from Doran, the answering teleport is going to result as Calyx can make his way down. There's the Paranoia. Dawning Shadow doing decent damage, actually, as now the Galio comes in. It's a one-man taunt, but it's onto Gumayushi as they do manage to take the Arakan, and the magical journey brings them all out. Follow that! Do never follow that! Instead, it's a heroic play from Lahans that gets over the wall, and it is going to be Carrier that goes down. Abyssal dive here as Lahans. He's like, man, do I have to do everything myself? And the answer is absolutely, and another public execution there for Doran onto himself.
Well, they managed to get a couple of kills. I really thought Calyx had just gone to his death there, but...
You could sense the frustration. You're like, how dare you get away with this, T1? And so he clicks the button, and we all knew it was the wrong thing to do. Lahens most of all, who has to then flash after him with the gobble.
Yeah, I mean, this was just so hard to push through this choke. So much damage done. The Nocturnal really dissuades them pretty effectively. And then they're so low on HP. It feels so frustrating for them to... Oh, no.
Well, Lahens gets a little bit scared, looks to try and dive away. Heroic Entrance is going to be there this time, as, my God, he survives for so long. Owner is probably dead here, as he looks for a target to try and taxi his way out of the way of, and there is a flash over. Paranoia on top of the Cassante to try and get himself out, but that is not going to work. So Owner will get shut down. The gold still extremely even.
I feel like it was really important that Nongshim got that kill on the Owner, because I don't think they'd be able to handle it.
I think the emotional damage.
I think the game would have been over, not in terms of any material or literal sense, but in the mentality sense. I think the game would have been over. Oh, Carrier on the flank.
Yeah, Giu going to be able to sidestep at least that deadly flourish.
He is barding so hard right now, and it's so... From the perspective of Nongshim, it's so irritating. I feel like so many of the recent plays have just been down to him on Bard.
I think it's disappointing for DNF fans as well, because we saw some Bard play earlier today and it was different.
Oh, it most definitely
There was less Barding. And this is what we were talking about before. A good Bard and a not as good Bard. There is a very, very, very large and clear difference.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit rough. Whereas there are a lot of other champions that are just far more forgiving. Like Braum, you know, there's you can have a great Braum, but Braum will always be Braum, you know?
Yeah. Braum does Braum things.
He does. He puts up door.
As long as you put the shield up in the right direction and you just auto people and hit the occasional Q.
Yep. And as long as you're aware that you get resistances from W.
It does do that.
That's very important.
It also gives resistances.
Indeed. Yeah, that's what I should have.
Sharing is caring.
Exactly. All right, Nongshim set up for this dragon in 30 seconds time. Lahens and Gideon in the area. Base skin Tahm Kench, I kind of love it. You know, it's got that real Oliver Twist vibe.
Oh, they are going to look for Doran.
Okay, well, they are probably just going to kill him as well, as he cannot publicly execute himself out of that one. And Gideon going to be able to lock down the kill. Doran really has had a little bit of a vacation moment towards the end of this particular game. That's going to even out the gold and also give Nongshim an avenue in to fight for this Drake.
It's a good pickup. He's down for 30 seconds. He should just be able to take it. T1 decide to let it go, you know. It's only second dragon for Nongshim. They don't have the top lane available. They won't opt to do anything more on the back of this.
Perplexing. I think just wasn't aware that there were so many members of Nongshim over there ready to knock him down, but entirely sure. Owner is going to be able to answer with a bit of an eradication of the enemy jungle. Grump going to be secured as well as this blue buff. But let's have a look at this play one more time. As, yeah, Nongshim were just kind of all here.
Yeah, was picking up the waves and hoping to go for a flank, and then realized immediately it was a bit too far forward.
Yeah, maybe had just a different idea of what the play was. Like, thought that it was T1 setting up for a play against Nongshim that were already in that river, but the dragon hadn't quite spawned yet, so it was just a little bit off tempo.
Yeah. And now T1's setting up around the Baron area and just trying to zone everyone away. They have they don't have a ton of vision in the area, but they've denied vision in a really large area around.
Yeah, Lord Dom's completed here for Gumayusi as well. That's as second item. It's actually kind of crazy what he's built here. But
oh my
still,
god.
You can see does a lot of damage.
Walk up to the Jhin.
Yeah. Guma kind of built different on this champion.
You will have to press Q a lot. Oh,
Faker is just going to get ulted on here as Gideon comes over, flashes out of the shockwave. There's the paranoia, and the stun comes in, but down goes Gideon, and Faker, he's just baited them all in. Let's see whether Gio can make this one happen, but he has to sidestep the Tempered Fate. Owner is still chasing. Faker is still alive. The Dawning Shadow's not enough as finally the Galio will be able to secure the kill, but Nongshim have well and truly overextended at this point in time. And how many times does Faker have to do this for people to learn that you should not try to chase this man?
They fell for it. They fell for the bait. They try and collapse on a Faker. They think they have the numbers advantage, but the backup comes in force. And one after another, they fall apart. T1 going to get the Baron. Oh, Calyx.
He just kind of walks at them. He's been doing this all game, and it's impressive, the bravery.
You know what? That's solidarity.
Yeah.
He'll die with his team.
He will. He did.
He did do that.
We've got T1 going down relatively low, but they will be able to secure this Baron. If Doran dies to it, that would be very funny.
That would be very funny.
But it doesn't actually happen.
You know why?
Sad.
You know why he doesn't die to it?
Because only Krugs can kill Doran.
Exactly. It's Baron, it's not Krugs. This was kind of tragic. Yeah, Lahen's, I feel like if you read the flash,
if that Q had have landed as well, maybe like Faker is just dead then.
I was kind of following Faker. Faker got chased down here by Calyx, and Calyx didn't land the taunt but landed the Q. But what happened over here, because public execution and then the double stun from Carrier, because Lahen's had eat but didn't eat Jiwoo, so I was wondering what happened, but that double stun from Carrier was so good.
Man.
And there's my answer.
Yep, just brutal. The double knockback there from Kingen, not really going to do much of anything at all. So T1 pulling back this game. It's a 4.5k gold lead as well as a result. And this is slowly but surely falling to the wayside here for Nongshim, who, even in this game, there have been moments, right? It has felt, you know, like that rally, you know, the tennis, where the back and forths have been happening, but I feel like the ball is well and truly out of court at this stage for Nongshim. As T1 pushing down with Baron, they are very, very good at using this buff. It's their favorite thing, as we know. And Guma just few bullets, the last one in the chamber here, as we can see, as he does cleanse. That is a cooldown that they do need to be wary of, but the curtains are going to get called here. And down goes this inhibitor turret. There's the shockwave combo. They find it. The bullet's going to ring true as well. Deadly flourish. My God, Gumayusi. Do not give this man the Jhin or the Varus, and they did both in this series. As Kingan's going to go down, and once again, you might blink and miss it, as T1 will just close out this game number 2. And my goodness, what a week for this team, taking down Gen G, going from strength to strength here with a swift 2-0 over Nongshim, feeling like they're back here in round 3.
I feel like Nongshim had moments in this game, in the last game, where it felt like maybe they'd be able to have an edge, but when it came to the decisive, game-deciding parts of this match, T1 were just so far ahead. Once again, showing their skill, showing why they are now in such great form, able to take down Gen G over the decisive 2-0 victory over Nongshim with some phenomenal clutch moments. A great show at their home ground for their fans.
Yep, incredible stuff. And I want to say, just to really go on with what you're saying about a great show, because Doran, what an entertainer today. He was fantastic. His ambassador never fails to entertain, but I tell you what, Gumayusi having an absolute day out. Carrier's Bard, always an absolute joy. And T1, man, like, this is the thing, like, the problem is anything can happen throughout any game, and then they can just click their fingers and win, especially when Carrier is on champions that can just warp a situation. Bard is one of them. Poppy is definitely one of them. And sometimes he just decides he's going to win.
Yeah, I think this ability to decide he's just going to win is pretty effective.
Yeah, it's a good one.
A valuable one to have as a League of Legends player. But yeah, I think the whole team on pretty impeccable form today. And you can tell the vibe's generally pretty good.
Yeah. It is, and you can imagine when you've got an entire stadium full of fans, is just must really show you that you've got the support out there. As Carrier going to go for a bit of a nap after this one, you could imagine. It's been a relatively long day, I guess. It's only 8 p.m. here in Korea, so absolutely fine. Definitely hasn't even hit gamer hours just yet. It's almost dinner time though.
Yeah. Maybe you have to wake up a bit earlier, you know.
Yeah.
But did a lot of carrying in those two games. But yeah, I mean, T1, I don't think the outcome of this was too much of a surprise, but I feel like because they're in the Legend Group, because Legend Group games are always going to be closer, there's always going to be more question marks when you go to each match. Could this be one where we get an upset? Because the teams are always so much closer than a typical LCK regular season week, where it might be, you know, T1 against a bottom table team. Youngshim are a team who could upset, and we saw that today. There were a lot of moments.
I mean, why aren't we going to game 3? It's 1-1, isn't it? You know, if you had have missed the last few seconds of the first game, that might be what you're expecting, but not to be the case. So T1, I think I don't really want to take away from T1 though the victory in game number 1, just because it was so incredibly decisive. That is what makes T1 terrifying.
Yeah,
is that you make any mistake and it's not like you give them a lead. No, it's just the game's over.
I think for teams like T1, for top teams, it feels frustrating because you can do so many things right, and it feels like you just do one thing wrong and the game is over.
Yep.
In reality, you did, you know, maybe a few small things wrong that all just cascaded into one major thing wrong. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't take much. And I mean, Carrier on this Bard,
he's a monster.
The amount of double stuns, I feel like he thrived on the fact that Senna and Tom want to stick together. And he's like, wait, they're going to be next to each other? That's just double stun targets for me. Multiple times in these clips, we're going to see this double stun opportunity. And yeah, this was pretty textbook.
You needed to have this. You know, it's the T1 home ground. You know, it's the LCK Roadshow. And when it's roadshows like this, you need to have the fakey yakety sax moment where the enemy team feels the need to kill him. And it actually just kind of loses them the game.
Flash double stun again.
Carrier's just pretty good.
It's brutal. I like how he puts the portal there.
He's like, King it. Here, please, be my guest.
Take it, flash through here. You'll be fine.
Gonna have a look at this one as finally the combo comes through, as we can see there. Manages to pull in the Galio. I'm pretty sure there was a shockwave on top of it. It might have just been Gumayushi looking at them, but that is just the state of this game. As T1 finished them off, looking pretty cool, calm and collected here in this moment as well.
Jin is just doing so much damage.
Yeah, man.
I feel like Jin is one of these champions where sometimes you feel like he just does nothing, and then sometimes I'm like, how is it legal?
I feel like in this game he had a hidden Infinity Edge that he just like had in his back pocket rather than in his inventory.
Yeah.
So we didn't actually see it. We're gonna see, look, yeah. That's absurd amounts of damage. And it's not like this game was a stomp from go to woe, right? Like this was relatively even, you know, until it fell off a cliff towards the end. It's impressive stuff out of Gumayushi. I mean, this guy's Jin is absolutely fantastic. We mentioned it at the end of the game, but his Jin, his Varus, so good. And Carrier is going to pick up POM, sorry. Would have got POG if we still had it for definitely this game, but I thought the Poppy was also absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, I think both games, a lot of clutch moments. I feel like the final fight, he did so much on the Poppy and the Bard. I mean, it was just a masterclass, honestly. Yeah. I'm interested to see the vote spread because I think a lot of people had good games, but I think, you know, this is a...
I think there might be like...
Carrier POM.
Yeah, maybe there's a couple of Guma votes in there.
Yeah.
But I think for the knowers, it'll be the Carrier vote. Because, I mean, in game 1, it was kind of a bit of a mess. Maybe it's to Doran because I was never more entertained.
The entertainment vote?
my vote is often always to Doran because he's just fun, man. What a great guy. And still managed to win that game even after having a bit of a time as well.
He did have a bit of a time.
That's my way of explaining it anyway. It's just very weird. The vibe's definitely good though. I feel like you always, like, they have the perfect balance. There could be a T1 sitcom now. They have the perfect, like, comic relief guy who's come into the top lane, you know? It's kind of beautiful. Although
He's like the Joey from Friends.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Friends is really popular over here because the BTS guy that did it to learn English. And it's now time for us to have a bit of a conversation. So let's throw it over to Jason. Jisun, sorry for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POM interview translation. Let's welcome Kyria on the side of T1 after their clean to a win up against Dongsin Red Force. T1 is undefeated on the LCK Roadshow T1 home ground. How does it feel to get your revenge on Nongshim after that round 2 loss? I'm very happy that we managed to get our revenge, and us T1 LOL fan and then even the Valorant team didn't drop a single match, so I'm very glad that we were able to get this outcome. And Kyria, you are the back-to-back POM. What part of your performance are you most satisfied with? I thought, you know, either Doran or Owner performed really well, but I think I got some extra points by lending a lot of skills as Bard. Well, it was a 2-0 victory, a clean scoreline, but Nongsin Red Force was also on fire. What was the most tricky part playing up against them, and how did you plan to break through? Yeah, Nongshim is a very strong team, and Lihans as a support, he is a very strong pillar that brings a team together really well, so I kept that in mind. Kyria, your Poppy in game number 1 was phenomenal. Even after giving up Baron and letting Nongshim get that momentum, you shut it down in one last team fight. How did you find that angle? After they got the Baron, I still thought that we do kind of had the lead. I never thought that we were, you know, very behind. So I think one team fight was able to clean everything up. And then game 2. Enemy kind of banned out many AD jungle champs and kind of forced Nocturne on the side of T1. So how did you plan to deal with the drafting? I knew they were just gonna go for the kind of reactionary comp. So when we were drafting the bottom duo, there were a lot of options, and then Bard was the pick that could kind of round out the comp and kind of make a lot of follow-ups for the teammates, so I went for that. That Bard was just a menace, you know, you definitely showed your Bard top-tier performance. How would you like to rate your Bard performance on a scale of 10? The fans are saying 10. I would say 10 out of 10. With today's win, Faker also hit his 3,500 LCK kills, the first ever player to do it. Any words of congratulations for Faker on this historic moment for him? 3.5k kills. I mean, I don't think no one is even close to Faker's kill record. I hope we can, maybe. I can close the gap on the assist leaderboard. But still, you know, we are a team, so I'm just glad that we are just making new records, new history together. A huge win on a huge stage, and the crowd, the fans, were behind you the whole way. I think with this momentum, T1 must feel even more fired up for what's ahead. Any message to the fans who cheered you on so passionately throughout the roadshow? Yeah, with this back-to-back schedule, we were able to get a lot of energy from the fans, and we were having so much fun together. Back in the low park, I hope we can do well. You know, I mean, we can do even better. That's our goal. So with your, you know, energetic support, I hope we can put up even stronger performance back in the low park. That was Kyria from T1 after their victory up against Nongshim Red Force. And I'm gonna pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, for that awesome translation as we are getting in here with the 2-0 from T1. Big win to them as back-to-back home grounds, back-to-back road shows for the LCK. Really awesome stuff. Nongshim looked pretty good, but I think it was pretty obvious today that T1 were just the better team.
There were a lot of good moments for Nongshim. I do think that they looked a lot better than we saw earlier during the week. But as you highlighted, I also, even given how game number 1 actually played out, I feel like T1 were kind of taking some creative liberties, as they often do when they feel like they're better. And then the moment they lock in, I do think that they clearly show that they're on a different level from Nongshim, which is warranted, because I think ever since MSI, since Road to MSI, it's clear that T1 is up there together with Hanwha and Genji.
I mean, I feel like in game play, Nongshim could follow up T1, but the big difference between game 1 and game 2 is the draft. I especially didn't feel great about Senna Tamkench against Jin Bard, because Bard can do whatever he wants, because Tamkench can never reach to Bard or interrupt him. So I feel like T1 was just on another level when it comes to the draft.
Absolutely. And in the game as well. Let's see who was on another level in the comments after the votes, obviously, which we are going to check here. Some Doran votes. Looks like Media and Soup and Chichizik all together with one KR caster. And then everybody else.
If those would have been Guma votes, I've been like, yeah, it makes sense. I think that Guma had a great series.
You guys were like, maybe Doran.
I mean, I was picking Doran here because I'm a big fan of Doran as well. But you know that Doran got solo kill against GU on side lane, game 1 and game 2, and that's the main part of the early game lead. So
yeah,
you gotta respect Doran, bro. Solo kills, 80 carry.
I've been Doran's lawyer, okay? Get him like that.
Vote for him for Finals MVP.
Well, no.
Against Pays, obvious should have been Doran.
I will never. Pays deserved that. Pays deserved.
All right,
Ox with me.
Okay.
I'm never gonna let this one down. That doesn't mean that Doran didn't have these performances. I think that Doran.
Let's take a look at the comments anyway on the POM and see Chronicler.
When Carria's having fun, you know his opponents aren't. Just like Chronicler when he's trying to make a point. He's getting roasted by everyone!
Classic.
All right, my comment is kind of connected with what I said before. So you're kind of thinking too much about his Thresh, because his Thresh performance was just amazing last game. So you banned Thresh over Bard, though. You remember his Bard? He got his own skin as well. So they got punishment about that.
Yes. His Bard should come ahead of the Thresh 100% of the time. The skills of a Bard skin owner, he actually used it in the game as well. I saw that one Tempered Fate that totally missed, and it was just like T1. Brad Braggs, another POM. Makes sense, yeah. Brad.
See it.
Bradley.
Yeah. I think that something I really enjoy about T1 in particular, when it comes to both Bard and Ryze, is just how crisp their map rotations are, right? I think Nocturne is another example. Basically, any semi-global, as I'm going to look to you here for
a Fantasista.
For a possible explanation
of supports.
with it.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. Like, you usually, maybe there's a Korean meme I'm missing.
What's the Fantasista, Wadid?
I'm actually not sure.
Antagisita.
Maybe like
Fantasy
some
Star?
kind of fantasy style. Yeah, star, some kind of
That's
stuff.
a different game.
I'm not sure. Yeah, but anyways, he's one of the idol full support. I think he means that. Like,
he is, for sure.
Yeah.
He definitely is. Even when you go to international events, you ask people, pro players, they're like, yeah, I always look up to Carry. I look up to Carry. Everybody says it. We are preparing something awesome. We are ready for it actually right now. So let's jump into the best ceremony, the most awesomest, bestest ceremony. Which one will it be? This is just a classic.
It's fine. It's fine.
Classic.
No, it's a classic. But I've seen Guma hit it with more moves, more charisma. Even though
Palmer,
they did beat Genji, that's the classic.
The football player.
But
ceremony.
I feel like
Cole Palmer.
I feel like he before has sold it better. I I'm leaning
carry a
towards
win.
this.
Yeah,
right?
I think this is the best one. Yeah.
He even does the like little.
It's like boring, you know.
Well, I don't know if it's that or it's like I am jet lagged.
Oh, he's not still jet
Maybe.
lagged.
Yeah.
But that one was from the earlier series, right? So it could have been.
No, it's from today.
That's
I mean,
today.
yeah,
he
it's
did
for
not.
today.
Okay, well then I'm just a dum dum.
Yeah, I mean, well, I
Okay,
think
then he's definitely not still.
No,
jet
no,
lagged.
maybe
I'm still jet lagged.
maybe you are. Yeah. But anyways, like
From
he's
MSI.
he's only playing on big
He's gonna
stage
have,
from
by the
now,
way.
so probably he's tired of it. You know, like maybe he needs some breaks.
Yeah. Well, guys, let's take a look at the standings. You can let us know who you think was the best in the chat. We did have 2 guys from T1, but you can put the name next to it as well. T1 with the victory will move up to 13-7, and Nongshim with a smooth 10-10. Which, unfortunately for them, that means they've made it into the Legend group, but they've started off with 2 losses. So, and that's not even up against the top 2 teams. It's against KT and T1. So they have some work to do for sure.
Given the performance we've seen so far, I think this is most likely going to remain the standings. The only movement I could see is T1 overtaking Hanwha Life. That is the one where I'm like, I think that they're still relatively close.
Yeah.
And I think T1's performance recently has been really good. Hanwha looked better in the last series, but has been a bit up or down. I think KT are going to stay there because I think they're better than Nongshim. And I think Nongshim, unless they can keep those highlights and get rid of the rest, they're going to stay in 5th place here in Legend Group.
I mean, even if they lost against T1 today, I mean, they are MSI finalists. And I think they showed up their abilities against it. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we have a whole slew of great matches here. I think, you know, as we have separated into Legend and Rise, if you look at the Legend ones, they all kind of look like bangers, right? It's just kind of the way that's going to go with the format we have here at the LCK. Are there any Rise group matchups that kind of stick out to you guys?
That BNK DRX match is actually a really big deal, right? That's one. Both the BNK matches this week are actually going to be really influential because that 3-man unit of BNK, DRX, and Bro are the closest together out of any of the teams. Like, that is where the most movement can happen. And the team between those 3 that ends up in 9th is gone. That's just it.
So what did specifically for you, any DNF matchups that stick out to you?
No, definitely not. But I just want to see if DK is back. You know, their first match was kind of off, but their second match was definitely a huge comeback. So I'm not sure if they can keep it up for the next week as well.
I'm very curious about Bro. They look pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, with Duke coming into the coaching roster and everything kind of looking pretty good on their side. And then obviously the Legend matchups are crazy. Like the Telecom War, we have T1 Hanwha Life. Definitely want to tune into those. But we are done here for today, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week for more LCK. Have a good night.
Makes me stronger.